That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool. You know, it'd be even cooler. Welcome to today's stream, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And we are back. We are back from Seattle from the great charity event. So today we are going to recap all the fun that we had over the weekend and your guys' incredible generosity to make that stream what it was. So yeah, it's gonna be great. Absolutely loving it. So yeah, welcome back everybody. Good to have you. And while we're recapping, we're gonna go a little boom boom in the nether. That's right. I've decided I want netherite. I know it's a big deal. I have not used netherite. Well, I did have a netherite hoe in season 9, but I think the last time I did have netherite was season 7. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, we're gonna get netherite again. I'm excited. So we're gonna go boom boom in the nether. I know Cub one time explained to me the proper ways of. Oh, that's so loud. That's so loud. I'm so sorry. I'm such a professional today. Oh my god. Today is just gonna be a series of just unfortunate events, and that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. And I woke you guys up. Well, there we go. There we go. We're off on a good start, my friends. I'm looking for a little bit of the gunpowder. Looking for the gunpowder. There we go. Do not ask where I got this gunpowder. It is the rules of the sea. And everyone knows in Minecraft, if you have a farm in the sea, pirate rules prevail over that farm. So just you don't need to ask where I got it. Pirate rules are an integral part of the Minecraft server community. I don't know where this box goes, but it's good enough to throw some junk in. Tango? I don't know. I don't know if where I got this gunpowder was very Tango-like. I had to do a lot of swimming down to the thing. I feel like Tango wouldn't have designed it in that way. I just don't. It might have been Mumbo, I'll be quite honest. It might have been Mumbo's farm. Hey, Mumbo visits my storage room all the time, so I call it even, regardless of pirate rules. Regardless of pirate rules. All right, I want to grab some of this, and if I remember, the netherite can be found at the lower levels, so we'll kind of like go down. We'll start creating some tunnels with the boom booms, ignite the boom booms, and then hopefully we can get a couple bits of netherite because, I don't know, I just had the netherite bug. I was like, you know what? We should appreciate the netherite. I almost said we should appreciate the netherite before it's gone. I don't think the netherite's going anywhere. I don't know why that even crossed my mind. Before the netherite is gone, it's not going anywhere. I do wish that netherite had a few more functionalities, right? I know I brought this up to at least 2 developers over the course of over the years since they've added it. And I remember them giving me explanations of why they didn't do this, but I really still firmly believe that netherite tools should insta-mine deep slate. I really feel like it should do that. I'm standing by it. I'm standing by it. I'll stand by it forever. I think it should, because it also gives people like a good incentive to go get netherite gear. Yeah, netherite gear has a little extra properties, like, you know, it's a little bit more durable, this and that. But if it had like a true purpose of being able to whip that out really quickly with, you know, a beacon and all that stuff, that, oh man, everybody be rocking that. Everybody be going to the nether. You know, speaking of that, there's some wild statistics of like, most players don't even go to the nether, let alone the end. And you gotta give reasons. You gotta give reasons, you know? You gotta give them good reasons to head down there and enjoy the fun down in the nether. All right, let's grab ourselves an elytra. Man, we are really struggling here for equipment. Ooh, we're gonna need some of that potion-y stuff. Gonna need some of that potion stuff. Hold on, let me pop that back. Do I have any fire resistance? Ooh. Wow, I'm a bit of a protection man, I guess. I have no fire resistance whatsoever. Need flint and steel. I can use my bow dig. What the heck? Oh my god! Oh my god! I just saw Scott staring at me and I'm like, is that Scott or am I just hallucinating?
Around the resort. Thoughts?
Oh my gosh. There's Pearl in there. Just look. There's Pearl in the back. Oh my god. That's so funny. Who put that there? Dude. What do you think my thought was when I just saw Scott? How come I can't zoom? Oh, I don't have a zoom. Do I not have a zoom? I need a zoom, guys. This is hurting me. I need a zoom. We have updated to the little fella update. So mods are a little wonky. Okay, that should. Oh, there we go. See, guys, that's what I'm like. What is going on over there? Anyway, okay, so we got some TNT. That's good. I don't have any of the potions. I feel like I did have some. Oh, I do have some potions. Sweet. In case of an emergency, we'll take those. What else? Oh, well, grab some more TNT while we're at it. Blah 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 blah. Okay, I think that's probably good. So we have some potions just in case. We've got the boom booms and ow, my throat. I have had really bad vocal cord issues since the charity event. Since the charity event, I've been struggling. I think we have enough food. I think we're good actually. Okay, sweet. Let's head off. So we're going to dig down and then make the tunnels. I think that should work. Oh, by the way, check this out, guys. Check this out. Look at all of the really cool carts that Hoffen made for the charity event. And of course, these were in MCC. And every time I saw one, it was in the water. And the guys at MCC said that they just tended to want to drown themselves. So they gave them AI of some kind, like the zombie pathfinding AI or something like that. So they were wandering around the map, which was cool. So they're all over the place. There's a guy up in the tree. This fella's hanging from there. Don't mind that there's a whole mountain missing. And then this one's being played by the copper golem, which is cute. Look at him. Look, he's having a great time. Look at him. Look at him. He's having such a good time. They like to swim. Apparently they do. Apparently they do. I just dropped my pickaxe. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me why. All right. How does one get to the lower levels of the Nether these days with the Nether hub? Is there like a little hatch? Is there like a little ladder? Do I break the glass? No. There's got to be like a little porthole. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, I think I could squeeze out this hole. There we go. All right, let's go pick ourselves a spot. And I also do not want to get lost, guys. I do not want to get lost. So I'm going to start. I'm going to go like right here. 500. I'm also going to take a screenshot of my coordinates. Look at me being smart today. All right, there we are. We are heading deep into the ground, deep into the bowels. I want my netherite. I don't know why I want my netherite, but I want my netherite. But yeah, no, my stinking vocal cords are like twisted up again. They haven't done this since we did the Among Us. Okay, all right. Do you guys remember these video series we did with Corrales, Tango, Zed, B-Dubs, where we did the what's that mod called? The super cool mod, the greatest mod ever made. The crate mod. We did this Among Us session. I think it was one of the last ones we did. And there was a moment where I screamed like a child. Like it was an all-out child scream. And I damaged my vocal cords for like a year and a half afterwards. Like they would like spasm. I had to go to therapy. I had to go to speech therapy. It's not as bad as that. It's definitely not as bad as that. But it just reminds me of that. I'm like, oh no. I wish I could remember the exact moment. But there was some moment that I screamed. Don't tell me someone else has already been down here. I bet somebody else has. Pretty much. But yeah, I wonder where that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, we're just doing the cheaty. Oh my god. Every time. Oh my god. Every time. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is happening? There's so much mining down here. I picked the worst possible spot. Is Pearl a tunneler or a boom boom? Does Pearl do the TNT or does she? Well, obviously, I think Pearl does the tunneling. Blow them up. Try to see. Yeah, actually, we could go a little lower actually. But now I'm so like twisted and tied up here. Oh my god, I'm lost in Pearl's tunnels. This is just like that it happened in season 9 when I went to get Netherite and I got lost inside of Tango's tunnels. Oh my god. I'm gonna go find another spot. We're going to find another spot. We're going to find another spot. Oh shoot. How do you? Which way was it, guys? You remember? Hello? Ah, there we go. All right, well, let's go up. Let's find another spot that's a little clearer. Man, my camera's color is so bad today. It's like a yellowish green. It's kind of a sickly green. I don't like, but it's fine. I don't want to deal with it right now. Scars in the Nether backrooms. I said this in another stream, another day. That backrooms movie actually looks good. I can't believe I'm saying that. You know, those style of movies are always the literal worst. But surprisingly, that movie actually looks kind of good. It definitely has a Severance vibe. Maybe that's what I'm picking up that I like. All of this is lava. Where's a good spot to go down on? Where do you guys see a good spot? I don't want to go too far away and get completely lost. So at least we know that like the tunnel's like right here. I just need a spot to go down into the deep parts. Dang it. I forgot that we had kind of a wretched spawn again this year. So now we're just in the lava. Oh my god. I did not plan my location. I should have planned my location.
My other tip was curious if you heard about the people movers being a part of Disneyland forward plans.
Let me reread that because I want to because this is gonna ignite a pet peeve. Let's see. Part of Disneyland. Let's see. You heard about people movers part of Disneyland forward plans. Okay, so the question is, have I heard about the rumor that the People Mover, which is an attraction removed from Disneyland in like 1997 or 8, to be replaced with the rocket rods, which then that was replaced like 2 years later to be nothing, and it's been nothing since 2001. It depends. So a lot of people love the People Mover. People Mover is such a fun nostalgia attraction. If we're talking about the People Mover returning to purely Disneyland, that's not going to happen in its current form. A lot of attractions fall under like a grandfather law, and that's the whole reason, say, the submarines are even able to operate today. They do not follow any building code whatsoever. That's some like 1950s building codes that the submarines are operating under, and so they fall under like a grandfather law. The issue is that the People Mover could have fallen under that law if it had just closed and then reopened. But the issue is that they tore it all out and built the rocket rods, and so that cancels out any of its grandfather laws that would have allowed it to operate, because the attraction does not follow evacuation policies. It doesn't. There's a ride envelope on any attraction that you cannot reach out and touch something. And so when you're seeing attractions being tested in their early phases, be it at Universal or Disneyland, you often see a ride vehicle with a giant cone around it. And if that vehicle goes through the attraction and hits something, there's like little things on the ends that indicate that it got hit, right? So nothing can be within a certain distance of the ride vehicle. The tunnels of the People Mover are so narrow and small that if you reached out, you would touch the wall. That's against the building code. It's not grandfathered in because they tore the People Mover out and built the rocket rods. Why is it different for the submarines? They just closed the submarines, never tore them out. And this also follows like some stuff in the Matterhorn too. Now, do I want to see the People Mover return? Absolutely. But the People Mover to return would require most of the buildings in Tomorrowland to be massively retrofitted or torn down and rebuilt. Do I think they should do that? Yes, it's time for a full, absolute massive refurbishment of Tomorrowland. Well overdue, like 20 years overdue. So I would say that if they do the People Mover as like a completely new attraction that took guests from hotels to the parks and stuff like that, that would be great. If it was completely different, that would be great. And obviously that's feasible within cost and space parameters, but to see the People Mover return in its entirety is not going to happen, sadly, unless they spend a gazillion dollars to tear out all the buildings at Tomorrowland and rebuild them. Because the People Mover's track is so intertwined within all of the structures. That's why it sits there. That's why it doesn't do anything. That's why they just sit there with this like derelict track in the land. Because they just don't want to spend the money. Because they're cheap. Because they are cheap. And I've fallen in a hole. But yeah, I would love to see it return. And so when you're at Disney World, please ride the People Mover and enjoy every single minute of it. Because it's such a cool, it's a fun, nostalgic attraction. Primarily designed by classic Bob Gurr, and we love Bob Gurr around here. Good guy, important guy Bob Gurr was. Still thriving today at like 93 years old, or he's like 90 something. He's out there, he's still out there cruising, he's doing his thing. So yeah, we love Bob Gurr. All right, here we go. Our first boom boom, guys. Look at it go. Look at it go. Boom, boom. Yeah. Yeah. And we didn't space that out properly, but that's okay. That's okay. Jono! Hello, Jono. Hello, Jono. Jono killed it during the charity event. Can we say that, guys? Can we say that? The music room, massive hit. Massive hit.
Into cheer 500 Scar, please be safe and put a bed down so spawn is set.
I don't believe a word you just said, sir. You are trying to trick me. And also, Scarvis is very quiet today. I can barely hear Scarvis. I can barely hear Scarvis. But I heard that troll a mile away. I heard that. Okay. I see no cinnamon blocks. Makes a Scar sad. This might take a while. This might take a while. Was I hope? Oh my god, we found someone else's tunnel. Oh no! Hey, you! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! I'm trying to eventually recap the charity event. I can't get going. Everybody's trying to shoot me. Keep finding everybody's tunnels. Can't a man just enjoy some tunneling in peace? All right. Are we safe? I think we're safe. Okay. No! Hey, Jesus, buddy! I thought I was safe. Okay. Okay. Everything's fine. Everything's good. Everything's wonderful. Ah. Now I don't know which tunnel was mine. Anyway. Jono, your music was an absolute highlight of the event, and that room was awesome. And I think that was like such a fun addition, like a fun special addition to the event. So you and Ollie killed it there. And by the way, like I always knew that Impulse and Skiz, you know, they were good drummers, but this was the first time I really got to see them like go all out. Really good drummers. Did you hear that? They with the sticks and the banging and everything. That was wonderful. They did such a wonderful job. I don't think I've really ever seen them play. I always know that that's like a big part of their lives, like been drummers and this and that. But seeing them actually be able to do it on stream was really, really cool. So that was awesome. And Joel too. Yeah, Joel was killing it on the drums. Joel was killing it. Yeah, they did a great job with that. Let's see. Impulse was amazing. Well, literally being nerfed. What was he being nerfed by? Was it not his like home setup, or like it wasn't the right equipment?
Wife and I just rewatched Last Life. Is that actually Mr. Wizard playing in that season?
Is that actually Mr. Wizard playing in that season? Man, I don't know why Scarvis is so loud or quiet, that is. You know, everybody could wonder and meander with their thoughts on if that is Mr. Wizard. Who knows? It might be Mr. Wizard on one of his great adventures. The arcane arts sees no bounds.
Gong into cheer 500. Jono posted a clip of Brian shooting Impulse with Nerf guns while drumming.
Oh, I see. Dude, I wanted to shoot a party popper in there so bad, but I was like, I can't. If I broke something, I'd be in big trouble. I'd be in big trouble. So I refrain from the party poppers in the music room. Can we just say, okay, I know I want to do a proper recap of the event, but I have to say this. The party poppers sound, the volume of the explosion, and I'm saying explosion because it literally was an explosion, was so much louder than the microphones could ever have picked up. I'm not joking. When I launched that first one, it just the fright of it. It's not like it physically propelled me, but the fright of the sound. This is what you didn't see on camera, was this. I pop and I go, whoa, and I tip back. Fully onto my like anti-tippers, which means that I am basically a baby turtle on my back going like, help me, oh my God. And my dad, oh my God, completely oblivious. He's standing 6 feet from me, completely oblivious that I'm like flailing, and Beatums is like pointing over. I'm like, ah, and I'm like shouting, Dad, and finally he just goes like this. Oh, he like pops me back up. Fast forward to the next pop. I popped it so close to my ear that I'm not joking. The thing rang for about 5 minutes in my ear. Those were so great, and I loved them so much. I spent a good night searching for the best party poppers one could buy, and I think that research paid off. I think it paid off. I think the streamer versions were the best ones, because when you cranked it, the streamers would like fly out rather than just confetti. Confetti would make kind of like a cloud and be like, hey. But when the streamers went out, and unfortunately, I don't think this particular moment was caught on camera, but I shot it at Skiz, and it was at the perfect angle that the streamers, which were wound up like that, fully extended and propelled and just like engulfed him in streamers, which was very, very funny. Very funny. Very happy with the party poppers. Very happy. Not happy with the sound. The sound was extensive, and guys, I don't think we're gonna find I don't think we're gonna find anything. I just have this bad sinking feeling. Maybe Pearl's on this. I mean, Pearl probably is onto something, just doing tunneling to look for Netherite. Pearl is probably definitely onto something there. So yeah, party poppers, big fun. Really enjoyed it. I went through 25 of those, I'll have you know. 25. If you remember when we hit 1 million, they were doing the dono read, and we had brought the big gong out, because the gong was apparently too loud for the music room. So we brought that out, and then we had, I think we had like 5 people with the party popper. So every time we like hit the gong, then I would like cue somebody else to do a party popper. There was a fear in my head that if we did, if we had, I didn't know what the combustion of the party poppers fully were. I don't think there was really anything that would set the fire alarm off. It said it was safe for indoor use, but I also wasn't gonna take the risk of setting out the fire alarm in the Mojang studio. So we did it one at a time, safety first. So instead of like 5 of them going or 10 of them going off at once, we did 1 for every gong, which I felt was safe. Because I didn't want to set the fire alarm. I don't think it would have, because they said they were safe. They said they're not fireworks, and they're safe for indoor use. So I took their word for it, and it worked out. We didn't have a fire alarm go off, which was wonderful. Yes, we got our first cinnamon bun. Yes. Yum 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 yum. Into inventory. Oh, got a bunch of junk in here. There we go. There we go. Now, these come in twos sometimes, right? Looks like we just got a single. So sad. All right. All right, let's see if we can get some more. All right. So, come on. There we go. You guys, so once I start my recap, I'm just going to roll like a Energizer Bunny. But if you guys have any Q&A... Dude, it's all covered up by the lava. We'll have to fix that. If you have any Q&A questions from the event, let me know as I get my thoughts in order for just recapping the fun of the weekend. So if you have any Q&A questions, just shoot them in the chat. Just pop them in the chat. There we go. Clear that out. And now we got 2 of them. Nice. Love it. Scar eats the netherite before he manages to make the armor.
How much of a break do you actually get before you have to start planning next year?
Oh god. All right, that's a good question. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot going on right now that'll probably keep us from doing too much planning for a little while. But I know last year I think we did like a retrospective within like within like a week or two. And then I think I had my first meeting with Anthony and Zach. I think we had that in May or June to discuss some stuff that didn't end up working out. Like that would have been cool, but just, you know, just some stuff works and doesn't work out. I think that happened in May. I think. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. No, but there'll be there'll be a huge break. You know, there'll be a break. I know last year there was just some things we were trying to see if they would work out or not. And so those needed like immense amount of like pre-planning. All right, let's see. What other questions do you guys have? Did any hermits surprise you with any weird habits? You know, as weird as the hermits are, they're not really that weird. The hermits are weird in all like the best weird ways, if that makes sense. There isn't like anything that's you're just kind of like, what the heck is going on over here? So no, hermits are weird, but only in good ways. The dono reads were great. Oh yeah, that segment. One of the big things we wanted to do from the last year was to streamline dono segments. So last year was basically me running to Martin, like, Martin, do you have a second? Can we do a dollar drive or you know, something like that? And Green and I worked on a lot of cool like milestone ideas and stuff like that. But when you're in the thick of it, we found that doing milestones when there's segments going off or you're running behind, they just don't really work out. So instead of doing those things, it was more of like trying to like lump it all into like the dono segments. And I think that worked a lot better. Like, I think that's a more effective way. Like, geez, that's so much lava. Doing the milestones were always, in my opinion, kind of disappointing because it was like you put a lot of thought into like a milestone objective, but it just doesn't fit in the schedule. And you're like, dang, like we spent money on this like prop or something and it didn't quite work out. So I think this was a much more effective way of kind of like celebrating milestones and like encouraging like the donation the donations in those sections. So I think that was a much better idea. I don't know if I could show it to you, but I drew this. Look at this. Hold on. Where did I put that? Hold on. I want to show you this. It's kind of cool. One thing we did too to help production, I think helped them a lot, was make these. Where is it? Oh, I guess I lost it, sadly. That's a bummer.
How people can donate legitimate things for the auction.
Shoot, I wanted to show you guys something, but apparently I have lost it. Oh, here it is. Sweet. Let me pop. I just want to pop this up on screen. I want to pop this up on screen. That's Discord. That's not OBS. Once again, my friends, this is a professional operation, only run with professional. Why is there cats being fed outside my door? Guys, no idea what's happening, but all I can tell you right now is there is cats being fed outside my door, and that's weird. Sorry, just give me 1 second. Well, I have it, but now it's gone again. It's the first stream back. I'm allowed to mess up stuff a few times. I'm allowed. I'm allowed to have mistakes. Okay, sweet. All right. So this is kind of like how we go about like looking at how to lay out things for different rooms or segments. So this changed. Obviously, this changed. This wasn't, once we were there, things rotated and changed. So the idea was like you have the main broadcast desk, and then you have the rotating camera for group recordings and donor reads. They found that it was kind of a tripping hazard to have the second broadcast desk that would be the donation read up against this wall. So instead, we rotated the desk down to the far wall down in the group recording section, and then split up the group recording. So it kind of like showed off more of the building and more of the like rooms and stuff like that, which I think was more effective anyway. And then there's like the donation readout monitors and stuff like that. So I think this worked out really well. I think this worked out really, really well with the main broadcast desk and then the donation area. I think that came out really nice, because it was kind of, we wanted to do the group recording area, so it was kind of like dedicated along with that, but space wise and stuff like that, it didn't quite work out. But I think in the moment, in that like hour before we started the intro, I think having like the intro done in the spawn room, kind of introducing the charity, where we're at, this and that, then kicking it to Grian and the rest of the Hermits to explain their segments, and then kind of like surprising people who didn't already know about the music room. I think that was an effective way of doing that, because it kept like the intro dynamic. Sadly, with that intro, there was a lot of tech issues, and that was frustrating. But with every live event, there is always going to be some kind of mess up, but we also learned a lot from the event to hopefully in the future prevent issues like that from happening again. The decor was so nice this year. That's a great point. So we have a wonderful set designer, and I feel like when we did this the first time, we didn't know the true potential that we were allowed to unlock with the set decorators. And this year, all the Hermits who had segments really were able to utilize their talents and to make the segments even better. And you could look at like Cleo's Blood on the Clock Tower, you know, the spooky decorations, the grandfather clock, all of the props and all the things that made like silly games come together. So it was really cool to see the Hermits like kind of utilize what was available, like the talents and the procurement of this person who was very, very good at their job, like creating all these like great and wonderful props for all the events. I think that really enhanced it, because last year they were there and they had the ability to do things. We just didn't know what they could do. We had no idea. So I think this year a lot of the Hermits truly utilized the set decorators. And I mean, look at all the fun props like Grian had for his 2 segments, and like I said, Blood on the Clock Tower. And Ren had like a full studio with like a desk and a backdrop. So that was really cool to see the Hermits kind of like embrace like, how, what can we do with our newfound talents and abilities here of getting this to go. So I thought that was really cool. Oh yeah, like the EFO cake and all that stuff. It's fantastic. Oh, what was the first time seeing B-dubs in real life? Oh, dude. Okay, so my arrival was quite a bit delayed, and so I was rolling in. It was like 10 a.m. I think. It was like 10 a.m. We come, my dad and I, we come cruising in, right? We pull up in front of the hotel, and I just roll down the mirror. I just roll down the car window. I was like, and I just look directly at Beatum's face, and I go, well, hello there. Beatum's just like, Scar! It was awesome. It was awesome to finally after all these years meet B-dubs. I was so excited, and for him just to be right at the hotel entrance as I pull up and the door opens, and Jono was there, which was really cool to meet Jono. Like, it was, those two were okay. First of all, those two are too cool for us anyway, but when they're like together, it's just like, oh, these guys are just too cool. I can't be associated. They're just too cool people. But no, it was very funny that when I just rolled down the window, I was like, B-dubs, hello there. He was shocked. Like, he was genuinely shocked. It was very funny. I do have to say for B-dubs is my MVP of the event. Every time I needed help, B-dubs was like no questions asked, like would help me like set up things, lift things, move things. So huge shout out to B-dubs for just being like super cool, because a lot of my stuff I just had to kind of like fly. It was just kind of like getting this, you know, auction stuff quickly. We gotta, you know, set this up real quick, and like B-dubs is like whatever you need, and I'm like, oh thanks, it was awesome. So big thank you to B-dubs for being super cool and helping me and all that stuff. That was very nice of him. And he's also just like the coolest, nicest guy. I really liked B-dubs. I was so fun to see B-dubs for the first time. B-dubs is just the silly fun guy in game as he is in real life, and it was really cool. How long did it take you to recognize Cleo? Oh my god. So I saw no photos, right, when they arrived, when the British party arrived, right? I got there and things were like a little bit chaotic in the kind of atrium area. There's tons of people moving around, all the production people, all the set decorators, employees of Mojang and stuff like that. And I rolled out there to say hi to everybody, and like Cleo's just sitting there really like polite. And I did not know who Cleo was. I didn't know if Cleo was a Mojang employee. I didn't know if she was a set decorator. I had no idea. And Cleo's just sitting there. She goes, "Scar, it's Cleo." I'm like, I'm like, ah. There is a part of me that I was wondering if that's Cleo, but I wasn't just gonna go up to random people at Mojang Studios and go, "Knock knock, are you Cleo?" I didn't know if that was polite. I'm also a very shy person, so like it's so I'm always kind of reserved. But when I saw Cleo, I was so excited, because that's so cool that Cleo came out to the event, and Cleo did so well in all the segments Cleo did. Plus, come on, Cleo ran an entire segment perfectly. It was wonderful. Yeah, Cleo's super nice. Yeah, just knock knock, are you Cleo? Knock knock, are you Cleo? I had no idea what Blood on the Clock Tower was, but watching it with Anthony, I was like, this looks pretty fun. This looks pretty cool. Because I had asked Cleo, I think the day on Friday, I was like, what is Blood on the Clock Tower? And she's like, it's kind of like it's kind of, just think of it a little bit like a Among Us in a way, like a more advanced Among Us. And I'm like, ooh, oh, you don't say, huh? You don't say. How much have we found? Oh my god, we've only found 3? Mumbo was really regretting not coming. Oh, Mumbo was there in spirit. Mumbo's always there. Wherever we go, wherever Hermits go, Mumbo is there in spirit with us. Mumbo is always there in spirit with us. Mumbo wants to do Dono reads next year. That'd be fun. That'd be fun for sure. That'd be fun. Yeah. Excuse me, my throat is still a mess. Talking through a mask is, and then streaming when one is even harder. It strains the vocal cords. Wait, what? Zuma said he would like to help next time. I doubt Azuma would be there live, but I'm sure there's some lots of fun ways we could incorporate Azuma from a virtual sense from at home. We'd be more than happy to figure out some fun ways of incorporating Azuma or any other hermit that, like, you know, doesn't want to be, can or doesn't want to like attend in person. I'm sure there's some more ways we could like incorporate them for sure. Yeah, that'd be good. It was just wonderful to see so many. It was awesome just to see so many hermits there, which was really cool. You love that the hermits were able to do an MCC takeover. That was fun, wasn't it? That was fun. Hey, here's some fun. Here's some funness for you guys. I still haven't done my full recap yet. Oh wait, Azuma's here. I didn't even see Azuma. Yeah, next year I really want to help, as you all are amazing, doing so much for charity. Oh, that's awesome, Azuma. Whatever you want, Azuma, we can figure out how to do. Like if there's You want to do, I don't know, a dono segment from home or on the server, like whatever you want to do, or yeah, we'll figure out something awesome. Okay, the MCC was so cool, and I'm just shocked at how well they pulled that off with such short notice. It felt like they were like, we talked about this, like Grant. Oh my God! Oh, just you. Grant and I had like talked about, you know, some of the stuff with them, and then it was like, do they have enough time to make this all happen? And they did it flawlessly, like completely flawlessly. Nox Crew are such an incredible group of professionals, and to see the fireworks show come together, to see what they did with all the different maps, I have no idea how Bodum and the season 7 shopping district. Oh! No, I mean you no harm. I mean you no harm. I mean you no harm. Oh my God. You see those quick reflexes? Oh God. Oh gosh. Oh! I don't know how they didn't lag. I want to know what magic they do, because if you download the season 7 shopping district today and walk through there, it is so laggy. It is so laggy, guys. It is so laggy. And same with Bodum. And when we flew through there for bingo and all that stuff, it was perfect. It was perfect. It was perfect. They did such a good job. I think they cut everything out, but the builds and all that stuff were there. Yeah, the chests were empty, but I don't know what else they would have cut out. I don't know what else they would have cut out. Anyway, regardless, they did such a fantastic job. So shout out to them. And the fireworks shows, and you know, just recreating all that stuff was so cool. Where's the tunnel that we just detonated? Is it in there? Is it in here? No. Weird. Did I go boom boom in there and then get chased out by the... Yeah, this must be a new tunnel. This must be the new tunnel I opened up. Okay, I got distracted. Nice, okay. Sweet. Oh yeah, there's the TNT. Nice. Okay, let's start at the beginning now. Like we talked about, you know, all the Hermits put so much time into ahead of this to make this all possible, which is really, really cool. So tons of meetings, tons of planning, tons of, like, you know, the Hermits were running the segments, you know, working with sec decorators and the tech guys to make stuff happen. Before this, as you guys probably know, I had been battling like a pretty rough infection in my feeding tube that persisted 3 times through antibiotics. And so trying to heal that up before the event was quite a task. Been in the hospital, emergency room multiple times. Luckily, I had got the bulk of it gone. So like the bulk of the infection was gone. And then 1 week before it came back, within 2 hours, I was entirely like infected again. And the first time it happened, it was a very slow burn. This time it happened, like I said, it happened within, I think it was like 2 to 4 hours. It just rapidly reoccurred. Luckily, because I have quite a pharmacy, we were able to immediately start antibiotics. The unfortunate fact is those antibiotics that I was on are brutal on my mind. Not just the body, but they give me horrific anxiety. And I don't deal with a lot of anxiety, thankfully, but I was on this medicine. They put me at like 35 milliliters. Is it milliliters? Is this liquid? I think it was something like that. It was so bad that my heart rate never dropped. I think if I looked at my average for my watch for the entire week, I think my heart rate never dropped below 98. And it's like high was like 145. And so I was just kind of like shaking for all that time. I was just like shaking, trying to get this stinking thing to go away. And so while I was there, I was still on it. And it was just an absolute mess. So when I got there, I was still on it. And so Friday went by, and then Saturday, the event, right? We you know, took part in the event, right? Luckily the infection is gone, but I'm still on that medicine and my heart rate's a disaster. Something happened we didn't know about. My dad and I didn't, because just sometimes things are just going on and you don't realize what thing is doing what in terms of medical stuff. My oxygen concentrator was on top of my feeding bag. So wheelchair, bag. And the weight of the oxygen concentrator is about 18 pounds. And if you're moving around, you're moving around and this and that, the weight, it had swung at some point. It had probably swung and swung back, and it cracked the cassette. So like the little cassette that like hooks into the feeding pump that regulates the flow. So if you say mine's set at 65 milliliters an hour, and this little piece like hooks over the rotor, so the rotor turns to dose out that over the course of the day. That cracked and broke. The problem is, it's loud and things are going on and stuff, and we didn't hear it beep. So it turned out from like sun up to sundown, I had received 0 fluid or calories, and that affected that medicine that I was on, to the point that we've now learned that my phosphorus and my potassium had like dropped to like kind of like a dangerous level. And that night, I still may have or may have not have, but what I did was I ate about this much of a piece of pizza. I was so hungry that I saw it and I just went. And like, my doctors say like I can eat little bites of things once in a while if I'm very careful and it's very like plain and this and that. You can't just like eat a ton of stuff, but you can have like a bite or two. That's something in the last like 6 years they've allowed me to do once in a while if like I can tolerate it. Not always tolerate it, but sometimes I can. And so I thought, it's not gonna hurt, but it's gonna make my stomach not feel like, the way it is. So either, this is what my last doctor's appointments, either I got food poisoning from that, or because if you don't have certain calories, if you don't have fluid with that specific antibiotic, it can actually do what food poison. I don't know. It's confusing. We had a long talk about like what it could have done, but that Saturday night, for about 6 hours, I was throwing up consistently, over and over and over and over, for 6 hours. And I think after like one of them, I just fell asleep and never woke up till about 7 a.m. And I woke up and I was like, hey, I feel pretty good, because what we did do at night was we did stop that medicine. Like my mom made like the decision that like, we were like, I think this medicine, it's either this medicine or what I ate. We're not entirely sure. And she's like, okay, you've been on it for this many days. So you've been past it for the 7-day course. They only wanted you to stay on it until they did the surgery on Monday, or Tuesday. We're stopping it. And when I stopped it, passed out, woke up, and I felt better than I had in like a month. That medicine like cleared my mind where I could like think a little more clearly. My heart rate was like 72. And then I was like, oh, I feel, besides spending most of the night throwing up, I actually feel better than I have in a long time. But yeah, by my mom saying we're stopping that medicine, like it's safe because you're past the 7-day course. They just wanted you to be on it until the surgery. So it's like you still went through the correct amount of days with antibiotics. It was more of a precaution. And so then, I don't know, this is all kind of convoluted, but like when I did go to the doctor, they believed that potentially my potassium and phosphorus had gotten so out of whack that it made me horrifically sick. And my electrolytes were probably so out of whack, because also I found out that I was having like ridiculous heart palpitations. So yeah, it was kind of a wild trip. It's kind of a wild trip. But it was just a remarkable thing when I woke up and thought there was like no way I could go to the event when I like passed out, to waking up and having that medicine clear my system and my heart rate was like 72. It was like such a relief. It was like the sun opened up. Like I didn't have that horrific anxiety. I didn't have my heart rate like blowing my chest out. And also my dad and I were able to get the pump working. So once like I was passed out and had a healthy amount of Zofran, my dad turned the pump on. So he figured if you're like fully passed out, it's probably okay. It's probably not going to make you any sicker. So he turned it on so there was fluid going. So over the next few hours, at least I had got fluid and stuff. And then I was kind of like back. So it was a wild trip. That's like somebody, I've gotten so many comments. They probably mean well, but it's like, Scar, you look kind of, you don't look yourself, or you, I don't know what, there's been like a number of those comments that were like, what was one of them that said something I saw on Twitter? There's like one of them, it was like, you look pretty deflated. I don't know. It's just like, I was like, bro, if you only had any idea, I am doing my literal best to be functional here. I am doing my best. Scar's guardian angels on constant duty. Yeah. I don't know. The thing is, like, I've also been through way worse, so it's just like, yeah, it's just another day in the neighborhood. It's just another day in the neighborhood. Just another day, making the best of it. Everyone has a cards that they're dealt in life, and you just have to make the best of it with the cards that you're dealt. If you wallow too much, if you just get too much into the sense of like, woe is me or whatever, and just not let anything ever happen in your life, then nothing will happen. Nothing fun will happen. You'll never do anything. So yeah, you just have to persevere through it. I am pretty good at knowing when my electrolytes are down. That was one thing on my phone with my mom, I was like, I'm pretty sure this, and this are down, because it was probably 2012. I remember specifically my potassium was so low that I was hospitalized, and most of the things that were happening to me were very similar to that. They're very similar to that. And usually potassium definitely influences your heart, so it has a big impact on that. Magnesium's a little different. I know what that one feels like. It's a little different on the heart. And phosphorus is another one that's hard on the heart when it's down. All right. But yeah, I would love to, at some point, someday, go to an event where I'm not having 1,000 health issues. You know an event that I didn't have any health issues at? You know what one it was? It was TwitchCon San Diego 1. So what was that, 2024? Yeah, it was 2024. I had no issues. You know what? I even slept really well. I got to bed early. It was great. I had no issues. It was fantastic. It was wonderful. No issues. No concussions like in Vegas. No concussions like in Vegas. Yeah, it was great. That was one. That was a good one. Last year, it was just hard because I have to take my nebulizers and all that stuff. So I'm doing that like 4 times a day. I was doing like 4 times a day. So that was kind of just tiring, exhausting. And then of course I had an asthma attack and had an accident, but it all worked out in the end. But I would just like to have one event where there's no issue. That'd be nice.
Shani 7502 cheer 500.
Oh, Shani, thank you for the bits. Very much appreciated. Anyway, let's talk about the event. Shout out to Green's events, by the way. I missed part. There was part. I think it was the first part of Silly Games. I missed that part, but a lot of us watched it in the atrium. Such a fun one when Jimmy puts his hand in there to try to get the Woody doll. One thing I would have done fantastic at was the guess where. I think Green had a I didn't hear a lot of the audio, so I was interpreting a lot because there was no audio where I was, but I could see it on the big screen. The segment that Green had where people guessed the location, I would have got every one of those. Well, there was one of Green's rump, but I'm not sure I would have guessed that one. But the rest of them, I would have guessed every single one of those instantly. I would have won that segment. I would have owned that segment. That would have been my segment. I have a very weirdly photographic memory where I could place anything. Ethos desk. Korean asked me for that image like a few days before the event. And I went back in the archives from that stream that we had on season 10 and found that. Yeah, no, I would have rocked that segment. Martin guessing that Anthony was Gem was such a funny moment. That was very funny. That was a good. Oh my god! I'm burning. Let's see, what else was fun? Oh, I think it was yeah, I was the treasure for Grian's, I always call it Hermit Master. And I remember telling Grian, I was like, well, you probably don't want people like reeling you around. And I'm like, no. If somebody decides to not take the treasure out of the treasure chest, or doesn't just take the treasure chest, they decide to take me, they should get like a point. I don't know how the points work, but they should get a point. And Cleo came over there. First, Joel comes over there during that segment. I don't think this was on camera. Joel comes over there, and I have the treasure chest under the Etho jersey. And he's like, Scar, I need a treasure. You have a treasure. Do you have something? Here, where is it? And I go, the treasure you seek is all around you. Choose wisely, Joel. And then I pull the Etho jersey up, and then like the treasure chest, and he's just like, and he grabs a little treasure. And then as he runs away, I go, you chose unwisely. And then Cleo, I feel like there was someone else. Was it? Oh, it's B-Dubs. It was Cleo, B-Dubs, and Ollie. They run over, and Ollie grabs a coin, and like B-Dubs can't get back enough, so his hands are just like over Cleo's head like this, like like an orangutan. He was like, I need. He's just, and then Cleo's like, can I take you? And I wink at Cleo to not give it away, but I'm like, and so then Ollie, which I think should get a negative point, grabs on the back of the wheelchair too and goes, I'll take him too. And then I accidentally call Ollie Joel, and then Ollie takes that person. And then they wheel me to the to Gem, right? B-Dubs is behind me going, I didn't get a coin. I need a coin. I open the treasure chest and throw one back, and he catches it. Oh, I wish that was on camera. That whole scene was just comical of Ollie mad that I called him Joel. Oh, speaking of Mr. Whimsical. Hello, Mr. Whimsical. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. Thank you for the raid, Ollie. So that was fun. And then later Cleo came back to hide. So we hid Cleo in my desk, and I popped too soon. So I had a party popper, and I should have waited for Green and Jim to come into the room before I cranked it. So we had Cleo under the desk. I had a bunch of auction items. Everybody was kind of like, trying to block Cleo. And at one point the camera comes in there, and I could see it on the big monitors that it was live. So I thought that Jem was watching the monitors looking for hiding spots. I didn't know Jem was going to physically come around. And so when the camera came, and I think it was staged, came like hurrying around the corner with the camera like that, I was like, oh no, they're here. And I popped the party popper, but that was literally the last party popper. We had no more. That was the last one. So it was a little too soon, sadly. But it was a good hiding spot. But at the end of the day, B-Dubs' hiding spot was the best. He looked like the clown from It. Especially whoever the camera operator was, like zoomed in on his face, and it got kind of like fuzzy and distorted. That was like perfect comedic timing. So whoever that was kind of just zoomed in a little bit, and it made it was very funny. That was very funny. I'll tell you this, when we were all in the atrium watching, so it was like the Mojang guys, some of the Hermits, when B-Dubs is holding that beetroot, I shouted, he's gonna do it. And they're like, what? I was like, he's gonna eat it. It's like, no. And I'm like, he's gonna do it. I know he's gonna eat that. He's gonna do it. And then Anthony's like, there's dirt on it. And I said, he doesn't care. He's gonna do it. He's going in. And then just that bite. Oh my God. That was so funny. That whole atrium was just laughing their butts off when he did that, when he bit that thing. Oh, that was such a good moment. That was such a good moment. Oh my God, there's so much lava, guys. How much do we have? 17, that's not bad. That could get us at least some good stuff. That could get us some good stuff. Okay, a little further in, a little further in. Little further in. I think I'm gonna try to get a few more. I want a few more. P-Dubs is such a trooper. Oh, 100%. 100%. I genuinely thought he was gonna throw up. I'll be honest, I don't know what a beet tastes like. I'm not sure I've ever had a beet. I was told it's very sugary. There's a little bit of a sugary aspect to it. Why am I missing? Yeah, they're sweet. I never really had any like reference. I'm sure I've had a beet. I just couldn't place it when we were there. I was like, I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't think of what it would taste like. But apparently, it like basically was like hard as a rock. Like you could see that he's like really struggling with it. I can't get past this lava curtain, guys. Like this lava curtain is gonna beat me. What has happened? I don't know what has happened. I pushed a button. Oh, Katie's meowing at the door. Oh, your little Katie beesies. Oh, your little Katie, so sad faces. Hold on, guys. I can't. She's making a little sad cry. Come here, Katie. You can come in. Come on. Come in if you want. Here you go. Yeah, if you were fitting, Katie, I wouldn't let you in. I'm sorry if there's a bunch of noise in the background. George has graduated from lawnmower to a pressure washer now. Oh, weird. I don't know what just happened there, guys, but I think we activated the cinema cam. I think we activated the cinema cam there for a minute. Oh my God. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's working out. Everything's really good. Everything's clean. Look at how clean it is. Anyway. Yeah, we went into cinematic mode for a minute. But, oh God. But I had so many other stories I wanted to tell you guys from the event, but when you start streaming, your mind's like, oh, I need to do this. Oh, that's broken. Oh, your cat's meowing. And then you get way off track of what you wanted to talk about. So catch me back up, chat. If you have any Q&A questions, just go #Q&A. And if you have any fun questions about the event, just let me know and I'll get my mind back on track. Because I'm dealing with the frustration of George next door pressure washing. He's now, by the way, on day 2 pressure washing. And it's from sun up to sundown. And it's driving me crazy. It's making me mad. So frustrating. Let's see. Q&A Scar, are $1 donations worth it? Absolutely, they are. Every single dollar counts. And when you have the large amount of people that were part of the stream, and when you say, I don't know, maybe there's, you know, 1,000 people, they're like, hey, I could just do a $1. $1,000. That's $1,000. That's a huge amount. So like the think about the dollars as just is a dollar that's combined with many other dollars to make this massive amount. Without the donations, like there is nothing. So like I always feel bad when people say like, oh, I could just donate $1. $1 is incredible. Like $1 with the power of the community is massive. So it isn't just $1. It's $1 to help the cause that we're trying to work towards. So never feel like, oh, it's all I got. No, that's amazing. Every dollar counts, and is every single donation, every dollar is appreciated, and we just appreciate it all very, very much when we're doing this. And you have no idea the power of those dollar drives. Those dollar drives can generate $20,000 to $30,000 to $40,000 when you have all people coming together just to do $1. They might think, oh, it's just $1, but $1 with this huge group of amazing community members contributing is what makes it such a huge thing. So those dollar drives are massive when we do them. Absolutely massive. Let's see. Q&A Scar, what beat-ups did you like most? Beat-ups, baby beat-ups, and what? I don't know what the other was. Bin beat-ups. Oh, that's a good question. I'm gonna say beat-ups because it was just it was the fun of having everybody just kind of like with bated breath if he was gonna do it or not in the atrium, which was so funny. And also for you know, to, how do I say this? For the comment asking if $1 is worth it, of course, like we said, $1 is absolutely worth it combined with everybody else. It's just an absolute massive thing. But not everybody can donate $1, and that is always understood and always appreciated by everybody at the charity event. So like you just being in the chat, you just hanging out, that contributes. That helps make the event what it is. Not everything has to be just donations. It's all about us coming together as one like gigantic, amazing community. And on top of that, like if you aren't able to donate, you know, a lot of people are like, hey, I can't donate, but I shared the link with my friends or my family. I posted on social media, or I did some art and uploaded it to social media. All that stuff contributes to make what the event is, and is very, very much appreciated. And a big shout out to all the incredible artists of the community who donated items to the event. That is really, really appreciated. That's like a huge part of what makes the event so special, and especially like the people who are on the outside of like our community, say it like the charity or Mojang or all these different places. They absolutely love seeing all the items that the community puts together. They're always just shocked. Like, I mean, we had incredible knit sweaters and, you know, all the Hermit Easter eggs, fighter pilot helmets. It was just incredible to see all the cool and beautiful artwork that was made. The oil paintings. It just goes on and on and on. There's so much lava. I'm going to say that Pearl's method of just mining is probably the most superior way. Oh dear. I'm in danger. I don't know where those ones were going off. Gosh, there's so much lava. Guys, there's probably good stuff in the lava, but I'm just like entirely engulfed in it. The dice were fantastic. The dice were awesome. I only wish they were there. I just felt like, being that there's so many like loose items in the chaos of the event, I was so worried that those dice would get lost. Because you can kind of like manage like a thing, a helmet, a box or whatever. But if there's loose items and people are playing with them, I was like so worried that we were gonna lose them. So I had them sent directly to the warehouse. But I really wish we had them there. But I think it was better in the end that those dice did not get lost. Skiz's pyramid. I tried picking up it and the top wobbled, and I'm like, I don't want to break it. I don't want to break it. I'm gonna leave it here. I'm gonna leave it here. I'm gonna leave it here. Yeah, no, the D&D dice were so wonderful. They were so cool. Like I said, I wish we could have seen them in person, but like I said, I just felt like those loose items could have got lost, and that would have been a real bummer to lose them. Let's see. Here's a Q&A question, but it's blocked by my camera. There we are. Let's see. Q&A Scar. Why is the chat moving? I froze it for a second. Now it's moving. Now I lost the Q&A question. Let's see. You go back in time a week before the event. What do you do differently? What do I do differently? I'm in another tunnel. Anyway, I would definitely not go on the same antibiotic. That's a big one. I would make sure, it's probably not too much to share, but make sure my dad's DBS box in his brain was set to the correct settings, which they weren't during the event. So he was in a lot of pain the whole event, and he didn't tell me. I would make sure that he had that correctly dialed in. So those are two big things. Those are two giant things that if I go back and tell Scar that, hey, you need to make sure that your dad's DBS box is set correctly. Oh my God, Katie, I thought a ghost was coming out of my bathroom. Katie, I don't know if you guys caught that through the mic, but my door like squeaked. So those are two things. Get off that antibiotic. That. Trying to think of what else. I mean, what a trooper my dad was. But yeah, there's a lot of other stuff, but it's stuff that it's like, I don't know. For instance, the audio issues. There was a lot of audio issues this year. Yes, like if I could go back and say, yes, we should spend the extra $20,000 for the full like lav microphone setup. Is that probably worth it? It probably in the end would have been. It's just, it was so expensive, you know, like to have the equipment for that. But it's like, you know, yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that would say like the lav microphones would have been huge, you know, stuff like that. That would have made a difference in the audio. But those are things that we learned for the future. You know, those are things we've definitely learned for the future to make the... Katie, if you break that, you're going to be in big trouble. That is the rental price. That is the rental price. So yeah, we've learned a lot for audio. Like that's you know, you learn as you go along. And some stuff like you just, I don't know. Yeah, if you go back and say, hey, that cord is defective and it's going to delay the start of the production by 30 minutes and create audio issues at the beginning of the stream. Like, yeah, if I could go back, I would make sure that cord was never run all the way across the building. That had to get immediately replaced very, very quickly. Well, we're all in position for the intro. But those are the nature of live events. Like, live events are incredibly complex. Plus, on top of that, you're taking an office and turning it into a production space. There's always going to be gremlins in the wires. There's no free area to explode. So there's always... Katie, if you pull my power cord out of my computer, I'm going to be mad. So yeah, there's always things like that, but those are the things you just learn for the future and be like, you know, got to do testing ahead of time, do a stream ahead of time, make sure all that's... Oh my God. I just need a long tunnel. But yeah, I mean, you could get mad at problems and mistakes and stuff like that, or you just learn from it and say, hey, that was a mistake. We learned from that for the future. No need to get upset or, you know, dwell on, you know, spilled milk when in the future we know to get a bigger cup or make sure we have paper towels. You know what I mean? You just gotta learn. You gotta learn from it. And that's, you know, I wrote down a lot of those things. So like in the future, we're like, hey, let's not make the same mistakes. Let's make new mistakes. Ah! I don't think I've ever seen a live event go smooth 100% smoothly. And I think it would be bad luck if a live event went 100% smoothly. But yeah. There's just so many little things that can go wrong. I think at one point on Sunday, I don't speak super tech, but apparently one of the PCs, so think of it as like a pipeline, right? All the PCs are funneling in one direction. They're going all in one direction, network-wise. One PC decided to go against the grain and go this way. I don't know how that works. I heard it through when there was a delay, was like one of the PCs or some kind of stream was coming in and it was going the opposite direction. I don't know tech. I don't know. But those are things like sometimes you just don't have any control over when somehow a PC decides to send its signal in the wrong way. It's crazy. Let's see. Have work professional shoots and sets before can confirm. Never goes to plan. No, it doesn't. But like I said, you just learn each time, so you don't make the same mistakes. You make new mistakes for the next time. So at least that means you're moving forward. Would you change a thing that happened on stream? Absolutely. One of the things that I wanted to fix from last year was the Be Right Back screens. So let's say first one, last year's Be Right Back screens had copyrighted music that played, and that muted a lot of the streams. So when people's VODs came back, they were muted in those sections, and that's just bad viewing. Who cares about the monetization? It cares about like chunks of the stream are now muted. So like that's just bad show for people who want to rewatch. Second, I just think Be Right Back screens are just bad show in general. It's okay if they're there for a few seconds. So this year I really wanted to fix the Be Right Back sections, but I didn't do it as effectively as I wanted to. So a lot of the ideas that I had for this year, because of my late arrival, didn't happen in terms of like kind of man on the street interviews. So say like, Grian's wrapping up silly games, and instead of it going to like a Be Right Back screen, it's kicked to me. Maybe we're doing like a fun thing in the PC room, and then we kick it to the music room, then the donation drive, and then Blood on the Clock Tower starts. Instead, those parts weren't as flushed out as I wanted them to be, based on like how I had it like scheduled. Katie, if you knock my PC over, you're gonna go in the Finny category of bad. That cat. So yeah, that's something that in the future I really want to nail down, is that those segments in between the main events are really like smooth. And then another thing is, some people, even my mom, messaged me like 3 times during the event and was like, that Be Right Back music is getting a little much. So that was a mistake that I never followed up with. So I gave production a bunch of songs, but it was the insane version. So here's the behind the scenes of that. The normal version of Grian's wonderful Be Right Back song was somehow corrupted. The one I had sent, so I got I pulled them from a Google Drive and sent them, but the normal version did not work. And they never told me it didn't work. So you got stuck with the cursed version. But there was some other songs that unfortunately, like, I needed to have talked to them ahead of time to make sure this was all ironed out. There was like a bunch of stuff from Ollie. So TriviaBot, MCC song, and a bunch of those things that never got played. It was only the Be Right Back cursed version. And I didn't know that until my mom texted me. Because when we're there, we don't know. We don't know. The curse song was an experience. I know. Often I know. I feel bad because it was one of the things that I didn't know that I was in charge of. And, I sent them those songs. So like the non-curse version, apparently that file was corrupted. And then I had sent him also like a list of additional songs, but none of those were pulled. So yeah, it's something that I regret not following through. But unfortunately, I just didn't have time between like setting up my equipment and this and that for the limited time that I had. But like I said, it's just something we learned for the future. We'll make sure we get that fixed for next time. At least this time, nobody got flagged for copyright except for one song from the music room. So that was good. That was good. So that's an improvement. That's an improvement. We got to take our improvements where we get them. So yeah, that was good. I know, you guys, I know about the curse song. I know. But like I said, it's very, very good to like, learn from mistakes so you can better it for next time. And honestly, just listening to that music reminds me of my dealings with the permit office, like in real life. So just We're all just sitting there, just reminiscing about in-game permit offices and real-life permit offices. Oh my god, now there's 2 cats in here. How is there more than 2? When did Finny come in here? The door's closed. I don't understand. Q&A Scar, what was your favorite dono read? That's a good question. What was my favorite dono read? So we had the bubbles, the marshmallows, sticky notes. There was one where Impulse was. There was one where they were going to do something like, I think it was do something annoying to the person, but then Impulse is like, I think this could be better. And they did the whole like music segment where Martin was rapping and stuff. I think that was so good. That was so good. That was so good. Like, I'm so glad Impulse is like, dude, can we do this? I'm like, 100% switch it out. And that was such a banger segment. And that's kind of the beautiful thing, is always being like on your toes of like switching up something. And like, I was so glad they did that because it was so entertaining and the audience loved it. So it was really cool. The whole music room was wonderful. It was just a wonderful, wonderful thing. It was a wonderful thing. Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, right? That was a ton, that did raise a ton of money, that musical segment. So like, yeah, when Impulse and them all did that, it was like, so, it was great. It was so good. It was so good. Question about the auction items. Yes, the auction items are being packed and then sent to warehouse. So it'll be a little bit, but it takes a long time for them to kind of, you know, get all of that sent back from Seattle to warehouse, properly packaged, properly then, you know, addressed and labeled, and then sent to the recipients. So it'll be a few weeks before that's all you know, prepared and sent. So just patience on that. It's a very, very small team of people that do it. So, and there's a lot of auction items, guys. There's a lot of incredible auction items, but it does take time to sort through it. Did the bubble duration segment really break the microphone? Great question. I've actually wondered that too. Will they take as long as the MCC Copper Crowns is the question. No. And also, guys, whoever that was who bought the horse, you've got to tell us where it lives. You know, it could be private. You could just send it to our email. We'll keep it private. We've just got to know where it lives. Like, I am so invested in the home of the zombie horse that was on the auction. Where that goes, we've got to know. We've got to know. You know, if you want to email us eventually when it's in its home. You know, we won't make it public or anything, but just we're all so invested in where it went. We're so invested. I want to know where it lives. I want to know it's taken care of. You just want to know it goes to a loving family. Yeah. How much did the Etho shirt sell for? Oh boy, I think around. I'm just gonna throw a number out there. This may be right or wrong, but I think it's around $6,000. I don't know for sure. I don't know what the final number was, but I do know that funded multiple carts, and that's like really, really cool. And thank you to Etho. Like, I sent him a message and I was like, Etho, can we auction this off? And he was cool with it. So, you know, big shout out to Etho for letting us do that. That he funded a lot of carts that went towards kids, that now kids will have, you know, something to do on their darkest days in the hospital. So shout out to Etho for letting us auction that off. So yeah, that was very cool. Imagine Etho signed it. Hey, you know, there's a lot of Etho signatures on there. There's a lot of Etho signatures on there. One of them is Hot Etho Guy. Pretty good signature. 2 of those signatures are mine because, like, I was like, this has to be perfect. And I had like a medley of pens that I tested, and 2 Ethos on there are a fabric, and a Sharpie. And at the fold at the bottom of the jersey, there's also a number of little tiny little dots that I tested with like gold and another color. It had to be perfect. It had to be perfect. Let's see. How long is a risk assessment for Joels? What does that mean? What is a risk assessment for Joels? Dude, I go into the PC room and I'm like, oh no, is there a flood in here? Because there was all this like plastic up in the ceiling above one of the stations. And I'm like, oh no, they had a leak in the ceiling. And then Cleo's like, oh no, it's just Joe. I'm like, what does that mean? She's like, oh, he's just diffusing the light above his station. I'm like, kind of smart. But I did think that was a flood. I thought there was a flood. Dude, if you walked into an office building and there was a bunch of plastic draped over the ceiling in the ceiling tiles, we would all think there was a flood. I feel like that's a normal reaction. I feel like that's a normal reaction to think that there was a flood. But I gotta say, it was smart because Joe was doing the TCG stuff and the light was kind of harsh, right? And it was creating glare on the cards. So he just diffused it. And it was like, smart move. I'm glad it wasn't a flood. Glad it wasn't a flood. I think one of the big things next year, speaking of floods, is to do something about the heat. You know, wherever that is, like move computers, different rooms and stuff like that. It's just hard on the Hermits because you have like a lot of PCs in one small spot. It's like, it's hot.
6,350 used.
So Ether's shirt went for 6,350. That's crazy. Also, I got to admit something. My shirt didn't appear on the auction, and I was confused why. I unpacked my bag, and my dad had folded it up perfectly neatly in there. And I pulled it. I'm like, oh no. I'm like, Dad, this should have been on the auction. He goes, oh no, I didn't want you to lose it. And I packed it up really nice so we wouldn't lose it because I felt like it would mean a lot to you. And I'm like, oh, it's okay, Dad. It's all right. It's just like the pink jacket over again. So my jersey will go up on the auction next year. But yeah, he was being so nice. He was just making sure it was safe because I'm always losing all my stuff.
Smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smile.
Ladybug socks went for 2,300 USD. What was the ladybug socks? I must have missed something. Hey Panda, I don't remember the ladybug socks. Was that part of one of Grian's segments? Maybe, you know, maybe they did some kind of feet thing. Yeah, the socks were for silly games. You know, I figured there was probably silly games. I figured that was probably for some kind of like foot segment. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I don't even think I saw that segment. Huh, interesting. I do mean to rewatch the entire thing eventually. But yeah, my jersey, like, it's so funny to me that my jersey, like, my dad folded it up all neat and was like, yeah, made sure you didn't lose this. I'm like, oh god. I thought I was gonna make it out of there faster than I did. Because I'm always leaving stuff behind, missing stuff, so my dad's constantly like running behind, making sure I've got all my stuff. So when I saw that in my bag, I was like, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. And shout out to Avondale for getting all of those jerseys printed, sent, all that. That's always a lot of work, so big shout out to Avondale for that. Scar Dad for the win. Did they auction the Woody off from Silly Games? I like how Jimmy knew that was Woody just instant. He puts his hands in the box and then he's just like, it's just like, it's just a face. He goes, guys, that segment about where is this place, I would have won. I would have destroyed everyone. Do you guys remember when Green and I did the GeoGuessr? This was a long time ago, like years ago, but Green and I did that GeoGuessr where we guessed places. If that's still like up, if the person who created that if it's still up, I want to do that again. Because I'm very good at guessing stuff like that. Very good at that. Also kind of good at GeoGuessr, surprisingly, my friends. I guess stuff based on... I goof up signs a lot, other language signs. You can probably imagine the dyslexia is on 100%. But what I can do pretty well is environments, like tree types, sky color. Those things I'm fairly good at. Let's see, which hermits that were there was the first time you've seen? Oh, sweet. Cleo, B-Dubs, Jev, and then non-hermits, obviously, Chano. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, that was, yeah. Skiz's wife, I met Skiz's wife last year for about 5 seconds. Skiz's wife is a delight and a treasure. Skiz's wife worked so hard during that event. Like, Skiz's wife was just striding that building, keeping everybody in line. Like, big shout out to, big shout out to Skiz's wife. Like, she did so much work, especially like kind of just getting all the, I don't know, all the eggs in a row for like the segments and stuff like that. So yeah, big shout out. Oh, everybody else, Scott. I've met Scott a million times. Love Scott. I've met Scott a million times at events. Ollie, I met Ollie last year at TwitchCon. Ollie at the MCC party came behind me and whispered in my ear, was like, "At this year's charity stream, if you need a whimsically musical man, I am that man." And I turned to him, I'm like, yes. I'm so glad Ollie came. Ollie was wonderful. Ollie brought so much to the event. He did so well. One of my favorite moments, honestly, was just B-Dubs and I recapping the whole weekend on Sunday night. I sometimes don't always get to like hang out with Hermits as much as I want to, just because I always have some kind of, I don't know, medicine or something I've got to go unfortunately do, or I'm just kind of worn out. So that night, B-Dubs like knew I was just in my hotel room. He came by and we talked for a long time before he had to go to bed, of course, because he had an early flight. But that was honestly one of my favorite moments, was just having fun talking about the weekend. That was really fun. Ollie was awesome on Joe's MCC team, kept the vibes. That's great. Did Joe have fun with MCC? I know Joe was doing some practicing and stuff like that. I hope Joe had a good time. What team was Corrales on? I've been wanting to watch the VOD with Corrales. I've been wanting to watch the VOD. I forgot which team Corrales was on. I forgot. Dude, can we talk about Tango? Wait, hold on. Tango had so much fun on MCC. First of all, I don't believe you. Second of all, can we talk about Tango's sign event? How cool that was? That Tango took, you know, the side event we've had in the past, which people like, and, you know, it's kind of like a chill segment. People usually go around, you know, place the signs and stuff. Him gamifying it and making $489,000 through signs was insane. So huge shout out to Tango and all the modders who made that like possible. That took out kind of the grindy, boring aspects of it and made it like fun. So that was really cool. So huge shout out to Tango and everyone who made that segment a reality, because that segment made, I'm not joking, $489,000, which was insane. Yeah, he did so good on that. I think I've told him like that about 18 times during the event. I'm like, dude, you remember when you did that segment that raised $480,000? He's probably so sick of me by the end of that. I was like, hey, it's Tango. What Scar? You remember that segment you did that raised $489,000? He did so good. I know, trying to think of some other fun, trying to think of some other fun events. I really like the, I really like Ren segments. They were super chill. Like, you know, the Q&A thing. I thought that was a really fun way to wrap up the day. Also, if any Hermits are watching, why were the sure SMBs for the Q&A segment and for nothing else, and we had awful audio in every other area? Did anybody else realize that? The Q&A had the best audio. Everybody's got like shock mounts on a SMB microphone right up against the mouth, perfect mic discipline. I was like, where were those things the whole time? When I was editing the vlog, or the VOD, that is, the VOD, and I was going through that segment, and I was like, wait, what? The audio is perfect. Oh, look at those microphones. Why were those microphones used in any other segment? Oh my God. That was so funny when I saw that. I was like, where were these the whole time? But yeah, Ren's segments were great. They were really good. I like how he asks not just yeah, I don't know, just like your standard miney crafty hermit crafty answers, but he kind of goes out. He's like, B-dubs, what's your hair routine or something? You know, I think that keeps it fresh and exciting. That's not just like, you did this once on Hermitcraft, explain. No, it's a little bit more about the person, which I think he does a good job with that. And I think everybody, you know, sends in the questions, do a good job. Hermit Mystery was fun. Oh yeah, so I watched that with Anthony at my desk, so I could see the whole production, right? So I could see all the camera angles, all of here. So I could see a big version of the three guys. I could see that, and we guessed Etho.
The confetti cannons were amazing.
I'm glad you like the confetti cannons. I had too much fun with the confetti cannons. But we guessed Etho right away. That's just easy. Etho is so easy to get. Hermit Mystery might be. I really want to do that again. That was so much fun the last year. I'm gonna beg on my wheels to be able to do that again. Anyway, I got thrown with Ren because that was the one we had. Anthony and I had a couple different ideas, and then I said gem because I don't know anyone else who uses mending on a bow. And I had no idea that Ren uses mending on a bow. Unless he was being silly. I think you were supposed to be, you know, like, I think you were supposed to be fairly accurate with your answers. And like I was like, that's Gem. That has to be Gem. Gem's the big proponent of putting mending on a bow. So I was like, that has to be Gem. And Ren in that also kind of like bungled up the redstone a little bit. So I was like, that's probably, that might be, that I was pretty sure that was Gem. And it was Ren. It was Ren. I had, the bow really got me. And then who was the other one? I'm sorry, that was Pearl, right? That was Pearl. That one was tough. I think we bounced around a lot, but I think Anthony did say it was like, I think we were saying like it's a competent player. You know, they did the redstone. Like everything was like competent. So we're trying to like run through the list of like, okay, who's a competent player? So yeah, I think Anthony is the one who said Pearl at the end for that one. And then of course, Etho was so easy. Etho does a very specific move with his character. He does this. He doesn't do just like a wobble. He does this. It's like a very quick move. And when I clocked that, I was like, that's Etho. Wait, you guys didn't know who the other person was, Etho? I would have thought that Etho knew the other people. Oh, you didn't know. So you guys were all just mysteries to each other. Oh, that's interesting. Man, George and that pressure washer, I swear. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I love Hermit Mystery. That's such a fun segment. Oh, yeah, Pearl and Renu, because they were literally probably in the same room, I guess, right? They were in the same room. Blindfold bingo was really fun. I was just getting kind of tired at that point, and so when I put that blindfold on, dude, guys, I was checked out. I was so tired. But I gotta say, Joel and I didn't do too bad. Joel and I did not do too bad. You know, not last, so that was nice. But we did pretty good, considering both of us got really tired when we put that blindfold on, because that was pure darkness. And I was big tired. There we go. But yeah, great segment too. That was a good segment. It was fun to do something with Joel. So that was what was especially fun with that. That and that. There we are. Scar, of the 3 flowers you're most associated with the life story, which one is your favorite? Oh, what are you in cahoots over there with what's going on over here? It's spoilers. No, never mind. Quiet. No, don't say nothing. No, quiet. No speak. Scar's not gonna speak. No. Dang it. You almost made me spoils. No. Dang it. Alas. I'm being good, Coco. I'm bad at keeping secrets. Probably say sunflowers. Sunflowers is gonna be my little farm. We have sunflowers. It's gonna be great. We have bees. I need a name for my little farm. My little tiny farm. The only thing my little farm's not gonna have is a llama, which is sad. But I don't have the capacity to take care of livestock. It's expensive and it's more physically demanding than I have physically demanding in my bones. I need a name for it. Could have had this up. Izzy, that is exactly what my dad said. He was like, this horse would be pretty cool in the yard at the new house. Oh, we're out of TNT. Oh, dang. And I'm like, I don't think I could afford the shipping. All right, let's go get some more TNT. Actually, we did get a decent amount of Netherite, so that's fantastic. All right, we're gonna have to figure out how to get out of here is the real challenge.
Hallowed_animations cheer 500 BTW Kerelis was on a team with Doc XP and Cub for MCC.
That's right. It was the Doc Cub team. That's right. George the manager. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god, guys, how am I gonna get out of here? Wait, Etho. Where Etho? How do you get nether? How do you get netherite, Etho? Because I did the boom boom method. Is this, oh my god, just need to get out of this tunnel. How do you get your netherite? Do you do tunneling? Do you do TNT? Do you just say, who cares about netherite? How do you get it? I'm curious what your thoughts are, Etho. Oh, you just want to get out of here. Okay. That's probably what I should have done. You got some from Cub. Oh, that's... You got it. Oh, guys. Oh, where's the pills? Oh my god, I burned so much, so hard. Okay. We're okay. I'm gonna go a different direction. That was not working out. It's a good thing I brought the potions. Oh. Okay, it's okay. These are only 3 minutes. I don't know if I want to commit to swimming up a water stream with 3-minute potions. I guess I do have... Well, I got 2 more. I guess I could have done it. I guess I could have done it. Yeah, I guess I could have done that. I'll just go up this way. I'll just go up this way. You got freaking... I'm sorry, I'm gonna do cheaty. I use cheaty cam. And you know what? I'm not ashamed of it to find that I was literally in a freaking lava lake. You think I could swim that? I can't lose. I can't lose the goods. I can't lose the goods. Knowing me, I'm gonna lose the goods, and I don't want to lose the goods. I don't want to lose the goods. I don't want to lose it. Ender chest it? Solid. Solid idea. Solid idea. Just wait, Ether's gonna say something in the chat in about 5 seconds, calling me the coward's way out. You know it. You know it. You know he's gonna say it. You know he's gonna say it. You know it. Actually, I'm gonna take that, and I'm gonna take this too, and I'm gonna take that. Ooh. I'm gonna bring that and that and that. Ah, the arrows are gonna get sacrificed. Arrows are gonna get sacrificed. Keep the potions. Did I not get? Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. I can throw that in there. Sweet. Okay. Oh my god. Forgot this. Throw that in there. Oh my god. Oh my god. I need another box. It's very inefficient because my... Oh, jeez. Oh, why that scared me. Very jumpy today, apparently. Potions? Oh, that's why you keep saying potions. Because if I jump in the lava, it will kill me because I still have 30 seconds remaining. But I have a way around that. Give me your best shot, bud. Ah, we are back. Back to the beautiful shopping district. It's a Cleo raid. Hello, Cleo raiders. Hello. I don't know what I'm doing. Just being annoying. I'm just being annoying, guys. Okay. Grab that. Okay. Quick question, guys. Netherite, big time different than it used to be, right? It's not the same as it used to be. Where's my boots? Oh, there they are. Okay, sweet. Let's see. Are those go-karts? Yes. Yeah. Check it out. Hoffman made these. The wonderful and delightful Hoffman made these. Look at them. Look at how cool they are. Yeah, the day before I left, I came on the server and placed these in little fun spots, right? So we got that guy. He's hanging from the branch. This one's chilling up in a tree, just having a great time up there. We have some kind of crawling up the sides of the trees, some up there. And where's the other? Oh, yeah, this one's my favorite. Little copper golem playing his go-kart. And yeah, I love them. I think it came out really cool. I think they came out pretty cool. Let me go say hi to Skiz real quick. Skiz, Lizzy Wizzy. Oh, by the way, Mumbo becoming quite the streamer. Can we say a nice word about Mumbo doing some streaming? Which, honestly, I could see him becoming a builder before ever streaming. So that was a big fun surprise to see Mumbo stream. So I thought that was really cool. That was very nice of him to stream for MCC and stuff like that. So that was really cool. This did not work. What's up? It did not work out as planned, Skiz. Hi, Skiz. How are you?
What's up, man?
You all back from your trip?
Don't give me the silent treatment.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know I was muted. I'll restart. Hi, Skiz. How are you? Are you back from your trip?
Oh, you're streaming. Oh, hey, yeah, look at that. I'm good. You're back and you're streaming. Little birdie just let me know.
Yeah. Well, did I gotta know. I gotta know. There's the photo of Tango at the ice rink. That was the happiest you've ever seen Tango, right?
Oh my God, seriously, dude. It was so awesome. I loved it. I loved it. He was so in his moment. He was in his element, man.
I'm so glad. Yeah. When I saw that smile, I was like, that's a man who has found his whimsy in life. Made me very happy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did he do any tricks? Did he do any like woo, woo?
No, but he can skate real well forward and backward. But Jemmy Bemmy, dude. Jem was doing some backwards. And
Oh,
then
that's right. Jem was an actual figure skater with the jumps and the
Yeah.
swoops and the loops.
Yeah, dude. And she did the thing where the leg goes out and then it comes in and she's going like super spin, like drilling into the ice is what it looked like. It was awesome.
It's cool to see the Hermits, be able to, show off their talents on the ice. Did Tango get in any fights? Like, I feel like, Jem's doing the jumps, that show off her talents. But like, I feel like Tango, one of his talents being a hockey guy, would probably be fights.
Martin was doing pretty well. So Martin checked Tango into the glass. So Tango popped up, pulled Martin's shirt over his face and just punched him right in the nose.
Really? Did you get that on camera?
No, that would have been glorious. So
that's too bad.
Glorious. How are you doing, man?
I'm okay. Now the walruses, were those like to kind of help you like train, so you get your feel for the ice?
Yeah, those are for like 3-year-olds. So I was using it almost the whole time. Yeah. I'm a terrible ice skater, dude. I want to get better. I want to do it again. Impulse was doing great.
Dude, do you think they would have let me on the rink with my wheels?
Maybe. Who knows? I wouldn't count that out.
Dude, could you imagine if I was like the puck and you guys just like, you played like scar hockey or whatever, and like you basically just pushed me to the goals all the time? That could be fun.
We should put you on a big like a big throw pillow as a big giant puck and just push you around.
I feel like the wheels would roll on the ice and you could get some slidage.
They could, but you would it would probably there's a tipping dynamic there.
I'm sure there's a helmet.
Bro, I was like so bad and I was working on it and then Tango's like, hey, sit on the seal. I'll push you around, because like a lot of people were doing that. I'm like, I don't know. That's going to be too much tip potential there. He's like, that'll be fine. So I sit down, dude. He pushes, he goes full speed. We make it about 4.5 feet. And then the whole thing just tumbles over, dude.
Oh no. Were you a little too big for the seal?
Oh, easy. I'm too big for everything.
That's funny. Well, that's cool. Yeah, it looked really fun. And Tango looked like he was truly in his whimsical state, which was nice to see.
He was, dude. He was smiling so much. And Jem point, she's like, I feel like it's my birthday too, because she was having so much fun. Yeah.
Did Tango know? Really was everybody able to keep it a secret?
No, I mean, for the most part, I think what shocked him was the fact that we had the rink reserved.
Oh,
I think he knew we were going ice skating, but when it was reserved for us, I think that's when he was like, whoa. And it just made all the difference.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Did you play the broom ball?
Yes. But the thing is, that's in the broom ball, there's no skates on. It's just shoes, but they put these rubber things over your shoes.
Okay.
And that is where everybody fell the most. Because
I thought that's the part that you wouldn't fall because you don't have the ice skates on.
Yeah. And the rink knew about this because they were like, when you're playing broom ball, we really recommend you guys put helmets on. I'm like, what? And sure enough, dude, everybody was eating it, dude. It was kind of awesome, actually.
Did you put a helmet on?
Well, I didn't at first. Everybody did, and everybody asked me to. I'm like, guys, there's not a whole lot in this melon I'm really invested in saving right now. And so then I didn't, and then I ate it pretty bad, and as I fell backwards,
Uh-huh.
my everything was just like squeeze, put that chin down, and I didn't smack the back of my head on the ice, but it got so close that Zed was like, dude, your hair touched the ice.
Oh.
So then everybody was like, would you please put a helmet on? So then I did.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad you put a helmet on.
Yeah, everybody's looking out.
You're the guy on the motorcycle. So like, don't need no motorcycle. Vroom, 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 vroom.
The thing is, the reason I would wear a helmet on a motorcycle is because I don't trust everybody else on the road.
It's
what I
true.
mean?
That's true. That's
Oh,
true. On the
but
way
it
up
was
from
fun.
Seattle, this dude, obviously he was heading to the Fort Lewis McCord or whatever. He was on a fast motorcycle whipping in and out of traffic. There's like patches on his jacket. And we pull up there. There's like 3 police cars, and he's sitting on the side of the road later. I was like, he was zipping in and out of traffic, probably late or whatever. And then no, 3 police cars, and he's just sitting there like looking real ashamed.
Motorcycle culture is interesting. It's 100% not everybody who rides a motorcycle, but there does seem to be a decent concentration of motorcycle drivers who have this weird delusion that they kind of own the road. It's not all of them, but they feel like they own the road. Like I remember I was driving one time and a motorcycle guy went around me, and then he did this hand gesture like, when you see us coming, you got to move over. I'm like, stop it. Like it's just like so annoying to me.
Well, they're out of control in California because they can lane split. So you're just cruising, and all of a sudden, like this guy goes, it's like, oh,
yeah,
because they can split the lanes there, which just seems terrifying to me.
Yeah, especially during like rush hour where the cars are almost stopped, and then you have somebody like open their door to like, spit or something, and then that, you know what I mean? They open the door into the path of the lane of the motorcycle guy who's lane splitting, and just boom, they hit that door. Oh, it's a nightmare. And it's hard to see them, dude. Honestly, motorcycles are fun. I would love to drive them, but they
do look fun.
Hard to see.
Yep. I don't know if I have the guts to drive a motorcycle on the roads, but I would love to ride them on a track.
Right. I would love to do I used to do dirt bikes when I was a kid. And that's just in the desert and stuff. And so you don't have to worry about, all we had to worry about was like rattlesnakes and stuff. But the real stuff, dude, the road stuff. I got on a crotch rocket one time, dude. And I like I said, I had been doing dirt bikes. I had never ridden an actual proper motorcycle until a buddy of mine I was working with was like, you want to give it a go around the parking lot? I'm like, sure. This is when I was working at Costco. And I get on this thing, dude, and I look, and I know how to drive them. I look down and I twist back the throttle like a fraction of a millimeter, and I almost did a wheelie. I'm like, what in the? It was like crazy strong. I'm like, dude, I am not ready for that. I barely moved that thing, and I almost came off it. It jutted out so fast.
Yeah, a motorcycle just seems fun, but I don't trust the drivers out there. So like doing it on a track might not that I could go on a motorcycle, but if I had a good strong pair of legs, it would be fun to do it on a track.
You know what, dude? You ready for this?
Hmm?
I was pulling out of a parking lot one time, like this.
Did you
coming out in my car, and I went like this, and I looked left because I needed to pull out. I think I needed to go like this and turn left.
Yeah.
So I can't. I was coming out like this. I looked left for traffic, and I looked right for traffic.
Then you
spit. Then I was like, and then I was like, okay, there's nobody over there. It was just all that was over here was just a background of a bunch of palm trees. And then over here there was nothing. I'm like, okay, I'm good. So I was like, I can go. But this little voice was like, I need you to check left one more time. So I looked left, dude, and there's a motorcycle doing about 95. Boom.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, because they're vertical, it just mixed in with the palm trees. I just didn't see it. He was really far away. And so the speed he was going, the fact that he was vertical, and I looked over, I just didn't see him. But I checked one more time, and I'm like, oh man. And so I didn't go. But because I checked that one time, dude, it would have been devastating if I.
Oh yeah.
It may have been, yeah. Oh, dude, I felt so blessed for looking again.
It's like when we were looking for a house, when we were still looking for like a physical house, and we found this house that was built in the 60s, and it was a little outdated, but you could tell like the people who built it like really cared about it. So we went and saw it. The lady was still there who lived there, and her husband built everything except the drywall. She was very adamant. He did everything but the drywall. And she was a super nice lady, but it was just been too much to maintain. Turns out, a realtor told us like a week later she pulled out. By the way, she was like 91, but like, you know, going up the stairs, driving, fully coherent, whatever. She pulled out of her road to, you know, leaving her road where her house was on. As she pulls out, like a motorcycle is going like 90 miles an hour down this rural road and just smashes the car.
Oh.
And apparently he got like launched into which is like a little airport's literally across the road, just launched onto the runway. It was just like, it's scary.
So awful.
Scary.
It's
yeah.
so
That's when you said
awful.
that. It reminded me of Ursula. Her name was Ursula. Librarian.
Oh. You know, my buddy who's a pilot, don't do this at home, kids. He's a pilot, and him and his buddies this was a long time ago. They were having a little hangout at the hangar, and one of them had a you know, a street bike, like a crotch rocket, and my buddy pops onto this thing, dude. And don't do this at home, kids. I can't say that enough. He may or may not have taken all of his clothes off, and then he put his underwear on his head, got on the motorcycle, and did like 150 down the runway.
I mean,
don't do it at home.
If you were to fall off, you're not at that point. Who cares about wearing clothes or not? There's nothing else that could be done for you.
Can you imagine? I mean, can you even imagine?
That's not a road rash. That's like nobody.
You're gonna have you'll have a rash on your bones
That you won't know about because you're dead.
Isn't that insane, dude? And he's a good friend of mine. We're still friends today, but I remember when he told me that, I was just like, so are you just like the dumbest person ever, or what am I dealing with here? He's like, I'm not defending it. He's like, he was just telling us, you shouldn't have done it. Okay, don't do it at home,
wild.
kids.
Man.
Yeah. Yep. But you know, you only live once, so I guess you might as well make it short. I don't really know. I don't understand the thinking of that one.
Your wife's super cool, Skiz. She was a massive part of the event. Like, I only saw her the first day I was there. Like the other days, like she was moving. There was a wake behind her, like keeping everybody in line and getting props and stuff ready for all the segments and stuff.
Yeah.
She did a ton of work.
You know, it's funny because she wanted to go, and because she just every time I would come home from these events, I was talking nonstop about it because it's a lot of fun. And she's like, I want to see what it's like. And now that she's like, you know, in this world streaming and doing YouTube and stuff, she really wanted to see behind the scenes, and she cannot sit still, that one. And she wanted to, you know, she definitely wanted to help. And when she started to pick up that there was opportunity for her to add value, and then she jumped in, and then, you know, everybody just started to lean on her, which was really, really cool. And she loved it because I love my wife and she's very competent, but you know, telling people what to do is euphoric to her, dude. So so being able to like tell people where to go and stuff and it be helpful was really, really good. She really enjoyed it. And all the hermits were just so kind to her, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think she ever sat down during the whole weekend.
No, but you have to understand, this lady has got a battery like I've never seen. You know, when it comes, if we're gonna go to Disneyland, I have to train for weeks just to keep up with her.
Oh, I thought you said bad reflex. I was like, oh no, I don't know what happens in my head.
No. Oh, you want to hear something neat, dude?
Yeah. What? I like neat things.
This right here. Let's I don't know why I gotta do things like this. I don't know why, but I want you to pretend that this here is Disneyland in Japan. Now,
I want to be inside of Japan.
That's what I was going to do. Okay, right now you're doing it. Go back in there.
Yeah,
back in there.
I'm inside.
Right now. Well, yesterday, you're my son.
He said, oh, that's right. Your wife told me your son was at Tokyo Disneyland, or was going to go. Did he love it? Was it everything he dreamed of?
He loved it. And it was funny because he's in Japan. This is where I'm like, dude, my son is awesome. Like, he's in Japan with several buddies, but they all chose one day that they were going to all split up and everybody go their separate ways. So he chose to do Disneyland on his own. So he traveled. It was a heck of a travel too. And he got to Disneyland on his own. And and he's got pictures. He's having a great time.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, Tokyo.
Like,
Oh man, Tokyo Disney Seas. That's their non-castle park is so cool. Yeah, I would love to go there. I've said 1,000 times. I'll keep it brief. That the OLC.
You don't have to keep it brief around me.
The OLC, which is the operator of the park. So basically, Disney doesn't own Tokyo Disneyland. The OLC, the Oriental Land Company, actually pays Disney a licensing fee for the characters and everything to be able to run a Disney park. And they run that park better than the domestic parks. The literal Disney company can't run a park better than the OLC does. OLC is awesome. If people look back at, like, say you're somebody who used to go to the Disneyland in like the 70s and 80s, and you kind of remember that like immense hospitality and just kind of the vibes that the parks used to have then, Tokyo Disney still has that today. Yeah. It's really cool.
That's amazing, dude. Can I send you a picture of something that he sent me a picture of?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to send it to you in Discord. Yeah, on Scars chat, you're gonna enjoy this. I need you all to go ahead and trust my face. Here we go. We do this.
All right, we're ready. We're ready over here.
Okay. And sending. Okay. So have a look at that.
Okay.
Okay. Now I'm going to tell you what he says. Okay.
Can I pull that up on stream? Sure. Okay, this will take me about 20 minutes, but I'll get there in the end.
I understand, believe me. So while you're bringing that up, I'm just going to tell you what he said, okay? He said, I think I found a decent thing for Scar.
Oh, here we go. Oh, why is it? Oh my God. Now it's, oh jeez. Dude, it's so embarrassing. Like when you're at the event and there's people that like know how to use OBS and you're trying to do it and they're just judging you the whole time. Okay.
Oh, I'm with you.
Okay, so I've got it on the screen. That was an effort.
So he got that for you.
What? You got that for me?
Yeah, he said it's full of quotes from Walt. It's from Walt and such in Japanese with the English translations.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah, I think what happened was that he watched the podcasts where we had you on, and you had mentioned that you would really like to go to Tokyo's Disneyland, and I think that just resonated with him. So when he was going, he just had it in his head. He wanted to bring you something back.
Oh, what the heck? That's so nice of him.
Yeah, he's a good kid.
Yeah, yeah, that's so nice of him.
And then he has some videos and pictures that he sent me that I'm gonna have to go ahead and show you in private.
Is he a bit of a beef castle? Look like a strong arm there. It's like a big strong arm there.
Yeah, right now he's very fit. He's very thin fit, and he's got a good amount of muscle, but he used to be like jacked. He used to be like, because he's not eating as much as I wish he would, but he used to, he was a personal trainer, and he was spending, I think for a while there, dude, he was eating a ton, and he was spending about 4 hours a day at the gym, and he just he got jacked. And I'm sure some people in your chat, I'm sure at some point, I was always tweeting out little videos of him because he was doing things in the gym where I was just like, are you kidding me right now? And it's insane, dude. And same with my daughter, dude. My daughter did this push-up challenge and sent it to me. And then, and she said, okay, now your turn. I'm like, you're out of your mind.
You're out of your mind. That's so funny.
Yeah. I'm like, my shoulder would come out. You know what I mean? It wasn't just push-ups. It was like push-ups. Then it's like this beat where the legs are splitting and coming back together, and you're going up your arms and down to your elbows, and these knee touches while you're doing it. And it was so funny. I showed Jem, and Jem was just like, your daughter is so strong.
So like,
the
only push-ups I know of, like we used to do where we do push-up and then we'd push off the ground, clap, come back down.
Yeah.
Is it something like that? Like you're pushing off the ground and like touching your knee, or like, how does that work?
So what it is I wish I could demonstrate it, but like, imagine I'm in push-up position. And then now just imagine every time, or just the whole time to this beat, bop, 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 that tempo. And when I'm doing that, the legs split and then they come back together, and split and then come back together, and then split and then come back together. Okay. But the whole time they're doing that, what you're doing is you're going you're going down on your left elbow, then on both elbows, and then back up to your left one, and then full plank, and then you go down like a third of the way down and push up, and then 2/3 of the way down, and then all the way down, and then 2/3 up, and then one up, and then
wow.
you go one arm out, so you have one arm out, but the other arm is holding your body weight, and then you take the arm that's out. Let's say your right arm is pointing out, and then you pull it in. You do a knee touch to your left knee, and then back, and the whole thing is with tempo.
Okay.
And I'm watching this, and my daughter's shoulders are just jacked. And I'm just like, dude, God, because my shoulders are just so bad. I'm like, but I kind of want to work up to that. And my daughter's coming back soon, dude. And we're going to be working.
Do you have your shoulders hurt? Do you have like shoulder pain?
Yeah. So in my left shoulder, I tore it, the labrum 70% through doing pull-ups a long time ago. And then in my right shoulder, I threw out my shoulder, and it was a long time ago, but I'm basically an idiot because I played 9 years of baseball. Then I took many years off, and I thought, I can just throw as hard as I want. And I ripped my shoulder, and it's just been torn ever since. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. There are a lot of really good things you can do to like really, really, really slowly build the strength back up in the shoulders. Like we used to in swimming, like a lot of us used to get hurt. Or at least a lot of the seniors used to get hurt. And so my coach implemented this like insane regimen for like shoulder training. And like we went from all these injuries to having 0 on the team.
Dude, that's
by
amazing.
just doing like resistance band training, just like little things like over the head and back, completely cut out the entire group's shoulder injuries. So you can do like little things that aren't much effort that just slowly build like little bits of strength back into the shoulders.
Yeah, no, I totally dig that. When my daughter was still in like junior high, she was getting throwing lessons from a collegiate pitcher, and his regiment to warm up before he was even throwing at like 80% was unbelievable. And so he taught her the whole regiment, and she still ended up getting hurt a little bit, but that's because she didn't take it very seriously. But like there's a real thing there. Like pitchers, like MLB pitchers, dude, it takes like an hour or more to get warm because of everything they got to go through,
Yeah. I'm trying to remember some of the things that we did for the shoulders, but it was kind of amazing. Like a lot of people in swimming hurt their shoulders, especially knees. We did stuff for knees, but mainly shoulders. And our team just went from having injuries to no injuries, and other teams like, oh, my shoulder. Yeah. And we were like, we had no problem. Like my coach was insane, but he did do this that did help us from getting hurt. So that was a big thing he did.
And swimming's like, I mean, you weren't just swimming, you were doing competitive stuff. The swimming's like an extraordinarily like healthy form of exercise when it comes to your joints and stuff,
Oh yeah. If you're older and you want to become more physically fit and don't want the strain of running and like hurting your knees or a lot of like weight. I mean, there's still some weightlifting you could do, but doing swimming helps the joints, especially as you get older. Like the older you get, the more you probably should swim, because one of the things that really puts people into nursing homes is their loss of their core strength. So if your knees go bad, you lose your core strength, you're in a nursing home. But as long as you can keep like your legs and your core strength strong, the better you'll do in your older age. And swimming is one of the best ways of keeping that strong without hurting yourself. It's very low impact, obviously. So, you can do some kicking, you can do some swimming, and that'll help, in those like latter years of like maintaining that strength without destroying yourself, without like running and doing all that stuff, lifting weights.
Yeah.
That's why you do see like sometimes at least, back in my swimming days, before we would finish out, there usually was a lot of like very fit, like 80-year-olds just like ready to jump in. And boy, if we went 1 minute past the time, they were literally in the lanes with us.
Yeah. That's amazing, dude. That's what I'm saying, dude. I want to stay active. That's why I'm like, I'm getting back into the gym tomorrow. It's been a while and I can't wait to get back. Although it's been long enough to where now I'm kind of dreading it, but it's time to get back. And when my daughter gets back, she is going to kick my tuchus in the gym. That is for certain.
The best ways of staying, as long as you don't have, some kind of a health event come up, if you want to stay as healthy for as long as possible, you have strong connections. That's either family or friends. That's one, a clean diet, and maintaining some kind of activity with your brain. So that's some kind of thing that keeps your brain active as long as possible. Is when you start just shutting off and just staring at the wall, it like that's one of the things. So it's like connections, something to train your brain with, physical, like being physical, that could just be walking, swimming, whatever, and then eating a relatively healthy diet. But that will keep you as healthy as possible. But the two things that people often forget, they're like, oh, I got to eat healthy or I got to exercise. It's connections and then keeping your brain active with some kind of thing that keeps you're mentally intact. That's what keeps you rolling.
I'll tell you what, Scar. I don't kind of agree with all the things that you're saying. I wholeheartedly agree. And
Kyberg 60 Pride 500.
I don't know. There's a world out there where you're speaking in front of a crowd about this very idea, because you're absolutely right. And I think it was, who was it? It was I think it was Jim Carrey, and he may have been quoting somebody, but Jim Carrey was, and I'm not saying that you're relating all of this to depression, but depression is a cousin of what you're talking about right now. And Jim Carrey, I think it was saying like everybody has to deal with some degree of anxiety or depression, and some more than others. And he says, and that's just a part of life. But the bottom line is, if you're not sleeping right, if you're not eating right, if you're not, exercising, then you don't even give yourself a fighting chance. And I'm like, that is such a good point, man. Like if you're not taking care of yourself from both a mental and a physiological standpoint, then you're just automatically saying, well, my well-being is already uphill. You know what I mean? It's like you stay healthy, keep those connections, just like you're saying. I think there's a world where you're actually speaking to a crowd about something like that. I'm serious, dude, because you can, let's call it what it is, dude. If anybody has had a reason to stare at the wall, and I'm not trying to get dark, but swim down, it's you. And that's why I've always associated you with strength, because you are legitimately one of the strongest people I've ever met. And you have such a good head on your shoulders when you can articulate exactly what you just articulated. And you're absolutely right. And it's like it's not just a fly by night piece of advice. It's something that people kind of need to march to. It's critical, man.
Yeah. It also is, it can be hard too. Like I know people that like, they work from like sun up to sundown. It's constant work. They work with their family. And then they have like a couple hours in the night for themselves. And then that cuts into their sleep time where they should actually be asleep. So it is hard for people sometimes to like carve out those times, but it is so correct that if you don't give your body the three things it like really needs is like sleep, nutrition, and like something that it enjoys, like you are not giving yourself the ability to fight off the other stuff very easily.
Absolutely.
Like, that's true. And it's funny, like I always noticed that, oh God, people are going to hate this. I always noticed that the Imagineers lived to the original Disney Imagineers lived to really old ages, and they were like working into their 90s like John Hench. And I was always like, what is it about these guys who've lived like so long, and they're working in their 80s, and then even John Hench into his 90s. And one of the big aspects of that was that his mind was always working and he was always moving forward. And he always had something that he was working towards, like teaching the new generation, like color theories and all these different things, because he was a master artist. Like remove him from Disney, he was a master artist of his time. And like, he taught, the new generations color theory and all this crazy stuff. Like before him, they had no idea in Imagineering that if you paint something blue in California, that blue is going to look entirely different over in Tokyo because of the atmosphere it changes. Like he knew all that stuff. Like, he taught that stuff to new generations and stuff. And it was like, man, that guy lived to like 90 years old, like and he was working, right in Imagineering. I'm like, it's like purpose. You got to have that like purpose. You got to like find something that keeps you energized along with other stuff. But that's a big one, is having some kind of purpose.
You're 100% correct, dude. And what you're talking about is, so much in our lives, we've associated work as something that's you don't want to go do. You don't want to be there. This is work right here. It's something you have to do. And then if you're able to do something that you love, it's not really work anymore, man. And you're existing on a different plane. And that is what self-actualization is. This is what the top of the pyramid was last season, right? The reason they're able to work so long is because they were never really working in the classical sense of doing what you don't want to do.
Yeah.
Being somewhere you don't want to be. You know, I've had, unfortunately, because I'm an older man, I've had so very many jobs that I did not like, and some were more tolerable than others, but for the most part, I was always trying to seek enjoyment, right? But when you're
Yeah.
self-actualized, you found what you were put on the rock to do. And that's why they can go into their 80s and 90s, because they were in the classical sense of work. They were never really working. They were working hard, but they weren't doing the classical, man, I don't want to be here type work.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, those guys were fascinating. Like the first generation, like they were such interesting people. That they threw away the molds when they made those people.
Yes, dude. And that's when I just took a tour of Seattle, and it was so crazy to learn a little bit about John Crapper, who's, I believe, the inventor of the toilet. Like, he was passionate about that. You know what I mean? He was passionate, and he kind of revolutionized the world. And it's like, it doesn't matter what it is. It's just that if you're kind of innately meant to be there, or you're innately meant to be part of what's moving mankind forward in that respect, or whatever the subject matter is, then you're moving closer to self-actualization than for almost 100% of the people get to move to. You know, it's powerful stuff, dude. It really is. And when you say that people need to have a purpose, you have no idea how right you are.
You kind of threw me off with the Crapper.
Well, that was his name. That's why it's called the Crapper. His last name was Crapper, is how I understand it. You know, otherwise,
I don't know this lore. I am. Tell me more.
Is it Thomas Crapper? What I say, John Crapper?
Yeah, but this is the guy who invented the toilet.
Mind. Yeah, that's
dude.
That's
I don't know
toilet
lore.
Yeah. Somebody fact check me. I'm fine being wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that's it. Thomas Crapper. What did I say? John Crapper.
Wow, that's cool. And he was in Seattle. He was a Seattle guy.
Well, I think so. I mean, that's where we learn more about. I don't know if he was. I kind of. Okay, I'm not proud of myself, but that was part of the tour that my brain kind of wandered. So
What museum did you guys go to? The plumbing museum or something?
No, dude. It was the underground tour. John P.
Wait, underground tour?
One,
what's that?
As far as I know, says Impulse. It was the underground tour. It was basically
is there catacombs in Seattle?
Not really catacombs. So and again, I'm gonna probably mess up these dates, but I think it was 1889 or something.
Okay.
The whole city burnt down because the whole city, all the buildings
seemed to have that
wood,
problem back then a lot.
Right? The sidewalks were wood. The whole thing burnt down, so they had to rebuild it, and they built on top of it because they had learned a lot about how to properly do the sewer system better than the way they did it. And so underneath was still a thing. And my understanding is even today, there's underground like taverns and pool halls or something. I don't know, something to that effect. But for the most part, when you go underground now, it's all just old stuff, just all over the place. And that's been there for, since 1889. And they just,
dude, I had no idea that existed. I know of the catacombs here in Portland. By the way, next year you guys got to come down the road, come south. I'll take you. Okay. I'll take you ocean fishing or something. It'd be fun.
Okay. I'll definitely do
Catch
that.
some salmon out in the ocean.
And listen, I am officially completely done talking about going to Disneyland with you. I'm sick of talking about it. So is Puppy's Tummies, my wife.
When are we going to Disneyland?
We have to just plan it and make it happen.
I would dream. My dream is that we go somewhere that's not an event.
Yeah,
so I get so wiped at events and I had, did you know, Skiz, that I actually did book a hotel to stay with you guys? I had it. I didn't tell anybody because I didn't want to get anybody. I didn't want to I didn't want to get anybody's hopes up.
Do you mean for the after?
Yeah, but I had to have surgery after. I had Tuesday. I had to go in for it was a small procedure, but I had to go in. I canceled it like 3 days before the event. I did book it. It was booked, but I didn't say anything because I'm like, the likelihood that something's going to come up will probably happen, and it did, unfortunately. But I was this close to actually staying over a little bit.
Well, that would have been amazing. And you want to know what, Scar? So let's get something planned. And if we plan something and it falls through because of bad luck, then we'll plan it again.
Yeah, we gotta go. We gotta get the crew to Disneyland or Disney World at some point. It'd be so fun.
That would be fun. That would be a ton of fun. And I assure you, Puppy's Tummies, oh my gosh, she is a park open. We're waiting for it to open. and we're getting kicked out. That's how
Dude,
Pups wants to do.
if we're not there at rope drop, I'm not even gonna show up. I'm a rope drop guy.
Fair.
I'm a rope drop guy to the core. And then you take a break in the afternoon. You got to do it. You've got to go back and rest. You got to go to a hotel and you got to rest. You have to do it. And then once all the the hot and sweaty people are kind of like through with the day, you're back in the park for the rest of the night, enjoying the light crowds. That's optimal Scar. Optimal Scar Disney trip.
Let me ask you this. If you're roped, when you go home, you take a little nap.
Uh-huh.
You actually, it's like that. I suck at naps. If I fall asleep for 10 minutes, I'm a wreck for the rest of the day, dude.
Yes, that's true.
I don't know what that is.
You feel like that's it. You're dead. Like there's no coming back at this point when you wake up.
Right. And so let me ask you this, and if this is too personal, you're going to tell me to zip it, but like, can you ride the rides at Disneyland?
I didn't know where they were going back to the toilet again.
No.
Like when you get back, like do you do your bowel movement then, or
no? Like, can you actually ride the rides at Disneyland and stuff?
Yeah. Well, that's okay. So first of all, I do have my long-standing beef with Disney and their disability services right now. But just putting that aside, yes. So Haunted Mansion, for instance, that's actually one I can transfer on. So there are 6 or so doom buggies, give or take, that have had their sides like just basically chopped off. And so what you can do is you can wheel the wheelchair up to the side of it, and with like a little bit of help, like I can just pop into the vehicle and I can sit on that seat fairly easily. It's a little dicey. Like I usually have somebody to kind of like spot me to make sure I don't just like crumple and onto the floor.
Sure.
But yes, I can transfer onto that. My brother just straight up picked me up out of my chair and threw me in Space Mountain last time I was at Disneyland. My mom was not happy about that. And the force, the actual force actually did affect my breathing. I didn't breathe mostly through the whole ride, but I still enjoyed it quite a bit. So yeah, I could do that. I can't, this is painful for me. I can't get on Indiana Jones. And Indiana Jones was my favorite attraction. I literally went on Indiana Jones when I was a young lad. I was like 3 or 4. I don't know how old I was, but it was like basically around the time it opened. I was very, very young and I barely met the height requirement. Like maybe I wore my big shoes.
Your big shoes.
I wore my big shoes and my mom puffed my hair up a little bit. I don't know if the hair worked out, but the shoes definitely made a difference.
Oh, I remember this story. So you would be tall enough.
Yeah. And the measuring thing, I don't know if it's still the case, but it was a snake and I was like petrified. I was petrified.
Oh.
There was a viper or cobra, maybe a cobra. I forgot. Yeah. You know, it's the one with the ears, the snake with the ear things.
I don't remember that part.
But yeah, that at least back in the old days was the measuring thing, was a literal snake. Oh my God. I bet this day and age, they don't do that. Anyway. Where was I on that? I was going on a whole, rides that I can go on. The train. Yeah. I can just roll right onto the train. Like a cargo, basically. Just like rolling up some wood and some bundles or something. I could do that. Pirates of the Caribbean's a little more difficult because it's a pretty big drop down. But yeah, my mom or dad usually just kind of like help me fall down. And
you mean that water part of Pirates of the Caribbean, the big drop is
well, no, it's just getting in the vehicle, because you think of it as like you might take a couple steps downwards, and that means that I just fall like 3 or 4 steps onto the seat.
Okay.
When I was going to Disneyland, I was a little bit more spry, so like I could take a hit like that. Today, I'm not sure, but I've never tried Big Thunder Mountain, but it's a similar setup, say as Haunted Mansion. The side of the ride vehicle swings away and you can like slide from your chair on. But I've never tried it. I should try it someday. Other attractions that I could just roll the wheelchair onto is Buzz Lightyear, Winnie the Pooh, Midway Mania, Small World. I think the new Spider-Man ride has a wheelchair accessible vehicle, but the ride looks kind of dorky. And then my current favorite attraction that I could go on is Radiator Springs, the Cars ride. What's nice about that is the wheelchair vehicle actually goes off of the main line track, and it goes into its own ADA station, so you can take all the time you need to get into your vehicle and out of it, which is really nice.
So it's built for it.
Yes, there's a lot of newer attractions at Disney parks have their own ADA station. So the vehicle will come off the main line and go into like a side station, and so you could board the attraction at your own pace. And so then once everybody's in their seats, then the vehicle can then rejoin the main line, and it doesn't disrupt the flow of the attraction. So it's like literally a win-win, right? Disabled people can enjoy the experience. It also doesn't shut down the attraction. Like say, I've broken Pinocchio 3 times because it took me a long time to get in and out of the wheelchair to get onto the vehicle. And it basically went past a certain point and stopped the attraction. So this is Disneyland. I've never been to Disney World as a wheelchair guy. But those are Disneyland attractions that I can go on. So, and I could go on the Ferris wheel too, the non-swinging gondola cars. You can roll the wheelchair right into those. And the thing is, what I loved about Disney is, all my life I've loved Disney in terms of I always wanted to design the attractions. But as a disabled person, it was nice that I could go to the parks and not feel like, I don't know, a burden, or that I was like couldn't do everything. Like there was stuff I could do, so it made you feel kind of like normal, which was nice. Whereas a lot of other things, it always just felt unnormal, which is a bummer.
Well, when we go, I volunteer to be your spotter, dude.
Spotter.
I will.
I mean, you're a big beef castle yourself. You can help me get into the ride vehicles.
I will pick your whole thing up, put you in there, and then I get to ride next to you.
But yeah, no, I've always wanted to, oh man, if the group ever, dude, if this is my dream, right? To get people into one spot would be hard. But one way that to get people into one spot would be if they ever brought back Minecon. If they ever brought back Minecon and they had it in Florida like they were going to do in 2020 before that stupid pandemic, we could have all been together and it would have been really great.
Yeah, I know.
But
dude, I know.
But yeah, maybe one day Minecon will come back and it'll be in Orlando, and then, or we just don't worry about it and we all go to Disneyland. That'd be great. All right, problem solved.
Or we pull the trigger and we do Hermitcon.
Okay, watching Grian and watching all the Hermits put on these shows, doing a live show would not be out of the question.
No, it's not out of the question. It would not be as massive as Minecon, but no. I think we might be a little surprised at the attention it does get,
What would stop the group from having renting a theater of like a theater that maybe like a comedy show goes to, not like a giant theater, but like the theaters that hold like 1,000, 2,000 people.
Yeah.
And just doing a Hermit show.
I don't have an answer as to what would stop people. I want to say hopefully nothing.
Yeah. That'd be pretty cool.
That's my answer.
I think it would be pretty cool. I think it would be pretty cool. I mean, watching the Hermits, what I love about the charity event the most is that it gives very talented people additional tools to do really cool things.
Yep.
If that's you running a segment, or you like just being very entertaining in a segment, it's cool to watch the Hermits have another medium outside of just Minecraft. Like Grian's show running his big segments, B-Dub's just being entertaining. It is really cool to watch the Hermits like excel outside of just their stereotyped medium of Minecraft. I think that's one of the most special things about the event.
Yeah, I agree. I'm getting a lot of feedback on the drumming that me and Impulse and Joel were doing, and just seeing the Hermits in a different light like that was very delightful for a lot of people, is what I'm hearing.
Well, I was saying in the stream that I always hear you guys have been drummers your whole lives, through school, and then even into your, like, most people like drop instruments after high school or something, but you and Impulse have kept up your drumming since then. And this is like the first time I actually got to watch you really do it. And it was really impressive. Like, it was really impressive.
Well, I appreciate that. I do. And I've kept my hands relatively warm, just on a drum pad, so I could, but when it comes to like drum set drumming, people had a lot of nice things to say. And I'm like, I'm like, I'm not fishing for compliments here, but I assure you what I was drumming was complete garbage. Like because I'm just so out of practice. And so we have Impulse and I have a lot of chops that we can like in our hands because of the marching style drumming.
Yeah.
So we can do a lot on those drum sets, which is nice or whatever. But in terms of like really smashing it as a proper drummer on a drum set, we like there's a lot of ground for me to make up. Let me put it that way. But yes, it did go well and people did like it, and I'm happy about that. But it did watching some, I couldn't like every time I tried to watch it back, I still have no idea what I was drumming because I never watched it back because I just couldn't stand it. I was cringing.
No, you
so
guys did.
hard.
You
Like,
did. You guys did great. I don't have any musical talent. Like the whole time I was looking at it, I was like longingly like, man, I wish I do something. Jonah was going to teach me something, but I couldn't get in the room, which was kind of a bummer. So like I couldn't.
That is a bummer.
I couldn't get in, but he was going to show me some stuff on the piano, but maybe next year.
Dude, can we talk about Jono for a second?
Was he too
awesome
cool?
is
He was
that
too
guy?
cool for us. He was too cool.
Yeah, he's hogging all the cool. Like, hey, everybody out there, if you know people who like aren't cool or you think you're not cool yourself, which is not true, but if you know people like people are lacking coolness, you can go ahead and blame Jono because he's hogging all of it. He has all of it.
Yeah, no,
Unbelievable.
that's such a nice guy. Oh my God.
Yeah, super
Such like a
humble too,
very
yeah.
warm, nice guy. Like that was, you know, I feel like he was all like he just like being too cool and too nice. That's just too much.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah, and he was just so much fun to hang out with, dude. Good dude.
Yeah, I told the chat when I rolled up on Friday, B-Dubs and him were outside waiting for the car to take them over to the studio. And like my car pulls right up in front of them. Like they're right outside my window. And I just bring down the, I wish I would have actually filmed this. It was so funny, but it was just such a spur of the moment thing that I rolled down the window really slow. And I was like, well, hello there, B-Dubs. So that was the first time I've seen B-Dubs in real life. And I just, you know, this SUV with black windows and the window goes down. I'm like, hello. And he's like, whoa, a scarf. What the heck?
It was really, yeah, B-Dubs was a total delight just to hang out with, all nice and chill. He was awesome. I was very pleased with everybody, man. It was, you know, we work here, we do our thing, we have a good time on this server, but I wonder sometimes if we all, I don't want to say forget, but there's a version of forget in regards to the fact that even amongst each other, there's a version of forget in regards to the fact that we're all people, we're real people.
Yeah.
So when we get to hang out and everything, it just drives it home. You're a tough one. You're a tough one because I have to keep my distance from you. You know what I mean? Like when we're in person, and my love language is touch, and I like to hug. And so I
outside of this event, you can hug me all you want, Skiz.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but I don't want to. You know what I mean? Like
Skiz, you've hugged me at other events.
Yeah, I have, and I love it. I want to hug you more, but it's like I'm always afraid I'm going to cause a problem.
Outside of you're not going to break me, and outside of this event, you can hug me at whatever the next one is. Jeez.
Yeah, and I guess it's like why you wouldn't give a polar bear like a pet bunny because they would accidentally squish it. That's what I want to be careful. I don't want to crush anything, you know. Would
you like to roll me around and like go fast and do sharp turns? Because Grian likes that. He likes that. That's fun.
I don't. This is a weird sentence, but if we're being honest here, I like it when you ask me to push your wheelchair, dude. You know what I mean? I like it. Or when you ask for help with anything, I like it's.
That's actually a big shout out. That's like 3 years in a row. Skiz has helped me in some way fix one of my bags that was like failing on me.
Yeah, which reminds me, dude. I mean, this is where I need to learn to stay in my lane. I don't like your setup, dude. I don't like the way those packs are pushing on each other, bro.
Dude, you're right, because what it turned out to be when you helped me, when I finally heard the problem, and I looked, I couldn't diagnose it there, but I tried returning it on, but it didn't work. That's when I went back and we found out that the heavy oxygen bag had crushed the feeding bag and had broken the little cassette that does the like dosing. So that's why the machine wasn't working.
Broke it?
Yeah, because that's what I was asking, if you could help me like figure out what was not running or something. And I found out it wasn't running. I just didn't know why until I got back to the hotel. And found out that the oxygen bag had probably swung up and then swung back into the feeding bag and then cracked the little cassette.
Oh.
I didn't know. I like, you know, it's busy. You're running around and like, so I just didn't know, and it's loud, so I just didn't hear the beeping until then. But
yeah, but the thing is, dude, like the way, it's not my business, dude, but the way it's set up, how it's just slung over the handles, it's like, why is there not some kind of apparatus on the back that all those things have their own compartments to, so it can be wire managed and easily accessible and safe?
If you have any ideas, it's hard to deal with wheelchair people these days. They're so like overworked and understaffed. It's just like they just throw stuff on and hope for the best when they design the chairs.
I guess
They used to, like some of my other chairs had different straps, different like hooks that hook things to it and stuff. But these days it's like my new wheelchair that I've had now for 2 years is still not, I still can't use it. I'm using my old chair that I got in 2017. Like it doesn't look horrific to look at, but it barely moves. Like it barely moves.
So you got to get like an upgraded one or something.
I need the one that I have working is the biggest thing. And Jerry Rigs Everything, you know, he has that wheelchair company and he's offered to help me. So I need to take him up on it. It's just, we've been so busy with everything that's been hard to like squeeze an extra time to like fix something and get something done. But yeah, no, you're right. It's not ideal. It's not ideal. It's definitely not ideal. But like I said, you can always push me around. I like Grian last at TwitchCon. He had a lot of fun. Dude, we got booking when we went to it's in my vlog. When we went to when we were going to MCC, he's like, "Can I push?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he just started booking it. And we were ripping. We were ripping.
I'd be so afraid I would tip it over, dude.
No, you would not tip it over. If I tipped over, what happens? What's the worst that happened? I just get tipped back over.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sure. I mean, it feels like it's a little worse than that, but okay. So like this here. All right. So extra large insulated seat back bag. It's specifically for what we're talking about. I tells you, like, I'm going to look at this image. Like this is just like literally. And for let me be very clear about this. This is not a man. I'm so glad that Skiz came along. I have never thought about a wheelchair before. That's not what's happening. I'm just curious because when I saw your setup, I'm just like, it's again not my business, but I'm like, I'm not happy about this.
It's one of those things. It's not ideal to hook stuff. Oh, I see what you had.
Yeah, you see what I mean? Like that's specifically like, I don't know if that's the right choice or whatever. And see, even the fact that that has straps, I don't like. I want something that's stronger. I want something that's built into, anyways.
I hate George. Not that I hate George. George is actually a good guy. Crazy life story. But George, you've got to stop mowing your lawn and pressure washing all day, every day. I know you're retired. You don't got a lot going on. Yes, dude. George is freaking, dude, it's getting louder. He has been out there meticulously pressure washing every inch of his trees, to his leaves, to his deck, to his walls, to the street. I feel like he's into the street now at this point. Oh my God, George.
You got to send him the pressure washing video game.
Oh, dude, just let him just do that. Oh my God, that would be wonderful. George is a character, Skiz, just an absolute character. Did you ever watch The Bear? That TV show, The Bear, about the cook, a restaurant?
Yeah, that's Jeremy. What's that guy's name? He's from Shameless. He's awesome. Yeah, I saw several episodes of it, but I didn't get. I dropped off.
It gets really good. The character that gives him the money, Chad, if you've watched it, the kind of like I don't know if he was really a mafia guy, maybe like a mafia light. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? The guy from Chicago. He kind of had the whoopy hair. He had the money. He funded the restaurant. The uncle. Yeah, the uncle. That is George, guys. That is George, just a little more heavy set. That is George. Also, he didn't have that kind of money. He doesn't have that kind of money, but he is the personality, the look, everything, the voice. That is George. I thought George was your gardener. No, George is my neighbor. We don't have a gardener. My gardener is my dad.
Well, I mean, let's have some context clues, everybody. You think that Scar is complaining about his gardener making noise?
Dude, that would be so bad. Could you imagine? Like, hey, stop making noise. Oh my God, I would feel so bad.
I want all your tools to be silent.
Can you imagine? Like, dude, I could never hire somebody and yell at them. They would be doing a bad job, and I'd be too scared to say anything about it.
You know, if you even
I thought George was my brother.
Takes.
Now George isn't my brother. Oh my God.
I am. If you even knew what it takes for me to be like raise my voice because of somebody's performance, it takes so much.
I'm actually losing my ability to endure nonsense, Skiz. I've endured a lot of nonsense as a wheelchair user. I am losing that ability to endure it these days. It's slipping away. I feel like some accessibility stuff, especially in the last few years, has gotten worse. And I find this more and more that people are treating just accessibility as like that's just a privilege that you can that they can give or not give, of like basic access to things. And like I am starting to lose it over that. I'm just getting more and more annoyed, especially when it comes to flying. Like where the more and more they're treating it like this is like a privilege that you're even able to get on the plane as a wheelchair person. I'm like, no. First of all, it's by law. And it's not a privilege. It's access just like everyone else. I'm losing it, Skiz. I'm losing it.
Well, I think, you know, and I might be reaching here, but let's see. This is not an absolute, but the pride in one's work, regardless of the activity, seems to be on the decline. And I think that for that reason, and like I hate using the phrase, I come from a generation, but my generation was very prideful about what we did, no matter what it was. No matter what job you were doing, your objective was to be the best at it. It could have been the most boring job in the world. But I think that might be on the decline. I could be wrong here, but I think it's on the decline. And I think that what you're experiencing is the results of that, the fallout of that. So it's just what it means. It's going to be fewer and far between that you come across somebody who is doing an outstanding job just for the very sake of carrying pride in what they do and whatever their craft is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
because, you know, if like you're a wheelchair user or something, like you might need somebody to open another door. Like if there's stairs, there's the door over here or whatever. And it's becoming harder and harder to get anybody to do those things. And it's so hard. It's getting harder to do more. I don't know what it is. It's just been the last couple of years. It has been so hard, especially flying. Like it's rough out. And somebody like, you don't even need anybody to go above and beyond just to like do like literally the basic thing. Like just open the door. Just open the door.
So just to and there's, you know, and we could probably dissect the crap out of this just for fun if we wanted to, but like, and I'm getting kind of crazy here, but a lot of this I think goes back to inflation. As everything started to cost more and the value of the dollar went down, but the compensation did not move at the same rate, then jobs that once were reserved for a certain type of person or whatever is now they've had to open up to more people they're going to be more susceptible to getting people that aren't as innately drawn to take pride in whatever their craft is. You know what I mean? That's just.
They also make a lot of these people
but
do more work than they, in some cases. That's why I'm still like, as long as it's not a safety issue, I don't get mad. Like, then I understand if it's just like, whatever. But if it's safety issues, the times where I will be very firm, especially when flying and when they're transferring me, if they're not being safe, because you don't want to hurt yourself. You don't want to hurt me. You don't want that paperwork. So it's like, whoa, we're going to stop and we're going to reevaluate. We're doing a team pause, like in the hospital before they sedate you. We're doing a team pause. But it's like, I find that like most of these people are underpaid. They have more work on them than they've ever had.
Yep.
And there's no respect. There's no respect from the employer, which in turn makes the employee not have any respect for them, and it's a mess. Like somehow in this society, people need to be compensated fairly for what they do properly, and then the employer needs to respect them for them to respect their employer, and then everyone has a better day.
Well, but it's deeper than that, right? If the businesses are able to properly compensate people the way they should be, then we have to define what should means. And should means that whatever they're being compensated gives them a lifestyle that they don't have to worry about as much, or whatever you want to call it. And that's going to be a harder goal to attain because of what inflation has done. Well, since that is a reality, and they can't compensate people the way they used to, or they choose not to, or whatever, it means that the bank of people that they are choosing from is getting smaller, right? It's not as much, it's not as many people who are willing to do whatever the job is. And so what you're left with is people, none of this is absolute, but you're left with a group of people that would have once upon a time, 15, 20, 30 years prior, would have never gotten the job to begin with, because the competition would have been too fierce. And all that would have been left was people that got the job because they demonstrated that they take pride in their craft. They take pride in what they do. And now we're not having this discussion anymore, you know?
Yeah. I think people especially, I've noticed it like over the course of my life that, you know, like in older times, I felt like even in like higher positions that like there was more of a mutual respect between like employee and employer, and both like the employer has disrespected that trust so much over the years that then the employee doesn't have any trust or respect for the other. So there's like two ends that are just a mess in society. And sometimes like people who do need that little extra like help in the airport or something, like I just need somebody to really do their job right, so this doesn't turn into a disaster, it's why it's like doing some of the stuff is so hard.
Yeah. I'm with you, dude. Do you know, this is back, I know I bring up Costco a lot, but I was working in the tire shop towards the end of my 7 years there. I had to get out of the building, and we were closing up. We were about 5 minutes from closing up, and this old couple, this car comes up, and there's two old couples inside, and they pull up, and they have got a jacked up tire, dude. Their tire in the back left was flat, and they asked me if I could help, and I was like, and I could see that, you know, we were closing up, and typically, you know, it's like, well, we're kind of closing up, and I'm like, absolutely. And so I was not going to let them go without me doing it. And so I said, no problem. I said, let me get your card. And they said, we don't have a membership here. Now, this is a big no-no for legal reasons. I'm not supposed to work on their car if they're not a membership, right? Not legal, insurance reasons. I'm not supposed to work on their car if they don't have a membership. And I think a lot of people would have said, well, I'm so sorry, I can't work on this then. But you know what, Scar? I was like, I can't do it. I can't let these old people have this blown out tire and go into the dark of the night and not know what to do. I just couldn't stand it. And I said, okay. And I talked to my boss. He's like, well, we can't work on that. And I said, okay. And then I went out there and I said, I'm going to work on this. And my colleagues were 100% in my corner. They're like, do it fast, do it. They're like, we got your back. We'll hide this or whatever. And they're like, just do it quick and do it right. Don't let this come back on us. And so I was like, I said, just give me your, let me have your keys. And they actually, no, they didn't even give me their keys. I said, stay in the car. And I brought equipment out into the parking lot, and I jacked it up. I ripped their tire off. I went inside. I put a patch job on it. I came back. I put it on. I calibrated it. You're supposed to have a manager double check your calibration, but I just grabbed a regular employee and told them what to do, and I sent them on their way. And the reason I did that was because I took a lot of pride in what I was doing in that job at the time. I was a young kid, but doing tires was like, it meant people's lives and stuff. And I did that because I'm like, if I lose my job, I lose my job. But the idea of being like, no, old folks, off you go, I don't care about you, it was just not going to happen. You know what I mean?
You can imagine, like, from the old folks' perspective too, like, they're not feeling all that great. Now they got to go figure out something else, and like you saved them a lot of hassle. And I think that's what it comes down to is just between like people not being respected, not being paid fairly. What it really comes down to is like people don't really treat people with humanity much anymore.
Yeah.
And for people who do that, who treat people like equally and people who treat people respectfully, it's such like a shock sometimes. You're like, oh, yeah, well, hello to you too. Like that's nice. And I think for people who do that stuff like you or other people in the chat and stuff, like it's more important than ever to treat people with respect and stuff like that. Even if it's, goes out of your way a little bit, it means a lot. And it's like, I don't know. I see it more, I think, as I get older, and is that like just the true disrespect towards like elderly people. Like you have no idea like how much pain those people are in or what they've been through. And like you helping them out probably meant more than you probably ever know. Like them going home being just like, oh, thank God that very handsome, tall man helped us today. Because I've seen in my own life when something like that's happened and someone's helped them, it's like, oh, the like the appreciation, might not be like fully articulated, but it's there.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. And I think that there's more good out there than we think. But I just think that, I mean, what's funny, dude? I remember when I was in second grade, I was in second grade, and I just started like really leaning into watching the news and stuff. And I remember I said to my teacher, God, what was my teacher's name? I don't remember, but I said to my teacher, I said, you know what I'm going to do? When I get older, I'm going to start my own news station, and we're only going to report on good stuff because the news is just full of nothing but bad stuff. You know what I mean? And my teacher was like, that's a pretty good idea. And of course I never did, but I remember being like, I just felt like at a young age, I got keen to the fact that for some reason, bad news is seemingly more interesting or something. So I say that because I think there's a lot more good in the world than we're all aware of. I genuinely believe that, but just nobody talks about it,
Yeah. I think somebody said this, I thought was actually very apt, kind of like to the people you helped, was like, my granny is 90, and whenever some stranger does something, the chat moves, something nice, she talks about it for days. Because like especially as I've gotten older, I realized like how poor people treat older people, and especially younger people have no clue like how hard life gets as you get older.
Yeah.
And like a small gesture of kindness goes a long way for an older person. Especially older people can also be incredibly lonely. Have you ever seen the chart of like connections with family and friends and how far that drops off the older you get, especially by like 60s, 70s? Like so many of your connections in life are just gone. And when somebody's actually like polite or nice, like it like will make their entire month. Like just to show them like that little kindness. And I think a lot of times, like when you're young, you feel invincible, the world is your oyster, and like you kind of forget about those things. And as you get older, you really start to like notice that. And especially you see it like, if someone's having trouble like at a grocery store, maybe they're a little older, just like getting stuff on there, and you see like somebody getting uptight that it's taking them 5 minutes longer, like you're going to be that person in that amount of years. And I'm sure if you were in their shoes, you wouldn't appreciate somebody being snippy that you're taking like 1 extra minute to put your items on the conveyor belt or something.
Yeah, compassion is seemingly in short supply these days, and so it might take a deliberate effort to turn it around. And I'm with you on that. Every time how about this, everybody? Anytime somebody does something, we talked about this in one of the podcasts. Anytime somebody does something that seems off or rude or whatever, there's a chance that it's actually genuinely rude or that it's self-centered. There's a chance, but it's amazing what you can do if you just give yourself a little bit of perspective and realize that everybody has a story. And so the joke I always make is that if I get cut off in traffic, I want to get mad and everything. And for the record, I want to be transparent here that when I have my family with me, I am very irrational in regard. I don't behave irrationally, but I think irrationally when somebody puts my family in danger because of their reckless driving. But if I'm by myself and somebody cuts me off, I don't love that they cut me off, but maybe they just really got to poop. You know what I mean? And they can't think straight because I got to poop.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's a crazy way to put it. And that's my way of putting some humor into it. But that's the bottom line is that, or maybe they just got terrible, awful news and they're on their way to the hospital and they're not thinking clearly. You know what I mean? Like everybody has a story. And if we just, that's what I call fabricate perspective. You can fabricate perspective. You'll find that you have more control over your knee-jerk reactions than you may have thought you did.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat says I'm an ENT, and I believe, having nice conversations with my patients helps a lot, which I think that absolutely does. Like showing people, I don't know why I've been thinking about that a lot lately with older people, is that, like sometimes just having a conversation with them will literally make their month.
I was again another Costco story. Saving
I do
Private
have a beef
Ryan
with
had just
Costco,
come
but I
out.
also love Costco at the same time.
Oh yeah, the muffins. They don't have the
I'm never
muffins
going to forgive the
anymore.
Muffin Man for this. That CEO who has that little clip that's always like going on short videos, like things like, I sign off on every decision. And I'm like, you signed off on the muffins, didn't you?
They all look
You will
forward
pay
to
for
the
this, man.
deliveries every month.
I was Saving Private Ryan had just come out, and we were selling the DVDs to it. And there's this older gentleman who was looking at the DVD, and
Distinguished.
the way he picked, yes, and the way he picked up the DVD and looked at it, and just how long he looked at it, I was like, I know he was in the war. The age is right, you know what I mean? The age is right, and the way he's staring at this is right. And I walked up to him because I like to hear people's stories, and I said, "You I feel like you were in it," and he goes, "Yeah," and I said, I'm not a military man." And I said, I have a lot of respect for the military. I can't speak to it. And I said, however, I have heard that this is a kind of a dangerous watch if you were actually in the war. He goes, yeah, I've heard that too. And then I said, tell me about it. And I don't know why that came out of my mind. That was, again, I was out of my lane, but something told me that he wanted to talk a little bit about it, dude.
Yeah.
And that dude told me some stories, dude. And it was like, and I won't even repeat them here, but he told me some stories where I was like, dude, I've got to put myself in check. Like those are huge, not issues, but that is a legitimately awful experience. You know what I mean? And it was because and he was there by himself, Scar. You know what I mean? This is a war hero who's there by himself, who is like, probably couldn't even watch Saving Private Ryan because it might trigger some flashbacks because, you know, technology was different back then. War was fought extremely intimately. And it's like, and here he is just there by himself. And it's, you know, I'm thinking about that chart that you just spoke about, and it you know, it breaks my heart. It really does.
Could you imagine? I don't know if that guy in particular, but I've heard the story from other people that you are just like, you lived on a farm. Your parents didn't even have a car. And then one day you get sent across the world on an airplane, and maybe you'd been on a car once or twice, maybe like, you know, part of the farm, but you're like, this is the story I've heard. This guy had no car. I think they'd been on like a truck once or twice delivering stuff to the farm. Next minute, you were flight across the country. You're trained to be a soldier, whatever. You're put on a plane. Then you're on a boat. Now you're in Europe. And like your world was only that like 50-acre farm in Iowa.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're now like a tank in France. Like, I don't think our modern minds can comprehend that with, you know, the age of travel, the age of information, how insane that was for those people.
The age of travel and you said it both, travel and information. Our ability. Absolutely. I 100% agree with you. Like, how about this? Let's put it in perspective. To me, this would not be that far off to somebody coming and grabbing me because I have to go fight like an intergalactic fight with like aliens or something.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because I like, you know, I've never been off this planet. And for them, it was like that. They never been off that 50-acre farm. They never heard another accent in their life, let alone another language.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's just, I'm with you, dude.
And obviously there was people went to war that were in New York that, you know, saw, went on cars or maybe a plane, whatever. But man, the stories of like people that were like, that never left their town.
Yeah.
Are always crazy to listen to. And they're like, I just never left our town. We had everything we needed. And then all of a sudden I was in France. I was just like, oh my God. Those podcasts are insane for the very few podcasts there are of World War II veterans and stuff. Just like that sheer, like, it's so different than our modern lives of like, oh, like right now, if you had the funds, you could go anywhere in the world with about $1,000. You could get on a plane and you could go to almost anywhere in the world. Which is insane to think about. Like,
it's totally insane.
It is insane to think about. Like, as much as I complain about flying and being just beat up all the time, with about $1,000, you can go just about anywhere. Yes, can you go to the Antarctic? Probably not. But You know, like you could go pretty much anywhere.
And it could be, yeah. And once upon, I mean, and think about that, dude. Like back then, and let's go even.
Oh,
let's
it's easy to go
further
to North
back.
Korea. You just have to go through the right country. Not recommend,
See,
but just saying.
See, and I want to go to Egypt, dude. I want to see the pyramids, but that's probably never going to happen.
That you want to go to Egypt?
I want to see the pyramids, man.
That'd be fun. My grandma, it's hard. Without context, this doesn't make sense, but I always am shocked to always remember that my grandma went to Egypt. Without context, it doesn't make sense other than in my head, just knowing my grandma. But she went there
just to go.
When my grandpa husband died of cancer, she decided to go on these trips, and so in like maybe this was like the late 80s, she went to Egypt and like rode a camel and went to the pyramids all on her own, you know, and a few other places amazing. Like that. Like it's crazy. So you want to see the pyramids? Like, do you want to go on like the Great Pyramid of Giza? Like, what do you want to do?
I want to go see the Sphinx, and I want to see all the pyramids because they fascinate me, dude. And is this true? Somebody fact check me on this. Wasn't there some recent discovery? Now, I didn't literally look into this. So I'm like, is this just like a TikTok that I saw several TikToks of? And I thought maybe there's some validity. Did they just discover that there are like chambers underneath the pyramids that go like 2 miles down or something? Or what am I doing?
I do love a good conspiracy.
They're saying yes. Rails saying
so
fake.
I think they found something via LiDAR. But I think that then people kind of ran with it and were like, and they're alien civilization, or there's this or that. I think there was some kind of LiDAR thing they did where they found some additional like components, but then like some people ran these like stories that the pyramids are like an actual power source and all that stuff. And then it all got kind of convoluted. But I think they did find some like extra pockets under it with LiDAR, because LiDAR is like been a revolutionary change to archaeology, and like some of the crazy stuff they've been able to find with it. But you know, there's still some fun stuff with the pyramids, you know. Could be some aliens, you know.
Well, that's and obviously
you always hope. You always hope. You always hope. I always hope. I always have hope that there's aliens. Everything, I just hope. Did you ever watch Ancient Aliens?
Yes, a little bit. And my brothers like swore by that show, and maybe I just picked a bad one. I tried to watch it. It didn't quite grab me. It just felt like it was really, really reaching. The particular episode. It just felt like it was really reaching. The first
season, the first few episodes, like I went into it not knowing what it was. I didn't sleep that night. I'm like, oh my God. This changes everything. And then I realized like, okay. This is just a really convincing show with a man with really poofy hair. But as the episodes went on, and then more and more seasons, it just became so preposterous. Like that first episode, I had some thoughts. I had some feelings. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Like if people go back in time before they knew anything about that show and watch that first episode, you'd be like, interesting.
Yeah.
Don't go thinking about with your current mind or whatever and of now, and you'd be like, oh, okay, interesting stuff.
Let's do this. Come over here with me.
I'm listening.
Look down at the grass. Okay. In fact, let's do what's the best way to do this? Okay, here we go. Look, turn around, look the other direction. Now look straight down at the grass, and I want you to pick one pixel.
Yeah.
You got a pixel in mind?
Yeah.
Now
I want
you
right
to
here.
envision that pixel, if you will, is our galaxy. And now bring your mouse up and look out over the grass there. Right.
Lots of galaxies.
So my point, like all the way out into the distance, way about where the fog is back there. Right. This is where I struggle in regards to Cub is the best to talk to about this.
I know we need a Cub. We need Cub.
We do, because I was like, when he was on the podcast, I said the only way I can describe the vastness is that it's like unfathomably large. And he goes, "Yep." He goes, "That's the only way it can be described, is because we keep looking at it as it's big, and then we say it's very big. It's like it's not about it being big; it's that it's literally unfathomable in regards to how endlessly vast it is. And to that end, I'm like, how can there not be life? You know what I mean? I struggle to.
There's got to be something out there. There's got to, even if it's just microbes, if it's, something. There's something out there, and we'll discover it. Is it? Do they have roller coasters and iPhones? Who knows? Probably not. But at the very least, there are microbes. There are some kind of form of life out there. It's just inconceivable that there's not. It's just that life on this planet is so incredibly precious and insane that it ever happened. When you look out over all the other planets and stuff like that, there's something out there. It might just live completely different than we could ever even fathom. Like we haven't even evolved enough to even understand what that life could even be.
Correct. And what's more is it's so vast that it's not an absurd notion to think that there's two people out there having the same conversation. You know what I mean? Like they have their version of Minecraft. There's another Etho out there somewhere.
Oh my God.
Probably one right here, if I had to guess.
That's scary. Oh, geez. Oh my God. He's here. That did not. Jeez Louise. You know, the thing that's gotten me lately that I wish I was smart enough to understand, and I'm sure Cub, or maybe I feel like Etho might know.
What's that?
I'm going to goof up the word. I guarantee it. Time distillation. Is that what it's called? Like when you are in a rocket ship and you are propelled off at like the speed of light, time is different for you than it is back at home.
Slows down.
Like my brain still has trouble wrapping around that concept. I need Cub to like give me like a diagrams and some like pats on the back.
And it's not even like a theory. Like they proved it.
It's proved. It's real.
A clock on a rocket ship.
It's just hard to understand.
The times didn't match up after.
But it's really cool.
I don't get it. I've heard this too, and the more I try to wrap my head around it, I mean, there was like a old movie of Einstein having this conversation, and the way they put it is that if we were to go up to Tango's Mountain, for example, and there was a clock on there, a literal clock with the second, and we were standing right in front of it. We're up on in the mountain, we're standing right in front of it, and then we travel backwards at the speed of light, then the second hand would be still. It wouldn't be moving because we'd be traveling, with light. But in reality, if we move towards it, then time would speed up. So it's like, doesn't it all wash out?
The truth is, though, you wouldn't even be able to observe the clock, I don't think.
Well, duh. Yeah, of course. But the premise being that, like, that's like a way of explaining the time dilation when you move at or faster than the speed of light. It's over my head. It's above my pay grade. I don't understand it, but
I wish I could fully like grasp it. It's such a cool concept. Have you seen? There's a guy on YouTube. I forgot his name, but he did this whole animation based on like Project Hail Mary, and kind of like
no spoilers.
No, but he just showed like how exponential, like if you maintained power. So if you instead of just one big, translunar injection burn or a slingshot around Venus or whatever it would be, like if you had consistent power, and how some of the distant planets aren't really that far away, if you could maintain like consistent, burn. It was really cool video. It made the universe kind of like shrink down a little bit, like in some, a couple generations from now, maybe they could create like a cool ship like that, give it like 100 years or something. Did you guys see Project Hail Mary?
Pretty fast.
I haven't seen it or read the book yet.
Okay, so you've seen nothing, so no spoilers for Skiz, because if he hasn't read the book, then like, have you read the book, Etho?
I haven't. I found out my mom has though, and she like really liked it.
Could she give you the book?
I think she got it from a library. I don't think she actually owns it.
Do they still have libraries?
Yeah.
Yes, libraries exist, dude.
They closed down all the libraries around us. Dude, they tore down the library the year we moved into this town, and they've been saying that they're going to rebuild it ever since then. And I'm not old, but that's been 20 years. I would recommend it. God. I know you're going to see the movie, but Etho, like,
I'm definitely going to see the. Okay, here's the question, Scar. Should I watch the movie before I read the book?
I would
I'm more likely to watch a movie than read a book.
I'd really like you to read the book, and I'd preferably, Etho, I will straight up buy it for you. the audiobook is the better way to enjoy Project Hail Mary because of a very
You think it's
particular.
better?
There's a particular reason that I can't spoil to you two, but it's better in audio form than it is in the written like text.
If they did it like the old timey radio shows where they have the sound effects that they make as they read the story, that would be cool. They don't do that.
That would be cool.
in Audible, though,
I'm
do they?
gonna say that you would enjoy the audiobook, Etho.
Okay.
Chat. You know. I'm gonna take a cue from the chat and go audio maze. It's maze. You're a maze, Etho. So are you, Skiz. You're both maze.
We're amazing.
Yeah, you're maze.
Have you seen here, chat? Tell me if you know about this, or tell Scar if you know about this. Have you seen the video out there that talks about the probability of a deck of cards being in the same order? Have you ever heard about this?
No,
So
tell me more.
if you take a deck of cards and you bring it out of its brand new pack, obviously it's all in order because that's how it comes off the press.
Yeah.
But imagine you play with those cards for a couple hours or whatever, right? You're just think of a regular deck of cards that's been mixed up. Chances are that in the history of mankind, obviously there's no way to prove this, but from a mathematical standpoint, chances are that whatever order the deck of cards is in your hands, that order has never ever existed before. And that's and this is not in regards to decks of cards that you've held. It's all the decks of cards that have ever existed in mankind's history, all the casinos, all the houses or whatever. That sounds ridiculous, right? But when you see the way that they mathematically break it down in regards to the 52 factorial, which is 52 times 51 times 50 times 49 and so on, when you do the math of the 52 factorial, it is so ludicrous that that you can't even get your head wrapped around it, dude. And the way they complain, and I'm going to butcher this, but they're like, they say it's like this. I want you to imagine that you every 1 million years, you take a step forward. And now you wait another 1,000,000 years and you go like this. Another 1,000,000 years and you go like this. And then blah, blah, blah. And you do that until you go all the way around the planet. And when you're all the way around the planet, you deal yourself 5 cards. And you keep doing that process. As soon as you deal the 5, if it's a royal flush, great. If it's not, then you take a step forward and you do it again. And you keep doing that until you finally deal a royal flush. And when you deal a royal flush, you take a single sheet of paper and you place it on the ground. And you keep repeating that process until the paper goes all the way to the moon. And when it goes all the way to the moon, then you remove a single grain of sand out of the Grand Canyon. Or I'm sorry, you add a single grain of sand into the Grand Canyon, and you do that until the Grand Canyon is filled. It's something, I'm butchering it, but it's something like that. And it is literally 52 factorial is not large. It is like space. It is unfathomably large in regards to what that number is. That's cool. So I'm gonna send this to you both, because that little animation that breaks down, it basically takes the math and it gives it a visual representation of what it would mean. And the premise being that you'd have to go through all that process until you end up like filling the Grand Canyon or emptying the Pacific Ocean drop by drop or something like that. And only when that happens are you like a third of the way there in regards to how many different combinations that you've reached. You'd have to do that whole thing 3 more times in order to have the same have a deck of cards in the same order twice or so. I'm like I said, I'm butchering it, and I guarantee you somebody there has seen it, and I'm going to send you this. Everybody look that up. Look up the 52 factorial video and watch it, because it gives the most beautiful visual representation to how vast that math is, dude. It's insane. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to watch that.
Let me see, 52 factorial.
Man, I wish orangutans would evolve to be able to speak. Can you imagine?
They can drive. I've seen them drive.
I know, me too. I'm like, they're so close.
I wonder now if that was an AI video.
Like, oh God, they're ruining the orangutan market of videos. I'll tell you that right now. That's stupid AI.
You know that golf cart video though, where he's driving it around. Do you think that's a real video?
I hope it is. I just feel like orangutan would be like a really fun hang. Like he's just hanging out. Maybe he's like, dude, pass me like the grapes, and we just have a good time.
They seem very chill.
They do.
All right.
Chimpanzees, they're like the wilder guys. They're if you want to have a party, maybe you hang out with them, you know.
What? How can I talk about 52 factorial? You're talking about orangutan.
It's all science. We just want one. We're just hoping that we just want them to evolve faster so they can speak.
All right, there. I just sent it to you. Trust me when I say, I sent it to both of you. Trust me when I say that this, don't do anything else. Really watch that video. It's a short one too, but really not now, but watch it later. And I can't watch this thing. Every time I watch it, I think to myself, there's just no way. But the bottom line is when you do the math, it is insane in regards to what 52 factorial is, on how large that number is. Dude.
I will watch that. I will watch that. Did you guys see the? I'm sure you saw it. We lost Skiz, I guess. Did you see the total eclipse with the moon from Artemis? That shot that they shot?
No.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
I mean, like, I think it really summed up. Like, I've seen a lot of people just kind of go, "Oh, okay," and I've listened to like the astronaut who took that, and he's like, "I don't think humans have fully evolved to fully comprehend all that's in that image."
Yep, I remember. Oh, see, I remember him saying that, but I don't remember it being about the eclipse. I remember the moon though.
It's like it's the most extraordinary photo I think I have ever seen, for the context that moon just covered up everything humans have ever known.
Oh,
like everything that has ever happened to
a good line there. I like that line.
It's just gone. Like, it just covered up everything. Everything is gone. That little moment. And it's
so insane.
I like that photo is hard to comprehend. I think he's so correct that we aren't fully evolved to fully comprehend like some of that stuff. We're too focused on our little, which is important, our little nitty gritty things in life to really appreciate like our place in the universe and how insignificant it is in some ways that the moon could just cover us up.
Yep.
You know what blows me away? Like watching the mission, like super impressive stuff, right?
Yeah.
But to think they did all this stuff back in the 60s.
Yeah.
Like how?
Well, you know what? Let me give you my thoughts. I am not a conspiracy theorist, but I was telling this to my wife the other day. I was like, I believe the moon landing. I do. And I also don't think it's ridiculous when people question it from a technological standpoint. And I said, it makes sense as to what makes people kind of cock their head to the side and say, really? Like with those computers, like really? Like my brain does that. I can understand why some people would not think it. However, I 100% think that the human spirit was there. You know what I mean? Like in regards to like the fear and the tenacity to do something like that. We've been voyagers. That's what our mankind does. That's probably what it felt the first time they, ventured off into the ocean, not knowing what's out there, And so it's like, technology wise, it makes sense as to why people would have pause, but human spirit wise, nah, all day long, dude. This is what makes a human great, dude.
Do you think they could do it in the past because there was less bureaucracy? Maybe
they had. If maybe chat can correct me, but I believe I need you to fact check these numbers, chat. I believe they had 4% of the Americans' GDP behind the space program. So think of like that's budget big of the United States, and you think of like 4%. Currently, I think, if I'm not mistaken, chat, back me up, our ridiculous military budget is 3%. So can you imagine that today's military budget is dedicated to Apollo? And the second thing too, I just learned this recently, that basically they had the Defense Production Act behind Apollo, so they could take whatever they wanted and tell somebody to do what they wanted to under the Defense Production Act, which is just insane. So if like, these like particular computer chips or whatever it was going to this place, they could say, no, those are coming to us.
We need them.
Yeah. And it's just like, I don't think we can like fully comprehend the amount of money and resources they had behind Apollo, because now it's like NASA like scrapes the barrel to like put this mission together. Back then it was like you could have whatever you want, which is,
and to eat those points, I do think that there was less bureaucracy. I think there was actually almost recklessly so. And not even back in the 60s, but if you look at like, you guys remember the Challenger disaster in 84 or 85 or something like that? That was, we were sending the first average American to space, right? That was the teacher. You guys remember this, I'm sure. There was the story there. My understanding is that they, there was a lot of pressure to get it done, a ton of pressure to do it. And so NASA was doing their thing. Well, you look into that control room and there's so many desks and so many different roles because everybody had a specialized role. And there was one guy, and again, I hope I don't butcher this, but there's one guy, his job was to understand the O-rings on, I think, like the fuel tanks or the injection tanks or something. But his job was he was the O-ring guy. And his thing was he was studying the weather patterns and he's like, yeah, we can't launch. They'd already, I believe, delayed a couple of times. And he's like, we can't launch because it's going to be like record cold that day. And it's going to put the integrity of the O-rings at risk. And so they're all, he's doing his job. He's like, we can't launch. And they're like, we have to launch. He's like, I'm not suggesting we shouldn't launch. I'm doing my job. I'm telling you, we cannot launch. If we launch, those O-rings are not going to hold. They're going to freeze overnight. And then they're going to be super warmed by when the thing takes off. And they're going to completely shrivel up and fail. And he just argued and argued and argued and argued and argued. He just kept saying, you can't do this. You can't do this. And he lost the battle and he goes home that night and his wife knew what he was going to be setting out to do. He's like, I have to be the guy that cancels the mission. And they had gotten too much pressure, I believe, from the president. And he goes home. His wife said, well, how'd it go? He said, no, it's good. It's a good day. Told everybody what we're going to do. We're going to launch anyways, and we're going to kill everybody tomorrow. And he goes to work and I think his guess was it would take, I think he said like within the first 20 or 30 seconds or something like that, he said is when they'll fail. So when they took off, he's like, and this is, by the way, this little documentary I saw was something that he was on a gag order for a long time. So this is very recent. This came out. And when the Challenger took off, he was holding his breath and he's like, I've never, ever in my entire life wanted to be wrong more. And the window that he thought that it would fail passed. And he's like, was like, thank God. He's like, if it didn't fail now, we're good to go. And there was like a few seconds later, boom, the O-rings went and we know the rest of the story. And then he was pulled into an office and they were like, you're on a gag order, not a word. And so he couldn't talk about it for a long time, dude. Isn't that crazy? But that's to Ito's point. I think that they were, not only was there less bureaucracy, I think it was arguably far more reckless in the spirit of being successful, I think. I'm guessing.
Yeah. There's also a race to beat the Soviets. It helps to have a little competition.
Yeah.
It helps. Yeah. That helps a lot. Yeah. That gets people going. But yeah, that's such a sad story, those O-rings. Because it's right, the O-ring gave way, which then just the field and leak. I can't remember exactly, but once that ring separated, then like the structural integrity of the booster then failed, right? Because you could see you could see it in like the slow motion footage of it.
Yeah. The O-rings, they had just frozen overnight because it was just such unusual weather. And when they took off, the heat they went from ice freaking cold to like supercharged hot. They were meant for heat. They're O-rings on the shuttle, you know what I mean? But they weren't meant to change temperature, such extreme temperature in such a short amount of time. They weren't rated for that. I don't know if anything.
Because I'm just thinking of like rubber things that I've had before that got heat shocked or changed temperature rapidly that like went from like a rubber to like crumbled. Like
yes,
exactly. Literally crumbled in my hand. That was literally recently. I had this piece of rubber that did get like really, really hot and then got like cooled really quickly and basically just crumbled. I was like, wow, science.
Yeah. Science.
I'm like, whoa, science. Did you ever see the sad looks on the faces of the mission control in Houston when Columbia was re-entering? Like they knew it was not going to go well.
I did not see that.
There's you can see it still, and they're doing the radio check, coming out of like comms blackout, and like the launch director's hand is just in his head is in his hand, like he knew what happened. It's really sad. Ugh.
You know what's crazy? I went to the Kennedy Center a couple years back, and it's an incredible. They have an incredible setup in regards to like it's almost like a little museum inside. Mm-hmm. And I'm going through the whole thing. I'm building this for a reason, and I'm going through the whole thing, and I'm enjoying myself. And it's just so much cool things about science and the whole nine or whatever. Anyways, as I'm doing it, I'm going down this corridor, and there is this is where this was there's this one section of the Kennedy Space Center that is all about paying homage to Columbia and Challenger, you know, and Apollo 11, I think. Anyways, I'm in this thing, and the way it's geared is you go this way and then you go like this. But there's this little gap in the wall that you can't really, it's not very obvious, and there's not any signs. And I go like this. I'm like, what is this gap in the wall? And I go back here, dude, and there's real wreckage behind this like display glass of the Challenger and of the Columbia. There's real wreckage from the ships in there. And I'm like, what? And and it was like all dark, and it's like, I can't explain it, but like, it's almost like they wanted people to kind of accidentally find this room. But when you go in, you see the real windshield, if you will, or that, you know, the real sheet of metal that they pulled out when the Challenger went down. It's incredible, dude. And I was there with my father-in-law, and he had been there before, and he missed that room the first time. And I was like, go back in there, turn to your right. And he came.
Do they not want to force it on people who might not want to see it? Or like
maybe. I mean, but the thing is, the room that you were going through was all the personal possessions of all the astronauts who perished.
Okay, that might be actually a little worse. Okay,
I know.
I'll take some wreckage over seeing the poor person's patch. Like, I'll like,
seriously.
Is this in the new exhibit with Atlantis? Because I haven't been there since I was a youngly lad. But like they have the cool new exhibit with like the shuttle Atlantis, and is it part of that?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And
I haven't seen
to the point to where I'm not even going to say what that experience is like, because in case anybody's going to go, I don't want to spoil it, because the way they reveal the shuttle it's next level.
Yeah. I've never been there, but I know the mechanics. I'm a bit of a theme park themed industry guy.
Yes, you are.
I've seen it won awards because it was cool.
Yeah,
I think you know that the I think, you know, people always like, oh, you know, astronauts, how do they do that? But like astronauts know what they're getting into. Like they know there's a possibility. But what's unexcusable is they know that's it, but they also know that they should be taken care of by the people on the ground, and they weren't in those two cases, which is a bummer.
Yeah,
that's what's not forgivable, and that's what's not fair to them, is like that was incompetence on the people on the ground's fault. Not, you know, they knew that there's always a chance, but they should have people making the right decisions. You know,
see, and I see it less as incompetence and more as negligence.
Yeah.
Like in the case of the Challenger, the competence was there. The guy did his job.
Yeah, he did his job.
Launch, please. You know, and
it's sad.
Yeah, it really is.
Would you go to space, Skiz?
Honestly, the truth is, if I was able to, meaning if I was young and I was fit enough and I could handle those G forces, which I know for a fact, like I would not physically be able to undergo what they undergo. But if I could, I think I would. If I could handle physically what it takes, I could see myself possibly doing that. I don't know what point in my life, like at this point in my life, if I could physically do it at this point in my life, absolutely. There was time when I was younger, I probably would, believe it or not, be more apprehensive to do it. You know what I mean? Which is bizarre that I'd be more willing now.
Etha, would you go to space?
It depends on a lot. Like, I don't know if I could be an astronaut and go through all the training and like the months and months of preparation. But if it was just like, hey, I got a ticket, you want to go? Like, maybe,
let's
maybe. It's very scary though. Like a lot of them, they have problems after they come home, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say if you just went up like for a little orbity fun time, that's not much of a. I think you would recover pretty quickly. I think people who are on long duration expeditions on the space station do have some long term issues, especially in their eyes and lots of little things that they keep finding. That's interesting. The biggest thing I think in space travel that needs to be developed is finding a way to simulate gravity and creating nuclear propulsion. I think those are the two big frontiers of like actually making it sustainable, because there's a lot of weird stuff. Like look at the astronauts that came back. Like they released a video of them still struggling, and they weren't even in space for very long, by like closing their eyes and trying to walk in a straight line. Which I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure I could. Well, I can't at all. But I mean,
It affected their balance or what?
Yeah, it affects their balance. There's so many interesting things that it affects.
Keep me safe. I'll be right back.
But yeah, no, I think it'd be, oh man, it'd be fun. It's kind of like I feel like one thing that SpaceX has done is, man, they have launched a lot of astronauts now in space in a short amount of time. Like I feel like the risk has gone down a little bit.
Yeah,
like
they seem to have it down pretty good now.
They do. They seem to be having a lot, like very few issues in those flights, and those Dragons are doing a lot of flights.
I don't know if they've even really had any like catastrophes that weren't planned or like test flights, right?
SpaceX, no. Boeing, yes. Obviously, Boeing,
yeah.
Boeing had the issue with the 2 astronauts on the station where if there's a podcast, I saw the Butch Wilmore did a podcast, and I was like, whoa, Butch Wilmore did a podcast, and I found this podcast he was on, and he talked about it, and I like, it was scary. They're sent to the station, and the thrusters are going out. He's in control of it. Like listening to him talk about that must have been harrowing. Of like their trip to station on that lemon of a spacecraft they were on. Oh my god! Like he also like didn't mince words. Like he was like, he called out some of the shenanigans that went on with that. And yeah, man, it was that was scary. Like that was when like things get real. Like with Dragon, like so much of that is automated from like takeoff to docking. Wilmore is like, his hands are on the sticks going to the station. It was crazy.
Really? Huh. That's the 2 that got stranded for like a few months, right?
Yeah. I mean, like stranded is also kind of like a strong word that people used for like purposes of agendas, but like mostly like, yeah, they were up there. Then they're like, well, I mean, it's like, I always thought it was like kind of 50-50. They're like, well, now you're part of this next expedition. Like, could you have gone home anytime? Yeah. But now you're part of this expedition, which I don't know. It was kind of interesting listening to him speak rather than other people speak for him, which was nice to hear. Like, because in that case, a lot of people spoke for those astronauts, and at least he was able to speak for himself. But like, yeah, they just became part of the crew. Like they spent the next Dragon up with 2 empty seats because they had become part of the expedition.
Right.
Wow.
Skiz is back.
Skiz is back.
I'd like to go to space. I would if there was an opportunity, I would do it. I would take it. I made that decision.
I mean, it would be so fun to go to the moon or something, and you could like hop around with different gravity.
Oh yeah, dude! In space, I don't. There was this like contest to go to space once that I applied for, and my whole shtick was there's no wheelchair in space. And then somebody used that recently for one of their flights. I'm like, I was first with that, by the way. It was some dumb thing of like Dear Moon or something. I just applied for the fun of it because I love space. And so I applied, and my whole stick was there's no wheelchair in space. I just float around.
Let me ask you this.
Be an absolute menace.
Would you, if you went to space, would you do a spacewalk?
Spacewalks are scary.
Ooh, they're very scary.
Yeah, and even more, would you do it with no tether to where it's just the little jet things on the arms and stuff?
Do I get a cyanide pill? Oh man, that is.
If it goes wrong, you're done pretty quick anyway, I think.
Are you? Because I think you're just going to float until you run out of air or starve. Right? I guess air would.
How fast would it take to re-enter? This is why we need Cub. We need Cub. Like, okay, if you're on the ISS and you lose your tether, I think you would just orbit. You wouldn't, because you would need to burn to. You would need a burn to go down.
Satellite.
This is why we need Cub for the science.
Well, there was that one guy that went untethered, right? For a little bit.
Yes, and it's the freakiest thing you've ever seen. He's like on that. He's like, it's almost like he's like sitting in a little chair thing, and the arms have the little jet things, right? And he's just like.
Oh, the guy from the 80s, the famous photo from the shuttle. Is that like he's in that little apparatus?
I think they got video of it too, don't they?
Yeah.
I'm sure I saw
now,
video.
current spaces, if I'm not mistaken, have something called a saver, right? Like it has like a very small thrusters. Like if you did get in trouble, you can like kind of propel yourself a little bit back, I think.
I can't even imagine. I can't even, dude.
I think they do, but this is why we need Cub. We need Cub for science facts.
I know.
But
Remember
no,
the movie
I think
Armageddon, dude.
I think a spacewalk must be horrific because one, you've got to be like really in tune with your mind to not get claustrophobic and not just crumble. That you're in this like literal spacesuit in yourself, EMU. You're like, this is your own little space shuttle that you're in, right?
Yeah.
You're also looking down into the vastness of nothing. And then you look up and you have the giant planet now in your peripheral view. Like the entire planet of Earth is now like in your peripheral view. And what happens if you throw up? you like now your mask is entirely covered with, you know, your little slurry that you ate this morning.
Ugh.
And now you're counting on your pal because they go out in duos, like to
Don't
help
they got, like,
guide
wipers
you
on
back
those
to
things?
the airlock.
They got wipers, like little windshield wipers.
I think they got wipers on the
beep.
spacesuits. Am I wrong
Why
about
would
that?
they? What? There's no like rain out there.
Oh, but this
Ask
is
your
actually
chat.
real.
I
This
think-
has happened. I forgot when they were installing one of the big trusses of for the solar panels, the original set on a space shuttle mission. There was a SEAL, like he was a Navy SEAL. His mask filled up with water.
What?
Yeah, it like filled up with water. And this has happened now a few times because these EMUs are getting really, 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 really old. And they're starting to fail all the time. And I forgot
Where's the
about that
water
one.
coming from?
It filled up with water
Where?
in his in the mask.
Where'd the water come from? I'm not understanding where the water came from.
I'm pretty sure. Well, they have water. They drink water in there. They have like a little straw. I don't know if it came from that or it was a condensation issue or something.
Oh, it just like, oh, I see what
Yeah.
you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
It might. I think it was just breath, like had filled up. Like, could you imagine that? I think that happened to a Russian too, not that long ago in their suits.
Dude, I have a VR. I haven't turned it on in forever, but in my VR set, you can go to the ISS. And even in the VR set, I was able to get an idea of like how, I don't even want to use the word. It's obviously a version of lonely, but it's like psychotically lonely. It must be in there. You know what I mean? If you're by yourself or whatever, like I can't even. Oh,
Have you
like
turned?
the guy in the thing with the jetpacks that we were just talking about. Like
It's trippy. If you have VR, do that Google Earth thing where you are looking down at Earth. It's as close as you'll get to have that feeling. I had to
okay,
return
I
my
haven't done
VR
that one.
headset.
I'm gonna do that.
My mother made me.
Should I do it on stream, everybody?
Yes,
We do
please.
VR like that. I don't know if I trust Sir Scar in VR anymore after the.
No, I just said my mother made me return my VR headset.
Is that what
That's
you said?
100%
You don't have it
true.
anymore?
100% true. We returned it. It was
Why?
not
Because
Scar
of the
safe.
moment. That was
Because
of the moment.
fall, or
Yeah.
what? Oh, okay.
Well, there you have it, folks. You can thank me and Martin for that. Sorry about that, Scar.
It made for a
That
great
was the-
clip.
Do you know what our perspective of that was, Etho? It was that Martin and I came on top. We were above Scar and we looked down and we're like, oh, Scar, because we had the VR and he was
Yeah.
like looking around like this way, that way. Then he looks up and he just like freaks out. And that's when he fell out of his wheelchair, but we didn't know. And so while this poor guy is falling out of his wheelchair, me and Martin are just like, yeah, kill him. Yeah.
Messing with him, and he's having a real life.
Not
panic
only
attack.
that, while they were killing me, my chest strap was. I cut out a lot of the more gruesome parts of that just so it was like a little more silly. But there's a part where like my chest strap is like basically like around my neck, and I'm watching the screen go whatever, and I'm like, help.
That was just the worst. I had no idea. We had zero idea.
Oh, it's so funny. Did I come back later and show you guys the clip?
You did. And when we knew that you were fine, like obviously we were all able to breathe a sigh of relief. But and this is where I'm not proud of myself, dude. When I knew capital KNEW that you were fine and that you had a good attitude about the whole thing, all of a sudden, for some reason, because I have such a twisted humor, it just got funnier and funnier.
It's
to
so
me
funny.
that you were falling and we were sitting there just like, yeah, kill him. And we were just hacking you up with swords the whole time. You're not fighting back at all because you let go of, the mouse and keyboard was out the window. And we're just sitting there punching you. Like, dude, there's kicking somebody when they're down. And then there's whatever this was.
I mean, it was
Scar
really
still
funny.
wakes up at night sometimes with kill him. He's got PTSD from that.
Yeah, like I was wearing really slidey pants, and I didn't realize
You didn't have your belt on though.
I did. That's what I got my neck caught on, but I didn't have okay. A long time ago, I took the waist strap off because it was uncomfortable.
Okay.
So it had been off probably for like 4 years, and I eventually, just unbeknownst to myself, had started to like my point of balance had really shifted forward. And so it just took like looking up and seeing those two, and I like leaned back, and it just like I slid out like a sardine.
It's like a slide once you get going, right? There's no stopping.
Yeah, especially with my slidey pants. You gotta, in a wheelchair, an important thing to have is slidey pants.
Guys, you see how you all understand in the chat how he does not make it easy to not laugh at this with the words he uses and his approach and everything. Like, and he did his whole like Etho as we were hacking him up. He was doing his Scar noise of and I thought it was game, but it was real Scar falling out of his.
Yeah, you now know that those sounds are actually real. They're not putting on a show. I literally make those sounds all the time in real life.
That's true Scar panic.
That is a real Scar panic if you hear Mickey Mouse come through. Ethan, did you do the VR?
I've never done VR. I've always wanted to try it.
Yeah, I should get those. I should buy that headset again.
I've just heard so many bad things about it. Like it's like an experience I want, but I don't know if it's ever really gonna be worth it.
When I got mine, Etho, I at first was like, I'm in trouble here. I'm going to do nothing but this. And I would not say I got over it, but it shocked me that it didn't have the lasting lore I thought it was going to. And maybe there's only a matter of time before it does, right? Now, the new version I got, the quality is noticeably better. So I don't get like fatigue as much, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
But
it bugs your eyes or what?
Yeah, like your eyes is one thing. And then especially the older models, unless you get the special strap that goes over the top of your head to kind of take the pressure off. If you don't get that, it kind of pulls down on the front of your skull a little bit, like gravity wise. So your neck gets sore. But the refresh and the quality or whatever, it was the first version I had was good. But the one I have now is actually pretty good. I haven't used it in a while. But here's the deal. The amount of different types of games is fascinating. And it is like Beat Saber is amazing. If you want to, you can go to different museums around the world. You can do space. One time I got to just be the silly little game where I was Spider-Man, and that was super fun. But what's crazy is, and my wife, I gotta give it to her. I don't know how she doesn't judge me more. What I used VR for the most was poker, and that's ludicrous.
Really? That's not where I thought you were going.
Oh, it's insane. I'm telling you, Scar. And I'm telling you, like, if this is the poker table, dude, you're at the table like this, and you got your chips right here, and you can pick them up, and you can flick them in your hands, and you can throw them in, and there's all these different toys you have, and all that stuff, and you're talking to the people. I thought I was playing against bots, and then they started talking to each other at this way that was weird. And I was like, "Can you guys hear me?" And they all looked at me like, "Yeah, we can hear you, man." I'm like, "What the?" And I thought it was just going to be bots, but it was real people. And this was during COVID. Next thing I know, I'm just like not making friends online, but I'm making pretty stellar acquaintances online. And we are just kind of, I got to learn a lot about people. And one of my favorite moments is that there was this woman at the table who wanted to sing. She wanted to sing. And I said, well, sing for us. And she's like, I don't know. And I was like, why don't you answer me what you have to lose first? And then I'll back off. And she goes, okay. So she starts singing, and she had a gorgeous voice. And now, dude, when she realized that we were receiving it, she started leaning in, and she's singing beautifully. And we all pulled out these little like lighters, and we just like held them in the air. These, like we just had these lighters in our hands that we were just like swinging back and forth. And it was like this wonderful moment. Like I said, it was the height of COVID, so nobody could be with people. And we were just sort of, manufacturing that, if you will. It was cool.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember your first time ever interacting with anybody on voice chat in a video game? Like, I don't know, like a Call of Duty or some kind of Halo.
Xbox Live.
Good question.
Do you remember putting on the headset and hearing people for the first time?
I'm trying to remember, like,
I remember not the very first time. I definitely have some strong memories of, like after a game, people would send you a voice message, like cursing you out.
Yeah.
yeah.
I thrived on
To get a
those.
few of those.
Got me through the day. I remember the first time.
It was almost like a Medal of Honor, when you got one of those.
Oh yeah. So I got $25 for my grandma, and my brother was like, perfect, we could go buy a headset at the store for the PlayStation 2. And it was basically, he took my $25, went and bought a headset so we could play Star Wars Battlefront 1. I think it was 1. It was 1 or 2. I can't remember which one. And I put that headset on, and it could have been an empty lobby. It could have just been one just guy grunting the whole time. Instead, it was the most profound moment of my life. There was a man of Native American culture who was teaching people war cries as they ran as droids into a Star Wars battle. And there was like a Southern man with a real thick accent, and it was a wild experience. And I remember telling my brother, I was like, is this what it's always like? And he's like, no.
That's a special moment.
And this guy was like Cherokee, and he was like, and then we're going to say this, and then we're going to charge. It was like, oh my God, this was insane. Oh God.
I'm trying to think.
I wish all the interactions were like that. Everybody was just having fun. And then eventually people started saying mean things, and it got bad.
Yeah.
But that one moment, that first time I put it on, I'll always remember that guy with the war cry, and then the Southern guy who was like, I really like this.
Oh, yes. You were too shy to talk, Heath, though?
I was too shy.
I didn't talk much either, Heath, though. I was very nervous.
I was very good at Bomberman Live, and it was very funny watching people's reactions, though.
Which thing?
As we played. There was a game called Bomberman Live. Like one of the arcade games on Xbox. But I was like exceptionally good at it, and like people had very funny reactions to it.
Oh.
And they would like try to all gang up against me, and they still couldn't beat me, and then they'd all like freak out and
interesting. Yeah, I've never
talking trash, and yeah.
There was
good memories.
One of the Battlefield games that I played on the PlayStation. That man, people were so good at that game.
Oh, dude.
I wish I even knew what the game
2,
was.
man.
It was on the PlayStation 2. I don't even remember. I know it was a Battlefield-y game, but man.
Battlefield 2, Impulse and I were an unstoppable chopper duo, dude. He was the pilot and I was the gunner. And we were just we upset so many people. We got to a point there to where if we logged on, people would just go blow up all the choppers. Which was so funny, dude. It was kind of an honor. We were also super jerks.
I mean, you got to be a little bit. Like, I had a similar experience with my friend, Adam. He was insane. He's now an officer of the law. I was the gunner. He was the chopper guy. I think we had like a similar thing. It was so much fun because when a chopper kills you, there is a rage that happens inside.
Is it hard to do or what?
Like, I think there's like a skill to it, and also kind of a feeling of like there's nothing I could do from the flying death machine. And so the only thing you can do is send that person a very angry message with a lot of passion and a lot of profanity.
Well,
and to me, I loved it. I loved it. I love getting those messages. They were a joy.
The choppers were kind of OP, but the jets were way OP. Like if somebody was really good in a jet, it ruined the entire game. Because not only could they like blanket carpet bomb at any moment, but they could reload within seconds and then carpet bomb again. And it was so tough to deal with like people who were amazing in the jets. Choppers was tough, but
hard to aim, right?
Choppers were hard to aim because like when I would do a TV guided missile, basically the missile would shoot out and I would have the POV of the missile and I would guide it with the mouse, but you had to be wicked fast with your reactions and your anticipation of where your target was going to be And then on
Mhm.
top of that, we had to account for lag on where the target's hitbox would be. So you had to get familiar with just lag in general in regards to that server, and you would be like, I got to aim a good 20 feet behind the target here. You know what I mean? Things like that because the hitbox was so lagging behind.
Okay, it was Battlefield. Did you play Battlefield 4?
Is that the one that just came out?
No, it was the one that I think straddled the PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4 era.
I don't think I did then.
It was the one where the skyscraper would collapse. It was one of the maps where if you shot the skyscraper enough, like the pillars, it would collapse.
I remember Battlefield 3 having that physics engine. I don't know what 4 was like.
What did they call it? They had like a marketing term for it. It was like evolution or something. I forgot what the word was. But that map was so fun for choppers because you could fly out of the area, be completely protected by the other buildings around you, and jump out, repair, jump out, repair, jump out, repair. So you could get your chopper like fully repaired by just like kind of like straddling the world border. Oh, it was so fun. That was so fun. I think that's the thing. My friend and I, we would play a lot, and then we would then get bored. So we would need to think of new ways to entertain ourselves. And that's when we would start like finding ways to make people mad. And one of them was just picking a particular flag on the map. So if there's like, A, B, C, D, F, whatever, we would pick one flag and we would own it and nobody could touch it. And eventually there's just like an anger the other team would have. It's like, no, we have to take A back. And we just held on to that flag no matter what. Even if it was a flag that nobody cared about, if someone died at it, they would get mad and come back to try to kill you. Then they would die, and then they'd bring their buddies back, and it would just be this whole cycle of like capture the fort. Oh, I love that. It was so fun.
That's good.
Man, I loved it when they got angry. Man.
Well, see, that's what I mean. So Impulse and I, sometimes we'd stay up late, and we would have one or two adult beverages. This is a long time ago, and we would be on the server, and when we would spawn on the aircraft carrier, which was like way far away from the mainland, if you spawn on the aircraft carrier, you can take a jet or a chopper or a speedboat across to get to the land.
Yeah.
He would pop in, I would pop into the chopper, and he would fly up and he'd come down. And if you spawn on the aircraft carrier, it's only got people who are on your team. And he would swoop down and he would hit people with the chopper. And since friendly fire was off, the hit wouldn't kill them, but it would launch them deep into the ocean.
Oh, that's mean.
I know. And then they'd have to self-eliminate, or they'd have to swim back for like 20 minutes. And the worst part is him and I would just be in tears laughing. We still talk about that to this day. And we're like, maybe we're jerks. Like, that was such a jerk thing to do, but it was so funny, dude.
Oh, it was Battlefield 2 Modern Combat, released in 2005. Is the Battlefield I played on my PlayStation.
That's our jam, Battlefield 2. That's the one.
Yeah.
So much fun. Dude.
I did play later on, once all the expansion packs came out, I did play Battlefield 1942, which released in 2002. I played it a little bit after that. When I bought it for the PC, I had like all the expansions.
Oh, I want to play Battlefield 2 so bad right now.
Did you ever play Ghost Town? It was an expansion on Battlefield 2. It was my favorite map of all time.
I don't think I did.
Ghost Town, it was the spawns were separated by two bridges, and then in the center it was like mini kind of like buildings. Kind of it was a perfect map if you could get on an anti-aircraft gun. And back in Battlefield 2, anti-aircraft guns just wreaked havoc on just players. And so you could go on a kill streak with that. Oh, it was so fun.
That sounds like so much fun, dude. I want to play it again so bad.
Dude, why didn't we ever get Piss going where we got like you, Impulse, me, and Pearl? We were supposed to do that.
I'm in. But we were supposed to, I think it was Call of Duty is what we were supposed to do, which I've actually never played.
Yeah, I don't mean any of those would be fun. We just get the crew. We got to get that crew together. We always wanted to do it.
I agree. I know.
Don't bait me.
Don't.
You came over here with that thing. You get out of here.
what? Because it's a bubble, you just got to pop it? That was gifted to me by a handsome guy named Scar.
I know, and I would never have done it purposely, but you brought it to me just like, here, you want to shoot it? You're getting all these FPS. You're bringing the FPS out in me, and when that comes out, I've been told that I change as a human.
The what? The what?
Okay, when I play FPS games, people tell me I change as a person. I get really competitive and I start yelling really loudly.
Frames per second?
FPS, like a first-person shooter.
Oh!
We were just talking about them.
Yeah, we sure were. But you're not supposed to shoot the bubble.
No, but no, with the thought of FPS games, I just get,
I'll tell you what,
antsy.
Ready? I'm going to float here and you take a shot at me. I'll float above you.
Wait, what does he want me to shoot? I'm not going to kill that thing. Oh, I don't have an arrow. Ethan, do you have an arrow? I sacrificed my arrows to the lava.
Don't.
Oh, Etho, by the way.
I do.
I got one now. From a gameplay mechanic, how do you make netherite? Because it doesn't work the same where you put it in the machine.
Don't shoot the ghast.
You got to smelt it and mix it with gold.
Really?
What is happening?
But what about do you need a template to make something netherite now?
You didn't take.
You
didn't take a
it's
single
not
shot.
easy to get.
Shoot, how do you get a template?
You bag. Go to a basket.
How did you not take a shot? What am I missing here?
I had to get an arrow, and then I had to ask Etho something.
Do I even have any arrows?
What did you want me to shoot?
Hey! You're gonna shoot me.
Okay, you fly.
Okay, but I'm just gonna.
I don't know what he wants to do.
He's gonna hover over it, and he wants you to try hit him. Ooh, he dodged that pretty good.
Does he really want me to shoot near his ghast?
No, I don't. I'm trying to go away from the ghast.
That looked like you hit him there.
Yeah, let me look at the hip. Fly again. Fly again.
Don't shoot the bubble.
I don't even know where it went. Oh, there it is. Okay. You know, when you look at it, the hitbox on this is so small. Like in flight, if you trigger,
yeah, it turns into a 1x1, right?
Oh yeah, it is so small.
Same with when you're swimming.
Really, even swimming.
Hey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at how small his box is, and it also trails like near his butt. Do you see that? Like you kind of would. I feel like I would intuitively look towards shooting towards the head. You actually kind of have to shoot towards his lower midsection, the crotch.
Aim for the feet. That's the trick.
I won't even do it.
Can you go into fly mode for a second? Yeah, see, like especially when he's like dipping around. Right here, it's more of like in the chest.
It is more the torso. That's
but
weird.
when
Wait a
he's in
minute,
the
stay there.
air,
I want to see
moves.
because you're on an ad right now. I want to see what you're looking at.
Wait, I need you to go swim too, Skiz. I need to see you swimming.
Okay.
Because I always thought it was at the feet.
What are you looking at?
If you do the F3B and look at your
I guess
hitbox.
Is the stupid ad over?
Not yet. You know, when you do F3B, it doesn't show your own hitbox. I'm just now realizing.
Oh, really?
There was a couple segments, I'll tell you that. I managed those ads perfectly. And then there was like 2 segments that I had to step away from my computer and ads ran daring and I felt very bad.
Can you go in the water too?
Okay.
I'm actually genuinely curious about this now.
It's you said the
Oh, it does switch to the feet in the water. Okay. That's what I thought.
But that's what I saw when he was flying, and that's what threw me
Oh my
off.
gosh, that's the hitbox? What?
Yeah, your hitbox
But if I stand
moves.
up, then it's a big guy.
Hold still for a second, Ethan. I'm going to shoot you in the head. Wow. And you shoot his feet.
Is this for real?
It gets him. That's crazy. Oh,
let me hit.
You switched your chest.
I gotta get
I'm not going to kill
mode.
you, Ethan. You don't have to go full. You don't have to go
I mean,
full
I'm pretty
armadillo
much a
mode where you
one-shot
turn into
without
a
the armor.
ball.
That's insane, dude. So the hitbox is the feet. When
So
you're
right
in
now,
swimming.
my hitbox looks like it's at my torso, right?
No. Oh yeah, it does.
Wait, how did you change
huh?
that?
Yeah,
So I'm not sprinting yet. Or no, I am sprinting.
you are.
Could you put your elytra
Well,
back
you know
on for a
what?
second?
No. Check it out.
Is it
Scar
the
and I are in
elytra
fly
doing?
mode. Scar and I are in fly mode. That's the difference. Like if you fired a rocket,
Oh,
you
yeah,
would
yeah,
fly-
yeah.
Dude,
so
it's
now
back
I'm
on its
fly
feet
mode.
again.
So now
So
it's
this is
probably on
fly
my
mode.
torso again, right? Is it on my torso?
You're not swimming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, now it's on your torso.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what does it. Interesting.
So there's a
That's a good
difference between
trivia
swimming
question.
and flying.
One's flying, one's swimming. One's a bird, one's a fish.
That's so interesting. When you fly, your hitbox is on your foot, and when you swim, your hitbox is kind of like your chest.
See,
And
like, watch this. Stay there. Watch this. I'm going to go fly mode into the water. So I should be in fly mode. So even though I'm slow, I can still do this.
Yeah,
Right.
you rock it then.
Dude, that's science, man. Well, that's neat.
It is pretty cool.
How's the sulfur cube going, Etho? Have you figured out what you want to do with that yet?
They sound like they're trying to nerf it a little bit because it's a little too crazy, but
Oh, nerfing is that'd be a terrible idea. You just the more you go crazy, the better with that thing.
I think there's some
Agreed.
real potential in it, like being a display item for sure.
Oh, to like change the like a block to make it look like unique if you're like trying to make a decoration. That's what I think.
Like you could use it for screens. I think you could use it for decorations. Like if you hide it inside like blocks to an extent,
Yeah.
you can, especially transparent blocks, you can like make a color that changes even.
Yeah, that's what I've liked seeing random blocks be in it. I still hold that I really think it would be cool if they allow, they can't do the anvil, but if they did netherite and it launches up and it breaks one block, just breaks whatever it hits, it breaks.
Not a 3x3.
Just a 1x1. Just a 1x1.
Okay.
Would be a 3x3. Is that too
What's that?
much?
3x3 would be cool too.
Okay, all right. It could be a 3x3, but I think
How
it
about
would
a
be cool if
3x3
it broke a
by 3?
block. And maybe it could be like specific blocks, so it's not like insane. Maybe it just breaks like wood or something, or stone, like just something. I think would be really cool if you could break a block. I feel like that's a cool mechanic. It's not overpowered because it only
is.
does it one time and it's netherite.
I think it's going to be an insanely useful mob, though. To be honest, I think it's going to get used a lot.
Some people give it a little bit of grief, but I think they should hang tight. I think there'll be a lot of cool stuff with it.
I like that attitude, Scar.
I really like. I'm not just gassing up Mojang because, well, actually, I'm not happy with them because they still have sugar-free lemonade in their refrigerators. But because we're there, I'm like literally think that it's going to be a cool mob, and they got to do something about that sugar-free lemonade because it just doesn't taste right. It feels like you're drinking chemicals. It just doesn't. It's not the satisfying quench of a lemonade that everyone enjoys.
I keep thinking you're going to hammer me, Skiz. You're freaking me out.
I have no mace on me. I wish I
Okay.
did now.
Scar, I noticed you had quite a bit of fun with the fireworks at the event.
I was channeling you, Etho, and your firework.
I saw your inner pyro come out there, and you had some glee in your voice.
Oh, there was much glee, Etho. Besides me almost thinking I was going to like fly back and like conk my head out again, like in Vegas. I was having a great time with those. I used 20. There were 24 of them, and I'm pretty sure I used at least 20 of them.
Wow.
And it also, when you watch the video, like I've rewatched some of them, the sound that it makes on like through the microphone does not do the justice of the sound in real life.
It was silent pretty much, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like
Dude.
On the microphone.
I also
I had-
blasted Skiz in the face with mine, and it was
That's what I was going to
glorious.
say. Scar, I had that big old Nerf gun, and you came in, and I pointed at you, and then you pointed that at me. I didn't know what it was. I thought you had a lightsaber, like a fake
I thought I had a
lightsaber.
lightsaber.
And so I thought you were just like this, just like pointing it at me. And so I shot the gun, and then you fired off the thing, and that Dude, the projectiles inside that thing came at me faster than the Nerf gun came at you, and it freaked me out, dude. I did not see that coming, but it was really cool.
Etho. So my favorite one of the party poppers was it shot streamers. So it was the streamers were wrapped around like just like a little like piece of like I don't know, like a little piece of cardboard. So when it launched, it would create that like streamer effect. Now, sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. But the angle that I shot it at Skiz, it was perfect. It flew at least 15 feet right into him. And he was just so shocked. Ren was just like, because I shot it right by Ren's ear. He was like, I don't know why I put a little dog in there, but you know, but it blasted Skiz, and it was so funny. Oh my god!
Oh, the Ren impression, just uncanny.
But I can't get over how fun those were and how much of a shock they were, how powerful they truly were.
Yeah, it was such a bummer when that very last one was a dud. That was just so frustrating.
Oh, you saved one for the end that didn't work.
Well, okay, the set decorators are like the coolest people ever, and Bree knew how much I love those, and she's like, do you think we have enough? And I go, we never have enough. And so she went and got more, and then she came over and said, I got something special. She handed me two of the biggest ones I've ever seen. These ones were twice as big as the ones that I had, and so she gave one to Zed and one to me, and mine didn't go off, so I just had to like open the top of it and just kind of like throw the stuff out like with momentum of my hand.
It was so disappointing, dude.
Those are a good addition though. I thought those were pretty funny.
Yeah,
that was the equivalent to picking up like grenade shrapnel and just like throwing the pieces at your enemy. It just,
dude, there was a canister. Did you felt the canister on the bottom of those, right, Skiz?
Yeah,
just a metal canister at the bottom of it. That's how powerful these were. There was like a metal compressed thing at the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta ask you a question. Would this have been tacky? There was another party popper that was dollar bills. And I was like, I feel like maybe this might be tacky, but that was an option of like one of them that shoots out like mini little dollar bills.
Oh, that's actually kind of awesome. That would have been funny.
Okay, next year I'll get that one for a milestone. Yeah. We'll pop that one and send little dollar bills all over the place.
I like that.
I'm just glad that those didn't set the fire alarm off.
Yeah, they had a little bit of smokiness to them.
There was a little bit of smoky. They're a little bit.
Yeah.
Not sure what's going on.
Subtle.
Also, I felt like maybe this year there was less oversight of us.
Very, very likely.
That last year there was a couple people that kind of kept an eye. At least I don't know if you guys do, but they kind of kept an eye on us. This time, I think not as many. I think they trusted us, Skiz.
It's their first mistake.
I think they finally.
I'm surprised they let the fireworks in, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, I did show him Anthony. Like, I did actually show him to him, and he didn't have a problem. He didn't have a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, if Anthony said we wouldn't do something, obviously we wouldn't do it. So, because we're guests at Mojang, you know, we're guests there.
Is it Anthony? I've been calling him Anthony for years, and I heard several people say Anthony.
Oh, Anthony. God, have I been mispronouncing Anthony's name this whole time?
I've been saying Anthony, so now I'm starting to wonder. I don't know what the right answer is.
Oh, my God.
Pretty sure it's Anthony, right?
Yeah, it's
I
Anthony.
think it is Anthony. That's what I think. That's what I've been saying. But more than one person was referring to him as Anthony.
Okay, well, they're wrong.
That's what I'm going. See? And even if he says it's Anthony, he's wrong.
Yeah. No, it's Anthony. It's like when Scott, or it's like some of the British people like can't say Scott and Scar. That just sounds exactly the same.
Yeah.
And I get really confused when someone shouts Scott, or are we doing a Scott or a Scar here? They just sound exactly the same.
I had the funnest time. So Zed and I, me, Zed, Dot, Impulse, and Tango were all in a VRBO afterwards. And we were just talking. And Zed said, he tried to say the word, he said the word ear, but I don't remember why he was saying ear, but he said ear. And I couldn't stop laughing because the way he pronounces ear is eh. And so I just was rolling. I was like, what was that noise? Was that supposed to be the word ear?
That's so
we had
funny.
the best. We had so much fun going back and forth.
I love how the British are so interesting. Like not to put them down, but it's a smaller on the smaller end of the countries, right? You know, not size doesn't matter for everything, but like you cross a street and there's a different accent.
That is
Yeah.
pretty wild.
It's wild,
how
right?
many
It's so
different
unique.
accents they
Like
have there.
Zed can have a completely different accent than Azuma to Grian to like. It's
Yeah.
so cool about the British. They have all their own unique little like.
But so do we.
Do
Our
we?
streets are just bigger.
I
Like
guess.
we don't. People in Texas sound different than people in Detroit than people in Jersey. Jersey is right next to New Yorkers, and Jersey and New Yorkers, they sound very different. Like that, we have our own dialects over here too. Dialect's not the right word,
I
but we have
guess,
our own
but also
accents,
in the
right?
United States, like a lot of our dialects are dying. Have you heard the thing about like people in Boston have been trying to get like that? That's a dying accent because no. Have you seen that
Is it?
stuff where it's like
I have
in like
not.
really deep Southern accents? Also, I feel like that's like losing a little bit of uniqueness to different regions if that happens. We don't want everybody to
I have not
sound like
heard
a
that.
Californian YouTuber.
Eh.
We just all become Valley Girls.
Oh God! Everybody just lean in. You know what? Guess what I'm making tonight? Because Puppy's
Smash
tummies
burgers.
is.
Smash
That's
burgers?
right. That's right. Because Puppy's tummies is. She's not feeling good. She's been sick, and she
Aw.
wants smash burgers.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Did anybody make it out of this event not sick besides me?
So,
Well,
so
here's
you
a-
didn't get sick, Scar?
I did not. Oh, great measures were taken,
Nice.
Etho. Great measures.
I have to know about beat-ups.
B-Dubs has gone radio silent.
Oh no.
I know. I'm worried about him.
He's becoming patient zero, I think.
That poor man's been sick a lot
Becoming
this year.
patient zero.
I do worry for
God.
beat-ups.
I think he needs to double up on the vitamin D. I might need to mix in a couple other vitamins for him.
You're supposed to type "he-are."
Here?
He-are.
Oh, here.
You know what? I felt like I was because I was living with Zed and Dot, who were pretty much sick the whole time, and they're such good sports. The amount of times I was like, "Both of you, wash your hands." Like I was getting so pushy about it, but I was like, "I have to go to New York. I can't be getting sick." Then I come home to a sick wife, and a couple of hours ago, I started to realize I don't feel
Oh,
the
no.
greatest. Yeah, and I think I'm okay, but feeling a little tickle in my throat. So I did some NRC. I got to leave in a handful of days for New York. So if I'm gonna get sick, I need to do it now and just blah, 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 blah,
Whoa,
and then
hello.
just be done with it.
Sometimes that happens though, where you get a little taste of the sickness, but then 6 hours later you're fine, right?
That's what I'm hoping.
And then you never get it.
Yeah, that's what happened to Dippledop when we got there. He thought he was getting sick, but he never actually got full blown sick.
Well, you also flu. That messes with your throat and your nose and stuff like that.
True.
And also all the shouting. You're probably still recovering from your throat, you know, from yelling and hooting and hollering.
See, I like where you're. That's what I want to do. I want everything you're saying to be what is actually happening.
Yeah, because I know because I hurt my vocal cord. So like I don't have a sore throat, but I have a messed up vocal cord. But yeah, it could be just that, you know. Just make sure you get a good night's sleep there, Skiz.
Yeah, definitely. Tomorrow I'm gonna wake up, go back to work, and stream. I'm doing a later stream tomorrow. Yeah, that.
But yeah, we haven't heard from B-Dubs.
I think he was on earlier today.
Oh, he was. Okay, that's a good sign. That's a good sign.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a good sign.
That's a good sign.
B00-100.
That's a good sign for B-Dubs. Did you eat any of the EFO cakes, Skiz? That looked good.
I didn't, but
Did anybody get to
I
eat
did.
the EFO cake?
Yeah, there was lots of people. That ate
Okay,
it.
so
I
some people
designed it.
okay. So it wasn't just for good looks. It also was like a tasty cake.
It looked like it was a pretty good cake, and I designed it, but I didn't eat any.
You designed it. Yeah, it's true.
I'm the author of the EFO.
That's
The
true.
EFO. It's that was a 4-second build and a guess the build once upon a time, and it took the world by storm somehow.
You're a celebrity
Still
cake.
haven't seen the lore behind the EFO. I need to one day.
You do. The bottom line is I'm the worst builder in the world, and we were doing guess the build, and Jem was following me. Really? These are your building blocks?
Hey, what's going on down there? I feel like I'm losing some structural integrity. I'm losing some structural integrity.
We're good.
Mine. Give me.
I was losing some structural. Did you need it? You guys could have some. Here, come on, grab some. I got enough. Come on, grab some.
Scar, do you need the upgrade, by the way? Because I happen to have gotten it the other day.
I don't have one, no.
You want one?
I'll come bug you for it at some point.
Okay. Thank you, Scar.
I was gonna get a cake for everybody at the event, but it just never happened. You know, like a fun cake for everybody to eat at the end of the event. I even found a cake place, but it's just one of those things that didn't happen out. Mint chocolate chip.
Little Michael Scar in there.
Were the EPO cakes any good? Or is it too much icing?
Is that the Fonda stuff? Is that what they use to give it the color, the texture?
I have no idea.
I'm not sure.
You know that thick stuff they put on cakes to like when they're trying to make them more fancy than edible? I don't know. I've never had Fonda. Icing. I don't know if it's good or not, or I don't know if it's just for decoration or if it actually has a taste to it. Did we lose him?
He flew away.
Did you do silly games, Skiz?
No, I did Hermit Master, but
you did Hermit. Okay.
Your hiding spots is in that one,
dude. That was so embarrassing.
Wait, what was your? I don't know what your hiding spot was. Tell me what your hiding spot was.
See, that's how good I was. All right, so here's the deal. They said hiding spot, so I run in there. I go right up to Tango, and I said, Tango, I got to come back here and hide in like a minute. I'm gonna hide under your desk, and you just need to play on your computer like nothing happened. He's like, okay. So I go back in the thing, and they say, okay, go hide. I come back in to do it, and there's already, I think it was Joel hiding under Smager's desk, and I'm like, are you serious? And Tango's like shaking his head, like I guess they thought of it too. I'm like, well, I got like 40 seconds here to find a spot. So then I take it. Basically behind the desks there was a bunch of crates, and the crates had this big giant black blanket over them. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna hide. Everybody knows that these blankets covering crates. So I'm like, Tango, I'm gonna lay on my side, dude, and you gotta cover me in these and make it look natural. And he's sitting there trying to make it look natural. He's just kicking me in the butt. He's like, you gotta put your big butt in, man. I'm like, I'm trying to, man. I'm laying all sideways and I can't pull it out. I'm like, I'm just gonna hold real still, dude. If you're me and I'm Jem. Jem comes in, she's like, okay, let's see, what do we got here? Obviously there's a hermit here, and just pulls it up. And she's like, I can see your feet. I'm like, what? No, just, I was so disappointed, but it got to the point where I was like, dude, if I found a lampshade, I would have just put it over my head. And
I know, you just be like this, I am a giraffe. Just put like a coat on.
I know. God,
do you know if Jem found Joe? I thought Joe's was like, just look like a bunch of like rubbish in the corner. Like I thought his was pretty good. Do you know if Jem found him?
I thought
they missed him on the first pass, but they got him on the second.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I think Green spotted him.
Okay.
Wasn't he just on the ground with a blanket over him?
He was under the table with a blanket, yeah.
You know Rumpelstiltskin?
I know that.
Like, you know Rumpelstiltskin's laugh?
I can't recall it.
Joe was straight up making a Rumpelstiltskin laugh as he was like trying to like hide himself under my desk, and we kept saying like, Joe, Cleo is already down here. Joe, you gotta understand, Cleo is already down, and he was just like, yee, and it's like, and finally you realized it was like he took that green thing and just like ran away like it was like a cape, and I was like, what just happened? I was like, is that Rumpelstiltskin? It was so funny. He like was so tunnel vision trying to get under there. I was like, it's occupied.
Yeah,
it's occupied. Cleo is down here.
That Joe laugh.
Oh, that was really funny when he was trying to squeeze in there. It's like, Cleo's down here. It's occupied. Oh my god.
And then was B-Dubs in the garbage or like behind the bin or what was that?
I think he may have opened the door to the garbage, pulled the garbage can out. I don't know, otherwise he would have fit in there.
Yeah, he pulled it out and put it in front of the to like kind of cover himself as well.
That's incredible.
Yeah. That was a good
But
hiding
he
spot.
like tried to close the door and he couldn't because he was too big.
He's too big. I found a great hiding spot. It just would require a small statured person, but nobody checked the Minecraft chest next to my desk. And I think
Nobody opened that?
No, I don't know if somebody could have fully fit in it because it turned out the top of it was solid, so there wasn't that extra like real estate like in the lid.
Oh,
But
gotcha.
I think somebody like a smaller person could have fit in there and closed it. But it also would have taken like a step and two and like, but yeah, I think that was a decent spot. And Green's rules were like it had to be within the confines of like spawn, PC, like those were the rooms, right? Like you couldn't just go anywhere in the building,
the confines of the rooms that we had access to.
Okay. Could you have done like well, no, you couldn't have done the arcade because Jem would have been in the arcade.
Well, see, there you go. That was my original idea. Is what I was going to do was go hide somewhere else temporarily. And when I knew that they left the arcade, I was going to run back in and hide behind the curtain that Green and Jem sit at. Right.
Ah, okay.
That was going to be my
I think
idea.
you could have did that to begin with, though, too. Couldn't you?
Well, no, they were in the room. They were right there.
But
I
they
was gonna
weren't
wait
looking
until-
that way, right?
Well, they were like sitting. They were sitting like right in front of the curtain, right? So I would have had to have been like insanely quiet to So I was just gonna run away and I was gonna come back and hide in there, and I decided not to. And here's the deal: they found me right away, so I came and sat back in the arcade. Jem comes in and actually looks behind that curtain. I'm like, what? I was like, she would have found me anyways.
That's hilarious, dude. I thought of this. What if I was hiding and I got
Hey.
Hey, man.
Oh, hey Jeff.
And you?
Hey,
what if like you get like two people to literally just take me out of my wheelchair and hide me somewhere, and then Jem comes in, there's just an empty wheelchair.
Oh God.
Could you imagine how funny that would be?
Dude.
Oh my god.
Like you could probably I am a lot taller than most people think. Like but like if you could like, bound my legs up, you could probably put me in a cupboard.
We could have put you in the Minecraft chest.
Yeah, exactly. There might have been a leg sprawling out, but you could have covered that up with a towel.
It's very dead body vibes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, if
really
you get me
is.
outside of my chair, it is kind of like a dead body vibe for sure.
Kind of a weekend at Bernie's situation.
A little bit, but dude, that would have been hilarious. She comes over, my chair's empty.
Yeah, that would have been funny, dude.
Yeah. Well, that was a good segment. Green did a good job on that.
He really did.
Yeah, that was good. There's all sorts of other funny stuff from that one. There was oh yeah, we already talked about the beetroot. That was just the greatest. You caught that right, Etho, the beat-ups with the beet.
That was my favorite thing of the whole thing, I think.
That could not have been more improvised. Like he actually said, I forfeit. Like he didn't want to do it. And then he decided to just roll with it. Have you ever eaten a beet? And Green's all, yeah. And he goes, that's good. Like it was like every single syllable could not have been more on the spot improvised. And when he bit into that thing, dude, he was Dwight Schrute that thing. And his reaction, I think, was really authentic.
I think we had discussed earlier in the stream. There was dirt on the beet.
I don't doubt it.
I'm pretty sure on camera we saw there was dirt. Like it was dirty. So he really sent it on there. Whew.
That's awesome. One of the things that I thought was like uncannily funny, Joe picking his hiding spot. Like B-Dubs pick the trash can and stuff, and Joe just grabs like a blanket and hides, and it's like this big lump on the floor of green. And they walk over, and he's just like, Green and Jim look at him like, huh, I wonder who that is.
Oh God.
The funniest thing imaginable.
We had just
right
talked about
away.
before where he was trying to squeeze under my desk where Cleo was, and we kept shouting at him because he wasn't listening. It's occupied, Joe, and he just kept going.
Oh my God. So I was out in the cafeteria and Joe just like every once in a while you would see Joe just come flying by on his skates. It was the funniest thing imaginable.
Joe went by
I don't
me
know
and
how he
goes,
didn't-
you're not the only one who can roll these halls.
No, I'm surprised I'm glad. I'm just shocked he didn't hurt anybody or himself. He was zipping in those things.
I feel
He
like
was
Joe does a
quite
little bit of roller
efficient on
skating
them.
on the side.
Yeah. He was
He
quite
does.
efficient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Joe does a bit of roller skating because he was zipping around, you know?
Yeah, he does. We talked about it.
He kind of did like a lean forward as he was roller skating too, which made it extra funny.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad the zombie horse has a home. I just really want to see where it goes. I need to know that it's taken care of and it's happy and it's having a good life.
You can just imagine it going down the highway on a trailer right now.
I think I said on stream, like if you're local and you have a horse trailer, like that would be huge.
Yeah. Thing was massive.
It was wood, right?
Yeah.
Like a veneer kind of, so it wasn't like
Oh,
super
okay.
heavy. It had some weight to it. It took a couple people to move it, but it wasn't solid.
7 feet tall, 150 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah,
Jeez.
dude, what? I still don't know what on earth, Skiz. You got to tell me what took so long for you guys in the arcade room to give the all clear. Because in the intro on the second day, they kept giving me the sign to like keep going, and so like Stage and I just were riffing while waiting for whatever was going on in that stage room to wrap up so we could cut to you guys.
Which segment? Which one?
Intro second day.
Second day.
Stage
intro.
Anthony and I were in Spawn, and then we were going to intro it, then kick it to the arcade for you guys to, you know, give the run of the show, like what's going to happen today. And then it was going to go then to the music room so that Ollie could do the MCC song. But Stage and I they kept giving us the signal to keep talking and keep
They
talking.
said the same thing to us about you guys.
Yeah. We were just waiting for the signal.
Yeah,
the whole time.
when we were standing there the whole time.
Yeah.
Just waiting.
Like
that was it.
and to the point to where we were like, are we good? What's going on?
Yeah.
Like it was weird.
Might have been technical problem.
Oh, could be,
okay,
could
I have a
be.
question now. If somebody were to do this, is this keep going or is this wrap it up?
I gotta bring.
Skiz, do you remember the gentleman with the headset saying they were trying to get them to wrap it up? Because I think he said that. Maybe it was the other way around. I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't even know.
So is
Maybe
spinning your amp, is this because there's a few times where they wanted me to keep going and there was like a gesture like this, and I feel like wrap it up was more like this. Oh my god. So you mean that whole time we were just
I think so.
oh my
That's
god.
wrap
maybe
it up.
they were telling you to wrap it up, and you're like, I know
Yeah.
they're telling us to. I think okay.
Because there was a few times where they're like, hey,
we need
just
to get our military signs down for
just
next season.
keep talking a little bit longer while they get us the all clear in the other room. And I remember like him saying like this was like, oh my god, we need to get the hand signals correct because Stage and I just kept rolling and it was fine. Like we were just talking about the charity, but it was also like, how much longer do you want us to go before we kick it to the arcade?
Right.
And we were all just standing there.
The whole time you guys were just standing there. Oh
Yep,
my god.
Yep.
Were they giving you guys hand signals?
No,
We just kept
they were
asking what was going on.
Yeah, they just
And the
kept
one
holding up their
gentleman-
hand.
There was a guy that had like a really fancy headset on. It's kind of like the push between, and he was like trying to say like get them to wrap it up. And I don't know if there was just miscommunication or what, but we just stood there for a while. Agreeing eventually jumped up on the horse, and that's where that came from because we were bored. But
because I know they told us that you might have. This is the whole reason I say this is they said there was some technical issues, so you may have to run a little longer in your intro. But then I'm wondering if eventually that was solved and this meant wrap it up, not keep on going.
Very possible.
Probably.
Maybe next time we have like a whiteboard and we just write out what was needed to be done. Like they just hold a little whiteboard up that says keep
That's the
going.
universal lift the load signal. I know that.
Wait, which one?
For forklift operators or skid steer operators, that's the lift the load signal. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
I know this is like, I feel like if you're going to do like the throat cut symbol, that means wrap it up, I feel like. Because there was one segment where I needed somebody to wrap it up and I did that and they're like, oh yeah, gotcha. Are you a certified forklift man, Etho?
No, I'm not.
Have you ever operated a forklift? Off the books?
Not a forklift, just a skid steer.
Okay. What's
but everybody has everyone has different hand signals for skid steer operations, right? But that
what's this word you're saying?
Yeah, is this a cow?
Skid steer, it's like a bobcat. You know what a bobcat is?
The cat or the tractor?
No, the little tractor.
Oh, yeah. I know what you mean.
Yeah, and the cat.
Don't confuse me.
It's the one with 4 wheels that can spin like in place, pretty much.
Yeah, yeah, okay, yeah, and has like the like the big dumpy truck thing on the front.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the front. Yeah.
Yep.
But everybody has different hand signals, except that one seems to be pretty universal.
Okay. My grandpa's hand signals were insane when he wanted you to like back up a car or something. He's just like doing all these like crazy things, and eventually my I remember one time my aunt started yelling. I was like, "You gotta like concise movements, concise movements."
We're talking about blindfold bingo.
What about blindfold bingo?
Was like the hardest game of all time ever.
Oh yeah, that. Well, did you get sleepy in your blindfold?
No.
Okay, am I the only person? Skiz, did you get sleepy in your blindfold?
I think I did a little bit.
Okay, thank God I'm not insane.
I want to say blindfold bingo. Zed and I'm not going to give too much away here, but Zed and I had a good conversation about it, and there is talks of changing it fundamentally to where it's going to be a very different, a much better version of it. When I pitched some stuff to Zed, he just started running with it. And he's like, dude, I think that this is the way to go. So I think it's going to be, if we ever do it again, it's going to be, you're going to see a noticeable difference. That's going to make it, I think, extremely enjoyable.
Okay.
Me and Cub were locked in. We were given like move 30 degrees to the left, move one inventory slot. We had it down. We were good. It took us a while to get there, but it was pretty hard. So
Joel and I had an issue. We kept getting in the water. That was rough. Also, Pearl pushed us back into the water. But yeah, it was fun. I just got so sleepy with that mask on, like just losing it sleepy.
Here's the highlight of blindfold bingo. I had the blindfold on. Impulse was directing, and he goes, and we were just so defeated because it was just constantly trying to find our way out of like craters and stuff. And he goes, okay, move forward a little bit more. And his voice starts to get higher pitched. And he goes, okay, point a little down. Now punch. And I just keep punching. And all of a sudden I hear like the ding of like we did something. He goes, you just killed Grian, dude.
Oh, really? You got
Grian?
Grian? Wow.
God, that's amazing.
It was so amazing, man.
Yeah, I told a lot of rights and lefts going the wrong directions for poor Joel.
Oh, God.
I watched parts of the stream back for that, just like different POVs. The POV between Green and Jim was quite literally one of the funniest things I have ever watched.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, they were on a different level of frustration there, and they won.
They did win. They won in the end.
Yeah.
I think so. I know that they had a bingo, which was what put them on the leaderboard. I don't know if they had the most. I don't know what was.
Oh, that was the thing where you could do like a line.
See, that was news to me too. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
What team was it again? Wait, who was? No, none of you guys were. In survival games, I had a fun moment where I dropped TNT on top of Doc's head from.
No, I was right there with you, bud.
Yeah, but you weren't on their team.
No.
Yeah, you were on. We were on the same team, but I meant like I still want to ask Doc if he felt that TNT on his head.
Me and Scar. Did you die from fall damage too, Scar, or was that just me?
I think a player killed me, but I can't remember because I basically got chased by like 2 teams and I was just doing circles.
Yeah. Man, we were so close to dodge bolt.
Yeah, we went from 9th to 3rd.
Were you cyan or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought we were light blue the whole time, so I was always confused on what team we were on.
You know what?
Crushed it in the grid one, right?
Yeah,
That's how we almost got to second.
yeah.
'Cause we got first or
Tubbo,
second
like
in that.
huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, MCC was fun.
Mumbo had a heck of a flight on Terra Swoop. I think he landed in like 14th place, but we all told him that at the end of Terra Swoop, you got to punch a chicken. We didn't know it was going to be people, and he was looking for chickens forever, dude. He had the most amazing crash out over it. Oh god.
Same thing happened to me. So on our team, I'm like, I land and I'm like, guys, is it over? And they're like, you gotta hit somebody. And like 5 other people landed by the time I hit another person.
Yeah. I've
That's
done
the
that.
first time I'd ever played that. So
I crashed
Yeah.
I did I crash? I think I might have crashed, but I lost momentum in tunnel 3, which was a bummer.
I think
see,
I only
Tunnel 3
got-
was no joke. That was
was that the
was
Nether
tricky.
one?
I think the 3rd tunnel's the Nether one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's the one with all the
crashed that.
slime.
it's
Yeah.
so
Dude.
fun.
I practiced the first one. It took me 4 attempts to make it. The second one, somehow I finished it in the first attempt. The third one, it took about 40 attempts for me to get to the end. That one is so tough.
Yeah.
How did you guys practice? I came into the PC room and everybody like is just sweating the day before, practicing. I'm like, how did you guys get that map? Where do you get that map? I need that map.
Terra Swoop, here I'm looking it up right now. I've wanted to practice it for years because I've never done it before. I did like one attempt like years ago,
Yeah.
but then here we go.
I think it's just hilarious that
Nox
for the
Crater.
April Fool or whatever one that was where we did all 3 tunnels in a MCC was either or whatever that was. The last time it was in one of the games, I literally had an asthma attack and made it through each of the tunnels. This time, no asthma attack, crashed once and lost momentum. I'm like, keep kidding me.
I only
Your
made
asthma
it through.
attack
I
is your
think I only
superpower.
made it through 1 tunnel, which was the 4th one.
There were 3. Yeah.
3. Well, it must have been the 3rd one then. 'Cause I only made it through the very last one. So
Now, do you have to go through the whole storyline with that Terra Swoop Force, or is there
Yes.
just one where you can just
Yes,
do
you do. You got to go through the whole thing, but only one time. Once you
Okay.
go through it, then you have to complete them all, and then they're just open, and you can just do them.
Okay.
So I just sent you the link, Scar.
Yeah, I want to play that because I would have fun just playing that for fun. I wish they'd add it to Island so you could just play it on Island.
that'd be awesome.
Yeah, agreed. And I will say this, dude. I'd be lying to you guys if I said I wasn't extremely hopeful that my boy Dippledop, that Metro Mayhem, makes its way into MCC officially.
Oh,
That
I
would
know.
be amazing. I would love that.
I was so happy for Impulse to have that in there. That was so
yeah,
cool.
it was awesome. I was so locked in. I was like, let's go a map I know, and then they changed it. And I'm like, I don't
It
know
was
where
so
I'm going.
different.
The more
Yeah,
you
they
knew,
did
the
pretty
worse you
good, though,
did.
on adapting it.
Yeah, the more you knew, the worse you did. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. There
What
was
did you
one
say,
map.
Etho?
Was it Tango's? I think it was Tango's season 7 room. You could just walk through it and not have to do
Yeah.
anything.
Oh yeah.
I got
After I
that
did the
room and
parkour.
Everyone's
Yeah.
going up the glass there. It's like, okay, I'll go up the glass. And then I fall down accidentally. And it's like, wait a minute, you can just go on the left here. So I just passed like a ton of people.
Yeah, I know. I tried to be quiet at first to go through Mumbo's room, and then like about 2 seconds into that thought, I'm like, no, be smart about this. They took that part out. Yeah, that it was fun. I would have loved to have done another run of that. Oh,
Yeah.
did you guys feel like
Gotta hold your
the
breath,
to,
man.
to
Gotta
get
hold
to
your
the
breath.
other
Crazy,
side
dude.
on Scarland? It should have been the castle because I
I
ran
was
to
heading to the castle.
I was
thought
in the
for
castle.
Sure.
I was in the castle.
Yeah,
They're
I
like,
ran.
"Hey,
you
go to
actually went to the
beacon." I'm
castle?
like, oh, yeah, I made it. I made it to the far side of the castle, and then was running down the steps to get back into the middle of the area. And they're like,
Oh.
you gotta go to the beacon. I'm like, oh. cool.
That was just such a surreal thing. I just wanted to explore and enjoy.
yeah.
But it was cool. I hope some of those maps maybe one day go into something else. Like I think the bingo is such a fun map for like Bodum and Metro Mayhem for Ace Race.
Scar, you came in clutch, buddy. Your chess monster provided us with a lot of bingos.
I'm surprised there was stuff in there.
That's funny, dude.
I was flying around. I saw like all these instances started. I'm like, oh my god, those Scar stuff, and I just started going through everything and grabbing everything.
Do you think they may have missed that?
I don't really
Everything
know.
had the chest loaded. Like I think they intended it that way.
Oh, okay,
That
okay.
makes sense. Yeah.
But
Oh.
I didn't know the area, so that our team really struggled. Like it said to go to the top of the spire, and it's like, what's the spire?
And apparently there was
Yeah.
Pearl had used Netherite somewhere in that build that you could make the Netherite hoe out of. I just wanted to explore. Like I wanted to go to Midnight Alley, like in Green's Base. I just wanted to explore. I destroyed Mumbo's piston door to get slime.
The very first one I tried to do was go below Y0, which you can do normally, no problem, right? But then it was bedrock.
I wonder if you could
'cause
have
there's an old
fell through the bottom hole though.
I
Oh
didn't think
yeah,
about it till later. Like that's what that was intended,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I thought I'll just dig down, right? It's easy. But nope.
it's cool. They did such a good job, like making all that into the game. I do hope we see some of those maps at some point. Is that B-dubs? Oh my god,
Star of the show.
there he is.
Did either of you get sick when you got home?
Did you?
Well, I came home to a sick wife, and I was.
No, I didn't at all.
I'm
I've
starting
been
to feel a
perfectly
little
fine.
something.
Cub got sick.
Yeah, Cub got hit hard.
Oh,
Did
really?
he?
What hit me was the weight gain. My pre-weight event was like 245. I got home and weighed myself and I was 255. I gained 10 pounds. And I think I'm sure how it was even possible, but like I checked my weight yesterday and we're almost back, so we're pretty much good.
Do you think it's just like the
Yeah.
different food did it, or
Somebody said that it was the airplane.
Hmm.
Like the flying made me retain water. I don't really know. I'm just going by what people on the internet are saying, so it could be totally wrong.
You're gonna do your magic, bro. And you're gonna get it all back, man.
Well,
You're gonna
Here's a
get
little-
right back where you needed.
I'm gonna feel sneaky peeky because weigh-ins or today's Saturday or Sunday. Today's Sunday, right?
So, Sunday, yeah.
Okay, weigh-ins tomorrow, and I've already got it done, and I'm at 246. So I
Nice.
lost all that weight, gained 10 pounds, then lost 9 back in like 3 days. I'm not really sure what's going on, but I'm
yeah,
not
that's
sure if
gotta
I
be
should
water
be.
then.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, it's a little weird that I would lose that much that fast.
Yeah, you'll get it sorted, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. It Did you have fun, Jeff? That was like your first like.
Dude,
Sounds
I had
like
it.
you're-
It was
I feel like you haven't gone.
Good.
Yeah, you haven't gone to any events, right?
that was the first time that I've really been to events with other hermits. So I have met 2 other hermits before that, Beat-Ups and Hypno. That was at Minecon. So pretty much that trip was like a first of everything for me, like meeting everybody, going to Washington, Seattle, Mojang, being a part of that event. Everything was a first. And it was wonderful. It was some lifetime memories for me there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very cool. So,
Yeah.
and it like people had asked me, they said, were you nervous about meeting the hermits? And like, I think it was more the anticipation. Like on the car ride there, I was extremely nervous. But the second that I met, like the first 4 hermits that I met were Skiz, Beat-Up, and Pulse Tango. And it was just like meeting old friends, right? But just in person. It was like, oh yeah, no, we're fine. It was cool. It was like really comfortable right away. I didn't have
Yeah.
any issues also.
Yeah. It Skids, do you think that hotel was an upgrade over last year? I think it was.
I really enjoyed the hotel. I'm struggling to remember to compare the two. I really like this one. I mean, in certain respects, maybe, yeah. I don't quite remember.
Accessibility wise, it was such an upgrade.
Was it?
See you
Yeah.
later.
It was such an upgrade. Oh my god. The shower chair, like to take your shower on, was this like metal thing that was like creaky, and like if you leaned too much over, you would go onto like two legs. And this was
Oh my
like
God.
this one had like a built-in shower bench into the wall, and I'm like, oh, this is good. This is really good.
Mm-hmm.
I was happy with it. I mean, some planning did pay off.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was cool, Joe. I'm glad you were able to make it. That was and you know, like this was your first event, and Cleo's and B-Dubs, so it was cool to see so many new hermits. At this point, there's not a lot of hermits I haven't met that aren't like hermits that will never like go to an event.
So the only hermits that I haven't met in real life at this point, Etho and
Zoom Zoom?
Wells. And and Azuma, but those three.
You call them
so.
Zoom.
Zoom.
Well,
But,
I figure we'll
those
probably,
three.
as much as we love them, their little faces, we'll probably never meet Etho. We'll probably never
and XB.
never meet
Yeah.
Azuma, and I assume that's probably the same for XB.
Yeah.
So that really leaves one last hermit that I need to meet, and that's Corrales.
Corrales is another one for me too. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I met
My
Hypno
child.
in 2016 at Minecon.
yeah.
So
met-
like at the end now, we're just at Corrales now.
So
It's in your
I met-
the ball's in your court, Corrales.
I met Beef. He was with Minecraft at Minecon, so I met Beef before.
Yeah, I met Beef in 2016 too.
Yeah.
I technically met Doc, but Doc thought I was a fan, and it was a weird interaction.
No, there's another one that I haven't met before. So a lot of the Europeans I've not met. So. Just long travel for them. So.
I met Doc once, actually, 2016 Minecon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Doc. Oh, it's funny. Doc was basically like holding court, like whenever they say hi to him, and he just kind of like, I don't know. It was such a funny experience. He was like, "Hello, little boy. Oh, I'm so glad you like Minecraft."
God.
It's awesome.
Yeah, that trip was so much fun. Not only just meeting all the hermits, just the events, doing all the cool stuff at Mojang, meeting Anthony. He was really cool. Had a bunch of cool conversations with him. Had some really awesome conversations with Martin as well. Because me and Martin started YouTube like pretty much right around the same time.
Mm. I had that same old school conversation with Stage when we were delayed getting because there was a huge chunk of like us waiting before even starting day 2 intro. And Stage knows all the old school like YouTubers of your like the Call of Duty guys. So we had a fun time reminiscing about like old silly like Call of Duty commentators back in the day.
Yeah.
That was really fun. Because Stage was a streamer back then, and so like,
oh really?
Yeah, so it was fun talking about the old days.
What is going on?
Did you say Stage was a streamer?
Yeah,
That's awesome.
I didn't know that.
You need a bed, fellas.
Yeah, Stage was a streamer. So we were just talking about like the old days. It was quite fun.
Yeah.
But you probably agree. I think we talked about this earlier, Jeff, that Jono, B-Dubs, and Anthony, they're just too cool for us. That's the
Literally.
They're the cool guys.
I had a really cool moment with Jono. So I was like, I hung out with him, Ren and Cub a lot this weekend, and so he was really cool to meet and hang out with. But I'm really big on saying goodbyes to people, and I didn't get to say goodbye to him, and it was kind of upsetting. And I'm walking through the airport, and he's standing right there. I'm like, yes.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Got
that's
to have
cool.
a couple words with him in the terminal before I hit my plane and left. So that was awesome.
Oh, that's nice. That's really nice.
Yeah. The one thing that really surprised me more than anything was how like wickedly talented all of the hermits were between all the musical instruments that they were playing and like, just the things that they were doing. It was awesome. So
I know, man. He was gonna
I
teach
need
me
to
a
learn a
few
skill,
chords
man.
of something, like maybe the
Yeah.
piano, but
Yeah.
it never happened. And I was like, oh man.
So same with Ollie. Like, my God, man.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, I do. If there's another one, if we and I really want the music room to happen again, and I really selfishly want it so I can get in it because I want to be taught that musical chords.
So
I told him, it was like, teach me the fundamentals. We're going to first principles of the music. That's as much as I know.
time for piano lessons. Let's go. But yeah, no, the whole experience from like flying there and just meeting everybody. Somebody asked me, "Is like, did you have any bad experiences?" I'm like, I was trying to think. I was like, well, my feet hurt, but
My feet hurt.
that was it. Like, everything else went super well. Like, I think as best as it possibly could have. So
Yeah, it was a huge success.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I could have done without the whatever that was, food poisoning or like horrific side effect to that medicine. I could have done without that, but
wow.
that would have been nice.
And I learned what clothes to pack for next year and what not to pack. I packed like formalish kind of clothes because I wasn't sure what I was gonna wear. And then I'm just like, brother, I need sweatpants right now. This is so uncomfortable. We've been sitting in this chair for 10 hours today, and I gotta sit here on these. Oh my God.
Yeah, I packed a sweater, and I was the biggest mistake on Saturday. I was the hottest I think I've ever been in my life.
Well, I gotta head out, gentlemen. Time to make smash burgers for puppies' tummies.
All right.
Cool. All right.
You enjoy your smash burgers.
Yep. You guys.
All right. See you guys.
See you guys.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Oh, that was fun talking to you guys. That was fun. The stream has been very, very long. But I think in summary, I think you could tell that all the Hermits had an absolute blast during the event. They all did so well with all of their segments and putting together the event. Everybody worked so hard to make that all come together. And in the end, what a success. What a success. Wow, Grian has gone insane down there. Look at that. Look at that busy old man down there. What a success. From the community showing up to the Hermits showing up and doing a lot of cool stuff. And yeah, I wish we had more of those. They're a lot of work, but I wish there were more because they're very fun, very special and unique. And I'm especially glad you guys just enjoyed it, and also appreciated each and every one for being patient when there was some of those audio issues, like being patient with that. So thank you for that. So yeah, appreciate that. Let's see, the Hermits in the Hermit community are example of positivity. I mean, we definitely try. We definitely try. Nobody's ever perfect, ever. But we definitely try to have fun, try to keep it positive, try to keep things light and enjoyable for people. So, yeah, we definitely try. Let's see, Scar, how did the Hermits get in touch with Gamers Outreach? I think I've told that story like 3 times at each one of these events, but in short, I've wanted to do something to make being in the hospital somewhat more tolerable, and never quite sure what that was. I remember working with a charity in my early days pre-Hermitcraft that helped donate old, board games, consoles, this and that to hospitals. And in 2016, it was just before Jeb's big announcement of like shulker boxes and all that stuff that was announced. I saw on the schedule that there was a panel, and I forgot the other person who was on that panel, but Zach from Gamers Outreach was on that panel, and they were talking about, bringing joy to kids in hospitals, and bringing some kind of joy to people in their worst days of their life. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna skip Jeb, and I bailed on the Hermits, and I went to that. And I remember at the end, I went up to Zach and I'm like, dude, I have been wanting to find either like do something myself or find some charity to work with that helps kids in these positions. And he's like, oh yeah, no way. Are you going to TwitchCon? And I'm like, yes, sir. Because TwitchCon was the following week from Minecon 2016. And I was going to be there for a panel for Twitch on people who stream with disabilities. I was running that panel, and he goes, "Okay, sweet. I've got a surprise. So we currently have version 1 of our gaming carts, but we're coming out with version 2. That's we're on version 3 now. But he's like, we're really excited to bring this out there, and I want you to see it." And get there, and they go, "Oh, it's delayed in shipping." And then the final day, we go back. We literally go back to the convention center, and Zach had just wheeled the cart out, and he goes, "It's here." You know, it's this whole debacle of trying to get it there, and even though it was the last day, he just wanted people to see it. And I told Zach, we talked for a long time, and I was like, "Zach, at some point, I want to do a charity stream to raise money for ways. It'd be so cool, like, if we could, you know, help bring some of these carts to the world." And I was like, man, wouldn't it be cool if we could even just get one? Like, if Hermitcraft, or if it was just me streaming, whatever it was, like, if we could just like fund one cart, how cool would that be? So fast forward to like 2022, 2023. We decided we were going to do a charity stream, and I was like, hey, this charity, super reputable, all the right checkboxes for accountability and this and that. It's something that you can see, like, hey, this amount of money went to this thing. So you could say, like, hey, this money was raised, this money went to this thing that's now in hospitals that you can like tangibly see. So you can see that your money actually went to something and not like just a giant black hole. And the Hermits were like, all right, let's do it. And so the first charity event was the one on Hermitcraft, where I had everybody build like a mini game, and then we split up into teams. And then after each game, we would come back to the circle, and then we would do dono reads. Martin would do the dono reads. We all had the silly chairs. And we raised in 4 hours $440,000. And our goal was $20,000. And we beat the goal before anyone even went live. And we broke Tiltify so badly that they're like, it was crazy that, you know, 400 something thousand came in within those short minutes, which is literally like 4 hours. And then then ever since then, like, Gamers Outreach is such a pleasure to work with us, because they really like allow us to do cool things, like put on the charity event and stuff like that. They're also super chill and laid back, and they're very easy to work with. And that's regardless of me eventually becoming on the board. Like, they were just very cool to work with. And seeing the behind the scenes, a little peek behind it, being on the board of directors of Gamers Outreach now, they're just as great like behind the scenes as in the front. And they just have a mission. That's it. And that's what they do. And they're super chill. And there's been some other charities we've spoken with or talked to that weren't so. And these guys are just good. And it's a good relationship. And they take care of us very, very, very well on these trips. They help arrange the travel, the hotels, and all that stuff. And in return, like, no corporation I've ever been on a trip that was sponsored by or this or that has ever treated us that well. And that's just a small charity, and like 2 people organizing it all themselves, like Stage and Zach. Like, they're better than any corporation could ever like run and take care of a group of people. They're just fantastic people. And yeah, it's a great relationship. So yeah, it's cool. We've brought hundreds and hundreds of carts. And one of the fun things about it was, something that was really important to me when choosing a charity was, you can see where the money went and be like, that money went to that thing that's helping these people. Like, you could literally tangibly see it. You can go and visit the literal thing. And the second thing was, it needed to be international, because we're a very international group. And Gamers Outreach had just started to try to get their carts internationally. And by the help that we were able to give them through the first charity event, they were able to redesign their gaming carts so they were easier to ship. And now look at their map now. There are so many carts throughout the country, throughout like different countries. We were able to, you know, through Hermitcraft, we were able to bring carts to the UK. We were able to bring them to Australia. We were able to bring them to Germany. We were able to Sweden. So we opened up like all of these different and more. That's only just a few. And then over the last like 3 years, you know, you see the carts now in Japan and Taiwan and South Africa and Mexico. It's just like, it's just continuing to see them just like populate the world, which is really, really cool. So those were like really, really important that you were able to tangibly see where your money went, and it was an international charity, and we also helped them become more international, which is really cool. So the efforts of the Hermitcraft community allowed them to, you know, send more and more carts all over the world. The first year, Scar did a drop mini game, right? Yes, yeah. We never got to do the competition for it. I'd love to rebuild that someday, version 3 of that, and actually make it a really fun, like a really fun game where it's more of a competition. Yeah, so it's yeah, it's cool. It's cool that we were able to do that. As somebody mentioned, like budget strap hospitals need it the most. That's true. There's also a small caveat, is that sometimes they don't have the resources to manage it. Also, that can also be a caveat. When you learn about doing this, is that there are so many reasons that it's not always quite evident. One of the big ones for international, it's hard, is always to be able to get in contact with the country through translators and stuff. So that always just adds time. People will say, oh, like, really want to see the carts in this country, and it's like, oh no, they're working on it. It just takes a long time, you know, working through translators. Certain countries have a lot of like strict protocols. They have to like make sure that this and this are all checked off, and it takes time. But yeah, real hospitals, and especially like I know in particular, there's 2 areas that I knew people who lived, and I was like, which hospital needs this the most? And they're like, not this one. They get all the good stuff. This hospital. And I remember like, okay, we're sending 5 carts to this particular hospital that never gets anything. You know what I mean? Like, you know, there's like that fancy hospital that looks like a, I don't know, like a modern Minecraft build, and then there's like the hospital that's down the road that gets nothing. I remember that one case. I don't want to name any names, but we're like, that poor hospital gets nothing. We sent 5 there. But it is also the aspect of like space in the hospital. Do they have enough space? Do they feel like they can manage it? Because some people might overthink it and think like, oh, I need to have like dedicated people to this and stuff. So you just kind of have to like talk to them and be like, no, this kind of can be self-managed, you know? Scar, do you know how they handle individual account signups in the cards? Always wanted, that's a good, like, how they handle individual account sign-ins. Okay, a lot of that is done hospital per hospital. Like, some hospitals will attach the carts to the internet. Some hospitals have a closed door policy and say like, you can play the games on here but not connect to the internet. But as far as I know, in the current carts, there's just an account that you log into, and you know, it can play the games that are pre-installed. There are some hospitals will run them different, and they will allow people to connect to their accounts that will allow them to connect to the internet. Some hospitals have built-in systems so other kids can play with each other in the hospital together. It really is a case by case on the hospital and the resources of the hospital. So yeah, it really depends on the IT setup of the hospital. But yeah, it's yeah, it's like I was in a hospital with the carts that I delivered to a hospital, and they were mentioning like what they'll do about, say, mature games. So obviously in a pediatric hospital, you're going to have a baby. You're going to have like a 5-year-old, you're going to have a 10-year-old, you're going to have a 12-year-old, you're going to have a 13-year-old, you're going to have a 16-year-old, you're going to have an 18-year-old. Those are some vastly different games these different demographics are going to want to play. And I think what they determined was if you need to play a game based on your age, and that game, if you're going to play if you're going to play a mature game, I think the rule was for like a teenager, they had to close their door. Like their door to their room they had to play. So if you're gonna play Call of Duty, you close your door. Which I think is like a really fair compromise, because you know you don't want like a teenager playing Dora the Explorer in the Purple Planet or something. You know, they want to play their games they play at home. But you also don't want like, you know, a lot of commotion or anything scary being played towards, you know, younger kids in and around the area. So I think it's like a super solid idea to just close your door. So I thought that actually was like really smart. And it's cool too, is like the hospital that I delivered the 5 carts to, they immediately turned around and requested more immediately. They were like, first of all, these guys had no idea what these carts were until Gamers Outreach contacted them. And then fast forward 2 years, they've requested more. They now have 15 carts. They requested more and got 10 more, which is really cool. And I think that's been the case with most hospitals. When they receive them, they're like, oh, can we get more? Can we have many more of these? Which is cool. Even there's a particular hospital that denied a cart in our original go around, and it was the only hospital out of all the hospitals. Just one Hermit requested a cart to go to their local hospital, and it was denied. I looked up that hospital. They now have a bunch of carts now. Like they totally like turned their mind around and were like, oh yeah, no, we were wrong. This is actually great. I think we'll see over the course of many more years. I think we'll see games being used in especially pediatric hospitals, in especially like light procedure scenarios, like just to distract kids. I think we'll see more on that. I think we've now seen a number of like studies and stuff. We've seen now articles written about kids who are able to tolerate different like treatments and procedures that otherwise they were being combative, not non-cooperative of like what was happening. You give them a way to distract themselves by like playing this has like made it so, oh yeah, they got those bandages on, they've got that cast on, they did those stitches. And all the kid did was just play a little bit of Minecraft instead of potentially even having to go down as far as having to be sedated. No, they just played some Minecraft and they got through it very quickly. I think we'll see more of that. I think the carts can be, I'd love to see them more into emergency rooms in those scenarios. The issue with that is the emergency rooms where things are chaotic. They're so freaking busy. There's so little space, like just finding space and stuff like that. But I think there is like some value in that, especially for kids in the emergency room. But with the caveat of just how insane ERs are, how busy, how crowded they are. But I'd love to see more of that done. I would say I was in a hospital as a week because I was in the hospital for a week as a teen. The only thing they offered me was a DVD player that only played Disney Frozen. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Yeah, no, I have a very similar experiences in my life too in the hospitals. Is there a way we could volunteer for Gamers Outreach? Check their website. There are programs where you can apply for volunteer roles. It's called Player 2. And you could go to hospitals and play on the consoles with kids. And that's huge too, because sometimes like you go and hang out with you go through the process of becoming a volunteer. That's, a number of, background checks, all that stuff. Once all that's all good and cleared, that's huge. Like not only are the carts great, but like when there's somebody there to kind of like talk to the kids, play with the kids, like they absolutely love it. I'd say I was in a hospital as a kid. I was never offered anything. No, right? Like nothing. And if you're in the hospital, especially kids who are in hospitals who are completely isolated. Say you're in an isolation room. Like say you're in an isolation room and maybe you're not even allowed to have your family in there. That's a case where not even a gowned family can be in that room. And that kid could be going through a lot, obviously, with why they're there, but also if you could just give them a little escapism through playing a game, just getting away for a few minutes, that's a huge thing. you're offered a sandwich. And it's like, yeah, you get it. Like a hospital is a place, like, you know, they have their tasks they're doing and stuff. But it doesn't mean that you can't bring some like happiness and joy to the kids just to make those days a little bit better. And especially for kids who are going through, say, chemo, or they're there for a very extended amount of time going through a really rough patch. We've also seen the carts used in chemotherapy areas just to help kids hopefully get a little bit, just at least a little bit easier time going through that. They are working on their save point locations. So they have like, say, like this kind of like a vending machine a little bit, like say you'd see it like the airport with the Legos. And when a kid goes through their chemo session, they're given a token to go to the vending machine to pull out like a game code or a plushie or something like that. So it's like, you know, at the end of this like horrific, grueling experience, like, hey man, I got like a cool little plushie on the way out. And you know, little stuff like that really does mean a lot to especially kids. Like a little like stuffed animal. Like I know when I may have been 16, but when I was on my 12th feeding tube, I was a regular at the pediatric interventional radiology because they had to feed the NJ tube into my intestine. So I was on my 12th one. Because it was like, oh, well, we'll figure out what's going on. Just another tube, just another tube, just another tube. And, you know, you're on your back. Dr. Hopkins is just shoving that tube down your throat. Great doctor, by the way. But one of the radiologist techs was like, I know you're a teenager, but would you like a monkey? And I'm like, I would love a freaking monkey. And she gave me a monkey Beanie Baby. And she's like, and I was like, I don't know if this will help you feel any better. I'm like, this does. Thank you for this. I love this. I was 16. I still love my little monkey. So I can imagine a much younger kid, like, you know, they get a little something from that just to make that a little bit easier. So I don't know. Lots of good stuff comes out of the programs that you guys fund. So thank you. Everyone needs a monkey. Exactly. Dang, I wish I had a monkey. I was so nice where she just came back and was like, would you like a monkey? And I'm like, I could use a monkey. I think I'd gone like maybe 40. I'd gone at least a day or two because I was on strictly, like I could not eat because, long story short, part of my intestine was collapsed. It was a whole thing. But anyway, and so like, obviously I could not eat a darn thing. And so and my feeding tube had clogged and there was nothing we could do about it. I had to go, but it was also the weekend. So I was like a day and a half without any real fluid or nutrition. So I was kind of struggling. So that's when she gave me the monkey. So I don't know. It's good to try to, I don't know. It's not, we're going to cure anybody, but we can at least help the mind as best we can. You still have a plush doggy when you were a kid, when you were sick. I have when I suspected of when I was a small child and I was suspected that I ate mushrooms in the forest and they had to go and pump my stomach, the firefighter gave me a fox, and I think I still have that fox. I think I still have the fox the firefighter gave me. And yeah, it sticks with you. You remember that like fox, right? Did you know that fox was like a source of comfort of like small, like 5 or whatever years old I was when I was suspected that I ate those mushrooms in the woods, and the firefighter had to pump my stomach and give me a bunch of like stuff to make me very, very sick. Luckily, you know, actually they were going to life flight me to, like my mom told me they were going to life flight me to Stanford, and the emergency room pediatric doctor was a mushroom expert, and my parents like brought the mushrooms with them. Obviously this is before cell phones, so you couldn't take a picture, but they basically over the phone described what they look like, and he's like, I believe these are not poisonous, cancel the life flight. And I didn't have to go by helicopter to Stanford from the woods of California. But I did get that bear. How many near-death experiences have you had in your lifetime? A lot. But you know, the scariest I've ever been in the hospital was a scenario where they made it feel like I was in a life or death situation, which I was not, by the way. Like, we could get into some of the real ones where I was just being super casual that turned out to be like scary. But the one time that I was like absolutely like, what the heck is happening, was like a weird misunderstanding. 2016, I had a major heart issue after the first Hermitcraft meeting. It was cool. The first Hermitcraft meeting, I remember showing him the Scar Pine. It was like my contribution of being like, I could be useful here on Hermitcraft. Here's the tree design. The whole reason was that people were concerned that building in the mesa, nobody would have good leaf colors. And I'm like little new Hermit meme. I was like, that's not actually, guys. Yeah, the birch leaves don't change colors in per biome, so we could make trees out of birch leaves. And so that was my contribution. And after that meeting, I felt perfectly fine. I transfer, and I was having a lot of heart issues at this time. I transfer from my wheelchair to the toilet, and everything just goes black. And I go into a major heart arrhythmia. And we didn't do anything for like a day, and it was still bad. So we go to the emergency room, and I remember the doctor being like, the heck did you not come sooner? And why the heck are you back in this weird room over here? After they knew exactly what was happening, we're like, I don't know what your triage department does. Anyway, they want to do a stress test. So I stayed over the hospital. I think I was in the hospital for like a day. One of the big things they wanted to do was a stress test. So it was off hours, and this is like on Sunday afternoon. And if you know anything about hospitals, the place completely dies on the weekend, and everything just gets weird on the weekends. Anyway, they bring me to the stress test lab, and obviously, being that my legs aren't as functional as they once were, not much of a runner these days, they have to induce my heart into like a fast rhythm so they can stress test it. If that makes sense, I hope I'm explaining this correctly. So instead of being on a treadmill and running, they need to medically induce my heart to go into a fast rhythm. Okay, so they have a they have like a little machine. It slowly pumps the medication in. It's not hand pushed. It's a little machine. It pushes the syringe, right? Besides me becoming allergic to this and having to have an emergency stopped, it's a whole other story. Anyway, so they bring me into the room, and I thought this was going to be the most simple thing ever. We're just going to do this, and then I get to go home. And I think that the nurse who was setting it up maybe made it to be a little bit bigger deal than it should have been. So she goes, okay, take off your shirt. I'm like, okay. And then she starts putting lack of a better term, crash pads on. You know, the pads you would put on to shock somebody's heart back into a sinus rhythm. You know, they don't use the big paddles anymore. They use like the sticky things, like the big hunky sticky things. And so they start strapping those on, and I'm like, that's more than just like, you know, like an EKG leads. Yeah, the defib pads. You start strapping those on, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And then she pulls the stretcher off the back, like pulls it forward. And then with her like, so she was like a nurse practitioner, and then she had her like, you know, cardiac tech. And then she's like, okay, and then we'll have the attending physician will come in, whatever. And she starts running off the list of like, and if he starts to code, we're gonna, they start like planning, okay, anesthesiologist here. And they start doing this whole thing. And I'm just like, I remember just saying like, what's happening? Like, it was like genuinely a little bit like, what am I getting into? Like, I thought I was just going to like a quick like echo or something. I didn't know we were going to put defib pads on, and we were planning like, the room so that there was like a crash cart, the medications were there, and I was genuinely like a little bit, that was like probably the one time it was just so off the wall, and it wasn't even life threatening. It was just the shock of it. I was like, what? Wait, I remember telling like, hold on. What are we doing again? Why are we putting defib pads on? why are we doing that? And she goes, oh, no, that's totally fine. Totally normal. Everything is totally normal. Because you can't walk, we have to induce your heart into this. And just for safety, because we are inducing your heart into like a faster, beat, we just have to be careful. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense. But you really should have explained that ahead of time, because I went into that thinking I was just going to an echo. I was like, I thought we were just going to have an echocardiogram, not like a full, like, whatever we're about to get into. But anyway, I start getting into it. She turns on the TV, and the TV just starts playing, I kid you not, like just train videos. And I was so happy. I was like, oh, this is great. She goes, just relax, enjoy the trains. And I was like, what do you know about me? Why are you putting trains on here? You know I love trains. How do you know I love trains? And so it's like this like footage that was filmed in like the 80s. You could tell it was like 80s footage, 80s haircuts, and they were just driving steam trains. And I'm like, I love this. And then a few minutes later, I had an allergic reaction to the medication, and then I was kind of out of it for a while because they gave me a bunch more medicine, Benadryl, and a bunch of other stuff, and I was out of it. But I did enjoy the train video. And I was never really like in danger. It just was the perceived danger of putting those pads on. But there's other times where I've had, obviously, I've woke up from surgeries and just like a complete disaster. They have to, I don't know, like coming out of the surgery, like finally I'm coming out, and then my heart goes into an arrhythmia, AFib or whatever. Then they have to call rapid response. All the people in the red vests have to come down. It's a whole thing. I've almost got, I did have another allergic reaction to IVIG. And I was in the old part of the hospital. They had rapid response take me to the emergency room because I was not breathing. I started coming to a little bit more during the trip because I remember them on and off bagging me because my breathing was so finicky. And this is a long trip. This is like a 10-minute trip from one end of the hospital to the other. And they stabilized me in infusion. And then when they were bringing me back, I was kind of going in and out a little bit. And how do I explain this? I was flat on my back. They came to such a stop while running down the hallway with me that I flung from a sitting position to a fully like nearly upright position, and my eyes like open up, and I have a perfect vision of this. Is a staircase of about 8 stairs in front of me. And I remember later on them saying that they forgot that floor doesn't have like a ramp, because it's going from like a part of the hospital that was built in like 1890 to a part of the building that was built in 1950s to a building that was built in the 1990s to the 2000s. And they almost set me down 7 stairs in that gurney. Oh my God. It was a bit of a Looney Tunes scenario, yeah. What happened was I had IVIG. It was my first dose of it for my immune deficiency, which they never did again. Everything goes black and white. I start kind of convulsing, and then there's a good portion of it that I don't remember anything. And so they brought me apparently back to another room. Rapid response came. They stabilized as much as they could, and then they were rushing me to the ER, and that's when that happened. And some of the first things I remember was like going down the hallways after kind of like coming to again after they'd like dumped so much medication into me. And then I was kind of going in and out until like the full like lift out of bed G-force that I experienced when they came to a full stop in front of that staircase. I go by that staircase all the time and laugh at it. I go by it all the time. I go by it all the time and look at that staircase and be like, whew. What other fun times have I almost died? Oh my God. Oh, here's another allergic reaction. I had a PICC line infection. I was in the ER. They gave me vancomycin. I am apparently very allergic to vancomycin. I go into like a full deal with that. And I do remember like it was probably at least an hour after I wasn't coming down from it. So basically, like, I think I was coming out of like, at least I feel like my mom could correct me. I feel like maybe I was getting better in terms of the allergic reaction, but because of the stress on my body, my respiratory system was failing. And I was becoming too weak to breathe properly. And so like if I remember this correctly, I feel like maybe that part was getting a little bit better, but the respiratory was going down, right? So I remember the doctor, like, and I was somewhat aware, like I could kind of hear, I couldn't really see very well, but I could kind of hear. I remember him telling me hey, a lot of people are going to come in and we're going to put you out. And then I don't remember anything until being in the ICU, them trying to figure out how to like take the tube out. So that was a bad one. That was a real bad one. There's some flashes that I have. I think I still have some flash memories of like in the emergency room once I was intubated, because I was in there for quite some time. Because I remember going down the hallways because they had me on a portable vent. They didn't bag me. Oh, here's another crazy one. I was 2007. My breathing was much worse than it is today. Much worse. I go to a pulmonary appointment because I couldn't get a BiPAP to work and I couldn't get a SIP vent to work. And they were considering tracheing me and putting me on a ventilator. I go to a second opinion. So I go to a different hospital. And we go into that appointment. We talk to the doctor for a little bit. She leaves. She comes back and says, I have a bed for you in the ICU. I'm going to take you up. And so she wheels me up herself. The doctor, what an amazing doctor she was. Wheels me up to the ICU, and she says like you're gonna get trached tonight, and then tomorrow like you're gonna get on a ventilator. And that so basically I go to an appointment thinking I'm gonna go home. In the end, I'm in the ICU getting ready to have like a pretty immediate like trach, which is the scar here. And they put the trach in. 2 days later, I get pneumonia from it. And I think it was the day before pneumonia. I remember them needing to take me down for a swallow study. I remember just the pure chaos of them trying to transport me, because they decided to disconnect me from the ventilator and hand bagged me all the way down. And that was one of the most surreal experiences of me not being able to breathe at all. Because the surgery actually took so much out of me that I was having a really hard time. Even though I came in breathing, I was having a hard time breathing afterwards, because just the anesthesia and surgery kind of took what little energy I had left in me during that period, because I was much weaker than I am even today. This illness has this weird ups and downs. And how do I explain that? This is going back to 2007. So I was having trouble because what they wanted was to me to have the trach as an emergency and to use a ventilator at night. And hopefully during the day, I might be able to not be on it, but I have this emergency ability to breathe if I really needed to. It was kind of like their thought, like use it at night and then use it, if you need in the day, but try to breathe it in the day. Does that make sense? Because they were hoping to keep me from being fully vent dependent. But because of the surgery, because of the pneumonia, I became fully vent dependent for a long time. And during that process, when they had to do like a swallow study, they like hand bagged me. That was the most surreal experience, to be like awake and conscious and have somebody being fully in charge of your breathing outside of your control. And that's like somebody going like this. And sometimes the human nature is like, oh, hey, Bob, you forget like a pump or two. And it's like, you kind of go like, you get used to it really quickly. Like it does, you get used to it. But there is like a few times where it's like, fast forward to that trip, there was the time where I was still very vent dependent. They wanted to take me outside. So they wheeled me out to the courtyard. The ventilator's battery dies. And they have both the respiratory therapist, the nurse, both look at each other and go, "Oh, there's no ambu bag." Like they didn't bring an ambu bag, So that nurse took the back of that wheelchair and ran the fastest I have ever seen somebody run in their life back to the room to hook me back up to the ventilator. Like, the look on those two's faces and the look at my face, it was like 3 people going like this. It was the first time I'd been out of the room in like 3 weeks too. So it was kind of like a surreal experience just to be outside of like that ICU room. Fast forward to me being discharged on the ventilator, going home on a home ventilator. The battery that they gave us, this is kind of like when lithium was still becoming a thing. This is 2007. They gave us like a car battery, like a wet, it was like a wet cell or a dry cell, whatever it was. The fuses turned out to be burnt out in the battery. So when the internal, so they thought it was hooked up to the battery. It was not. It turned out the ventilator was running on its internal battery, and the internal battery in that unit in 2007 was 15 minutes. That gave me enough time to be rolled down from my hospital room when they finally disconnected and switched. From my hospital room down the elevator into the car. We got less than a minute outside of that hospital before the pump or the battery died. And my mom dove from the front. I was in the back seat, she was in the front. She dives back, grabs the ambu bag, rips off the circuit, hooks it up to the thing, and bags me back to the emergency room. And of course, Portland streets, there's a bunch of one-way streets. So what was like 1 minute out of the hospital turned into be like a debacle of trying to find a street to get back. Well, my mom is like bagging me in the back. We pull in, my dad runs in there, and then like they freak out. They sent everybody and their dog outside and then pulled me out of the car. And I've been in there a long time. And I never really realized this till now or recently, but I was kind of an anomaly. At the time, I never thought one thing was different, but to have like a 17-year-old in the ICU on a vent was kind of like I was kind of an anomaly. So most people knew who I was in the end. And so I come rolling back in there, and they're like wide-eyed, like, what the heck? What happened? Why are you back? Why are you back? And so they had to then arrange for an ambulance to come and hook up the ventilator to the power of the ambulance so I could get home to then hook it up to the power at home. And I wouldn't say that I was really ever going to die in that situation, but it was more of, I would call it a scary situation. It was kind of a scary situation. That was one of the more scary ones because I was vent dependent at that time. It was about 3 months later, I went to Mayo Clinic, and after a lot of work at Mayo, I was able to wean myself off of the ventilator because I eventually just became very dependent on it. Once a lot of my like body recovered from like the initial like major downturn in my health, the surgery, the pneumonia, I was able to eventually wean off of it, which was good, which was great. But there was a chunk of time there where I was fully vent dependent, and I never thought I would ever get off the ventilator. Not being able to breathe is a very scary, very, very scary. I would say one of the scariest things I've ever always been through is coming off of a ventilator. There's a sense of like pure terror of coming off of a ventilator, or being weaned off of one. Especially trying to breathe through a ventilator before they fully commit to, pulling the ET tube, because sometimes they're gonna watch you for a little while and you're breathing through it, and it's like breathing through the longest snorkel you've ever breathed through, and it feels like you are absolutely suffocating until they're satisfied that like you're showing good signs of like of that you can handle it, and then they pull the ET tube. All awake. Honestly, I've never been on a ventilator, but I used to have such an issue when I was first getting used to my CPAP machine. I actually had that conversation with Martin. The power went out, and Martin was still asleep at the charity event, and he woke up not being able to breathe, and I'm like, well, no, dude, that makes sense, because like, one, this machine's helping you breathe, so like now you're doing the work of your breathing. Also, the fact is you're breathing through a giant tube. And so that's like difficult to like You're trying to get your air through this like tube, and it's yeah, it's like a fish out. Yeah, it's a fish out of water. It's a horrific feeling. Yeah, it's a terrible feeling. Yeah, masks on your face are just not a fun experience. I don't know. Those are some of my fun adventures. There's so many more. I remember my first surgery, the surgery that actually never recovered. Well, that's a long story of like how I finally just fully ended up in a wheelchair because it was a slow I call it a slow but sudden process. But I woke up from that surgery and my lungs were collapsed. I had a fever. I had all sorts of just insane stuff from coming out of that. The stories go on and on. One of the weirdest sensations was they absolutely botched my PICC line insertion, and they sent the like the catheter up a wrong branch, and it like started going up into my neck. That was a weird sensation. Like they botched that PICC line insertion, and I remember just feeling like this like creep up my neck, and they were like, oh my god, and I've had 8 PICC lines, so I knew this one was not going well. They made a major goof there. I have too many crazy stories. I'm sorry guys, you probably hated this. Oh, my mom sent me a message and said, you remember how I told you how it was a weird sensation to get bagged for the first time in the hospital when they disconnected me from the ventilator, and they decided not to bring the portable ventilator. They just decided to bag me down to radiology. And then I got used to that. And then my mom bagged me during that situation when the ventilator died. Well, fast forward like 2 weeks later, we go to a pulmonology appointment, and on the way home, on the ventilator, you'll find like the circuit. So that's what be connected to your trach. It's a big, thick, sometimes a blue tube that goes off. There's also, at least on this old ventilator, there was also 2 additional tubes that were kind of like fish tank tubes, I always call them. And they hooked, there was like 2 of them. They hooked here, and the circuit here. And I think they were for like pressure. Maybe somebody who knows about, respiratory machines could correct me. But it's like, they hooked under there. They were like for pressure or something. Well, one of those got disconnected, right? One of those got disconnected, and the machine just completely shut down. My mom's driving, I'm in the back. But luckily at this point, I know what I'm doing. I have a bag next to me that has any and all rescue supplies. I have a ambu bag. I have a spare trach, a bunch of spare emergency stuff. I was never within a few feet of not having that bag. And I reach in there, I grab that bag, I pop the circuit off, I hook that on there. We bag until we get to the McDonald's parking lot, and then we can diagnose what happened. And it turns out it was simple. It was just one of those little extra tubes became dislodged. And but yeah, I did have to bag myself, to the point where it was that just felt like common. Just, it's just kind of like a human body can get used to insane situations very quickly. Some people might think that's insane. They would never be able to do that. Believe me, you would be able to do that. I hope you never have to do that, but you would be able to do it. And in hindsight, when you look at it, you're like, oh, that's crazy. Oh man, what? In an emergency situation, you don't think, you just do. And that's why when people always say, oh, I could never do that, it's like, you could. In that situation, you could, because there's no other choice. And when there's no other choice, you do what you do. But yeah, this is some of my insane stories. There's many more of them. There's many more of them. The body is resilient. Yeah, the body is both the most fragile thing in the universe and the toughest thing in the universe. It is insane how fragile, but how resilient it is, and how those 2 things are just in complete balance, being so fragile and so resilient. It's such a strange thing that our bodies are. Absolutely insane. All right, guys, I've been streaming way too long. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you guys enjoyed this weird stream back, but I just needed to hang out. We need to talk about the event. And yeah, hope you guys had a good time hanging out. And like I said, thank you guys so much for the support for the charity event. Those numbers are still mind-boggling, and just a huge shout out to the community for making that possible, on top of just the incredible work all the Hermits put into it. You have just incredible segments Graham put on, Cleo's segment she put on, Ren's segment, to Zed, to Tango, and everybody else who contributed to make those segments what they were. Was really fantastic. And yeah, thank you guys for all the support and showing all the Hermits the support. Yeah, super cool. Everybody did such a fantastic job. It was such an awesome thing to see. And always shout out to the music room. Like, that genuinely was such a highlight. That was such a highlight. That was such a highlight of the event. All right, guys. I hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you later. I have a video. I just need to finish it. I have the video idea. It's just not done yet. But anyway, guys, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and goodbye.